In a quiet city of timber-framed buildings and cobblestone streets, life proceeds at a gentle pace. The grand facade of the Adventurer Guild stands as a central hub for the town's warriors and questers. An imposing man in full plate armor enters the guild hall, his presence immediately drawing the curious stares of two female adventurers who have never seen him before. He walks directly to the front desk, leans over the counter, and informs the nervous receptionist that he would like to take a quest. The receptionist apologetically explains that quests are only available to adventurers who are officially registered with the guild. Her expression shifts from professional courtesy to wide-eyed shock as she notices what the man is presenting. He holds out a gleaming Royal Swordsmanship Medal, a prestigious award granted only to those who have performed distinguished service in matters of national strategy. Stunned into silence, the receptionist covers her mouth as she realizes the man standing before her might be the former strongest hero, Dandelion Ossier. He confirms his identity with a simple statement, sending a ripple of shock through the nearby adventurers who overheard. The guild members murmur amongst themselves in disbelief, recognizing the name of the legendary hero who defeated the Demon King 2 decades ago. Now buzzing with excitement, the receptionist tells Hero Dan that he can choose any quest he likes as a special exception, and he promptly plucks a notice from the quest board. She gasps when she sees he has selected a quest to slay a wyvern, but Dandelion calmly remarks that after a 20-year gap, it seems like an appropriate challenge. Onlookers are in awe, impressed that the legendary hero would immediately take on such a high-rank quest, proclaiming how cool he is. As he stands ready, a trio of young female adventurers suddenly rushes toward him with purpose. They stop directly in front of him, and one eagerly asks if they can join his party for the quest. Their reasoning is simple and filled with admiration. They desperately want to see the famous hero fight with their own eyes. Dandelion seems surprised by the request for a party, and as one of the girls touches his weapon in awe, she whispers that it is the Holy Sword. He casually agrees to their proposal, stating that it is a hero's duty to lead the younger generation and that they can learn from watching him fight. The three girls let out a synchronized cheer, thrilled that their request was granted. The scene transitions to a stark and rocky mountain pass, the site of the wyvern's lair. The three girls now look utterly horrified and exhausted, their previous excitement completely gone. Dandelion is being violently thrown around, caught in the grip of an unseen force. A massive wyvern stands over his downed form as the girls watch in disbelief, wondering how the hero could possibly be so weak. Scrambling to his feet in a panic, Dandelion mutters that his holy armor should have protected him while one of the girls shouts at another to begin her analysis. He charges forward, brandishing his weapon and declaring that there is nothing his holy sword cannot cut. With a mighty leap, he swings his blade directly at the lunging wyvern. The sword bounces off the creature's hide with no effect, leaving Dandelion aghast and the wyvern momentarily confused. The girls erupt in fury, screaming that he is a liar and a swindler, complaining that his so-called holy sword is as effective as a squishy pillow. Dandelion turns to warn them that their own weapons will be useless against the beast. To his complete shock, their coordinated attacks strike the wyvern with explosive force, clearly wounding it. The battle continues across the desolate landscape, flashes of magic lighting up the rocks. Finally, the great wyvern collapses to the ground, defeated. The three girls stand over the beast, battered and breathing heavily from the fight, while Dandelion looks on, untouched and bewildered. He cheerfully announces their victory, proclaiming that it was a tough battle but they won. One of the exhausted girls turns to him with a deadpan expression, questioning his use of the word we. She bluntly informs the old man that he contributed absolutely nothing to the fight. Back in the city, word has already spread through the Adventurer Guild that Hero Dan is a liar. The trio of girls recounts their experience to another adventurer, clarifying that calling him a liar is being generous. In truth, he was nothing more than a burden. Dandelion overhears their scornful words, muttering to himself that there must be some mistake and that he should still be a capable fighter. His mind drifts back to his old companions, the powerful friends who fought by his side 20 years ago. He consoles himself with the thought that as long as he has friends he can rely on, everything will be fine. His attention is drawn to another adventurer, an elf named Amber, who is being swarmed by others hoping to form a party with him. Amber's gaze is cold and distant, seemingly unfazed by the attention. Dandelion approaches the guild receptionist and asks about the popular adventurer. She excitedly explains that Amber is an S-rank adventurer, the kingdom's greatest genius who holds a 100% quest success rate and is the fastest finisher in history. Dandelion scoffs at the claim, declaring that a 100% success rate is impossible and that Amber must be lying, as even he couldn't achieve that in his prime. Amber appears directly behind him and icily asks who exactly he is calling a liar. Dandelion stammers that he wasn't talking about him, but Amber cuts him off, stating he doesn't care what an old-fashioned hero thinks of him. Surprised, Dandelion asks if Amber knows who he is, a hopeful glint in his eye. Amber confirms he does, referencing the fresh rumor about the hero's pathetic and useless display against the wyvern. Dandelion sweats, trying to defend himself by saying that the world has changed a lot since his younger days. Amber coldly retorts that Dandelion himself is the one responsible for that change. A confused Dandelion points to himself and asks what Amber could possibly mean by that. Internally, Dandelion fumes that Amber is a snob, but he can't shake the thought that someone with a perfect success rate must be the real deal. Scheming that a partnership would solve his money problems, Dandelion clears his throat to propose they team up, but Amber immediately declines. The swift rejection leaves Dandelion utterly devastated. He desperately pleads with Amber, admitting his dire need for money, which prompts Amber to ask why the legendary hero is degrading himself to such a level. Prodded by the question, Dandelion begins to recount his story. He starts his tale 20 years ago, at the moment he defeated the Demon King. Following his victory, the king rewarded him with immense wealth and marriage to the princess. He settled into a peaceful life, believing his happy days of luxury would go on forever. Amber listens intently, then asks what happened to change things. Dandelion states with grim simplicity that he ran out of money. The blunt, pathetic reason leaves Amber completely speechless and horrified. Dandelion continues, explaining that the moment his fortune was gone, the princess demanded a divorce and threw him out, forcing him to return to the life of an adventurer. Amber calls the entire story pathetic, telling Dandelion it's his own fault for being so wasteful and that his fighting tactics are hopelessly old-fashioned. He places a small pouch of coins onto the table between them. Amber declares that he is donating the money to the poor, old-fashioned hero out of pity. As Amber walks away, Dandelion calls after him, still trying to form a party to make more money, but the receptionist informs him it's useless because Amber is a solo adventurer who has never partied with anyone. Amber sits back down, remarking on the sad state the legendary hero has fallen into. Dandelion dismisses the title, saying that legendary hero is just a name other people came up with on their own. His lament is interrupted by the approach of the three young women from the Wyvern quest. The adventurers explain that their next quest requires them to carry a lot of baggage and ask if he would be willing to help them. Recognizing them, he questions the job, and they offer him 10% of the quest's paid to be their porter, an offer he eagerly accepts, saying he'll do anything. At a campfire in the wilderness, Dandelion serves stew to the party, who declare it delicious and ask for more. While the girls hunt monsters, he is seen in the background, having successfully run away from a creature they dispatched. He waits patiently by a riverbank while the girls take a break to splash around and have fun. Carrying a massive pack of their supplies, Dandelion watches them and begins to understand their new way of adventuring. One of the girls prepares for an encounter, her expression focused and ready for battle. He observes their strategy as one girl uses analysis magic to identify the monster's weakness to fire binding from a safe range. Another then uses a gun as a medium to launch a magic attack, defeating the monsters without ever engaging in close combat, a much safer method of fighting. Dandelion grimly accepts the truth. Amber was right, and his own methods are completely out of date. Realizing he no longer has a place among modern adventurers, he walks through the city, deciding it is time to quit the guild and find another job. As he stands inside the guild hall, a young girl's desperate cry for help suddenly fills the room. She stands in the center of the hall, arms outstretched, pleading for assistance. Dandelion immediately approaches the crying girl and gently asks her what is wrong. She explains through tears that her village was attacked by monsters and begs for someone to help her people. Dandelion turns to the other adventurers in the guild, loudly asking them if they didn't hear the girl's plea. He confronts a group of them, demanding to know why they aren't helping her, but one simply points to the quest reward on the board. Another adventurer coldly remarks that they can't get much money for saving a poor, backwater village. Enraged, Dandelion yells at them, questioning their character and asking if they even consider themselves adventurers anymore. A man calmly replies that of course they are adventurers, but they are not charity workers and will not risk their lives for such a cheap reward. From a distance, Amber watches the confrontation with a thoughtful expression. Dandelion stares in disbelief at the room full of indifferent mercenaries. He seethes with anger, disgusted that for these modern adventurers, the act of helping people in need has been reduced to a mere business transaction. Turning his back on them, he puts a comforting hand on the young girl's shoulder and tells her not to worry. The hero, Dandelion Ossier, will help her. The girl looks up at him, her face streaked with tears of relief, asking if he really means it. He clenches his armored fist, acknowledging to himself that he is powerless now, but he cannot ignore a person who is asking for help right in front of him. He turns to the guild receptionist and loudly proclaims that he will accept this quest. The receptionist panics, explaining that due to the large number of monsters, it's a B-rank quest he is not eligible for as an E-ranked adventurer, and her boss was already mad about the last exception she made for him. Just then, Amber steps forward, takes the quest sheet from the board, and states that in that case, he will take it. He looks at the receptionist and instructs her to register Dandelion as a member of his party. The receptionist's jaw drops, stammering as she processes the implication that Amber and Dan are forming a party together. Amber confirms it is happening, looking over at the still confused Dandelion. The entire guild hall erupts into chaos and disbelief at the unprecedented news that Amber, the famous solo adventurer, is finally forming a party. Amber turns to leave, telling the hero to come on and stop spacing out, while Dandelion can only stare, trying to understand what is happening. The two walk toward the guild doors, a strange and unspoken alliance formed between them. Silence returns to the guild hall as the other adventurers watch them go, their departure leaving a palpable void. For the old hero, a new journey was beginning, one far different from any he had known before. The path ahead remained unseen, shrouded in the uncertainty of a changed world. As they ride out of town, Dandelion asks Amber why he would form a party with him, but Amber dismisses the question, telling him to stop wasting time and hurry up. They arrive at the besieged village to find it in flames and ruin, its streets filled with hulking monsters and brutish goblins facing off against the last of the guards. Inside the village, the monsters run rampant, smashing through doors with crude weapons while others guzzle down stolen ale amidst the chaos. Without hesitation, Amber draws two gun-like magical mediums and unleashes a blinding volley of energy that tears through the street. He calmly takes aim, his expression one of cold, detached efficiency as magical energy gathers at the muzzles of his weapons. The explosive blasts of light rip through the horde of monsters, obliterating the smaller ones in an instant. His guns fire in rapid succession, sending out beams of pure power guided by glowing magical circles that form in the air. Dandelion watches from behind, his eyes wide with utter astonishment at the destructive power on display. He realizes in that moment that this is the incredible strength of a modern S-rank adventurer. Amber turns to him, stating he will handle the monsters and ordering Dandelion to focus on rescuing the villagers, a task Dandelion eagerly accepts. Amber adds a sharp warning not to engage any enemies, as it would only cause more problems for him, prompting an irritated Dandelion to shout back that he understands. Following his orders, Dandelion cautiously peers around the corner of a stone building, searching for survivors. He immediately comes face to face with a towering, single-eyed Cyclops, far larger than any of the other monsters. A raw scream of pure terror erupts from Dandelion's lungs. Before the Cyclops can strike, it's blasted backward by a powerful magical shot from off-screen. Dandelion dusts himself off and gives a relieved wave to his unseen partner, thanking him for the save. Amber now stands before an even more formidable foe, a massive, armored orc who towers over him. Dandelion watches in horror as Amber's magic attacks dissipate harmlessly against the creature's body, having no effect whatsoever. Amber declares that if his attacks aren't working, he will simply analyze the monster to find its weak points. The analysis system flashes a warning, analysis not possible, causing Amber to mutter that he's never seen such a monster before, while Dandelion yells at him for being distracted. Amber quickly weighs his options, wondering if he should just keep firing different magic attributes at the beast until one of them works. Before he can decide, Dandelion suddenly charges past him, shouting a battle cry as he rushes the monster with his holy sword drawn. The armored orc turns its attention from the magic user to the charging swordsman. With a single, contemptuous backhand, the monster swats Dandelion through the air, sending him crashing into the side of a building. Amber screams that he's useless and should stay back, but Dandelion picks himself up, yelling that if analysis is impossible, they have no choice but to fight it the old-fashioned way. He shouts that since they are partners, Amber needs to count on him more, then charges back into the fray. As Dandelion clashes with the monster, Amber is stunned to see his analysis display flicker to life and begin processing data. He realizes with a jolt that the analysis only progresses when Dandelion attacks the beast directly. A thought crosses his mind as he watches the hero fight. Could this be the true hidden power of the legendary Holy Sword? Each of Dandelion's strikes causes small points of light to appear on the monster's body, revealing its hidden weaknesses. Seeing a new path to victory, Amber yells for Dandelion to keep attacking, promising to provide cover fire. He shouts that Dandelion is starting to understand. This is how they used to fight in the days before analysis magic became common. Dandelion yells in affirmation, pressing his relentless assault against the giant orc. Lost in the thrill of direct combat, he feels a surge of energy, declaring that he's feeling pumped up. The analysis bar finally fills, revealing the monster's complex weak point, a composite attribute of lightning and flame, requiring Amber to combine both magics for a finishing blow. With the data secured, Amber takes aim, gathering the maximum power of both elements into his weapons as he prepares to end the fight. He fires, but something is wrong. The monster is moving unexpectedly. The orc raises its massive arm, not to attack Dandelion, but to block the incoming magical blast. Amber's eyes widen in shock as the monster looks directly at him, realizing it was intelligently targeting the ranged attacker from the very beginning. Knowing he cannot dodge the creature's incoming counterattack in time, he braces for the impact. At the last possible second, Dandelion dives in front of him, blocking the monster's crushing blow with his holy sword. Straining under the immense weight, Dandelion grits his teeth and tells a stunned Amber that he is safe now. Amber's eye twitches, his composure broken as he registers Dandelion's words and protective stance. Dandelion confidently tells him to leave the rest to Hero Dan. A small, genuine smile appears on Amber's face as he observes the old hero's selfless act, remarking that he hasn't changed at all. With a powerful heave, Dandelion shoves the monster's arm back, creating an opening. He roars at Amber to finish it now while he has the chance. Amber agrees and unleashes the full force of his composite spell. He declares it's time to finish this as he fires the blast of swirling energy. A cataclysmic explosion of lightning and fire completely engulfs the monster, ending the threat for good. As the smoke from the final attack clears, a fragile peace settles over the ravaged village. The surviving villagers begin to emerge from their hiding places, and the young girl who sought help tearfully reunites with her mother. She runs to Dandelion and thanks him profusely, her gratitude pure and heartfelt. Dandelion collapses onto the rubble, complaining about his aching back but glad they managed to succeed, prompting Amber to remark that he's really something else. Sprawled on the ground, Dandelion admits he didn't manage to kill a single monster himself, but Amber corrects him, saying that Dandelion was able to defeat them all on his own. Dandelion dismisses it as flattery, but Amber insists he is serious, admitting with a smile that he was glad to have his help. Amber extends a hand down to the fallen hero. He then makes an unexpected proposal, asking Dandelion if they should form a formal party. Dandelion can only look up at him in stunned silence, completely bewildered by the offer. He asks why Amber would want him as a partner, and Amber replies simply that it is because Dandelion is a real adventurer. Though he doesn't fully understand Amber's reasoning, Dandelion's mind immediately goes to the financial benefits of partnering with an S-rank adventurer and he enthusiastically agrees to the proposal. Dandelion celebrates their new partnership, excited to start making money on high-rank quests, but Amber stops him, saying there is something they must do first. Amber states that, as his new friend, he is going to retrain Dan-san personally. He vows to re-educate the old hero and shape him back into the ideal warrior he once was, warning him that it will be tough. The retraining begins immediately, with Amber chasing a terrified Dandelion through the wilderness, firing magic blasts at his heels and yelling that their first exercise is to run all the way back to the guild. Back at the Adventurer Guild, a trio of female mages swoons at the news that Dan and Amber have teamed up, openly expressing their jealousy. They immediately crowd around Dandelion, demanding to know if the rumors are true and begging him to tell them how cool Amber is during quests. Dandelion looks away with a wry smile, stating that from his perspective, his new partner still has a long way to go. He thinks back to the previous quest, recalling the sight of Amber standing over him with a cool and imposing aura. Turning back to the girls, he quickly adds that he himself also has a long way to go and must focus on his training for the day. As he speaks, Amber himself appears, causing the girls to squeal in delight while Dandelion tries to back out of training by feigning illness. Amber gives him a chillingly sweet smile, ignoring the excuse and announcing that it is time for them to go. He grabs Dandelion by the collar and begins dragging him towards the exit, the unwilling hero digging his heels into the rug while the girls wish them a safe trip. Their training takes them to a remote river, where a small boat is moored at a rickety wooden dock. The next moment, Dandelion is screaming for his life in the water, frantically swimming away from two enormous, razor-toothed river sharks. Amber watches impassively from the shore, complimenting Dandelion on being an effective decoy and insisting there is no better way to train. He shouts that Dandelion's basic stamina is no better than a rookie's, and this harsh method is necessary to build it up from scratch. Dandelion screams back that he is in very real danger, but Amber calmly replies that he will only step in when the danger becomes truly life-threatening. The brutal training exercise continues along the length of the forested riverbank. Finally, an utterly exhausted Dandelion collapses on the shore next to the two massive, slain river sharks. A local fisherman approaches Amber and thanks him profusely for dealing with the monsters, allowing him to fish again, to which Amber replies that it is only natural for an adventurer to help those in need. As the two adventurers walk away, the fisherman cheers, ready to get back to his livelihood. Later, back in the guild, Amber places a small bag containing Dandelion's share of the reward on the table in front of him. Dandelion opens the bag and finds only 3 small coins inside. He looks up at Amber in disbelief, questioning if this paltry sum is really all he gets for his life-threatening work. Nearby, another group of adventurers loudly celebrates a 10 gold coin reward from a quest issued by Baron Joran, highlighting the massive pay gap. They boast about going for drinks and buying the latest equipment with their lavish earnings. Frustrated and resentful, Dandelion slams his fist on the table, declaring he can't take it anymore and demanding they take on quests from nobles for better pay. Amber looks at him with a cold expression and states that he does not choose his quests based on the size of the reward. A bewildered Dandelion asks what, then, is his basis for choosing a quest. Amber walks to the quest board and explains that he chooses based on a single criterion: whether or not there are people who are genuinely in trouble. He pulls a new quest from the board and shows it to Dandelion. The reward is a meager 5 copper coins. Dandelion throws a tantrum on the floor, refusing to go on another cheap quest, but Amber simply grabs him by the armor and drags him out of the guild once more. They arrive in a village that is in the process of being rebuilt. To Dandelion's surprise, the villagers greet their arrival with a massive cheer, thanking them for their help and calling them the heroes of the village. The young girl whose plea for help started their partnership runs up to them, beaming with gratitude. Dandelion looks around at the welcoming crowd, momentarily confused by the reception. Amber reminds him that this is the village they saved during their last quest. The girl excitedly tells them she's glad they are taking another quest to help people. She explains with a bright smile that thanks to them, everyone is now working together to fix the village, and they are especially grateful for Dandelion's help. Moved by her earnest words, Dandelion places a gentle hand on her head and declares that since it's her request, they have no choice but to do it. He soon discovers the new quest is simply helping the villagers with the heavy labor of reconstruction. While struggling to lift a heavy wooden beam, Dandelion grumbles to himself, wondering if Amber is slacking off. He then spots Amber across the way, effortlessly carrying a massive bundle of logs on his shoulder while efficiently directing the other villagers on their tasks. Dandelion watches in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how a mage could possess such incredible physical strength and stamina. He is broken from his reverie as someone approaches him from the side. It is the young girl, who offers him a drink of water with a concerned smile, asking if he is okay. He gratefully accepts the cup, thanking her for her kindness. As he drinks, he apologizes to her, feeling ashamed that he has not been very helpful with the physical labor. The girl passionately refutes this, insisting that other adventurers only take high-paying quests from nobles and that the fact he accepted their cheap request at all was enough to make her happy. She declares that in this day and age, Amber has become their village's one true hero. Dandelion falls silent, looking over at Amber with a new understanding. He watches as Amber works seamlessly with the villagers, mixing plaster and organizing the reconstruction with the skill of a master builder. A glimmer of admiration shines in the villagers' eyes as they look upon the selfless adventurer. As he observes the scene, Dandelion has an epiphany, questioning his own understanding of what it means to be a hero. That evening, back in the city, the mood is quiet and contemplative. Over drinks, Dandelion suddenly has a change of heart, startling Amber with his abrupt apology. He earnestly tells Amber that he finally realized during the day's quest that he truly wants to help people in need. Amber looks at him, surprised by the sudden and sincere declaration. Dandelion continues his line of reasoning, arguing that if the goal is to help people in trouble, it shouldn't matter if they are nobles, since nobles can also face hardship. Amber calmly asks what he is talking about, questioning if this means he no longer cares about the money from noble quests. The guild receptionist joins their table, explaining to Dandelion that no noble ever issues a quest because they are actually in trouble. She elaborates that if a noble faced a genuine crisis, they would mobilize the royal knights or city officials, not turn to hired adventurers. Dandelion looks utterly lost, unable to grasp the political reality of the situation. He asks why, then, do nobles bother to issue quests to the guild at all? Amber sighs, and asks Dandelion if he remembers a certain Duke Madrun. Dandelion recalls his former patron, Countess Madrun, and expresses his happiness that she was promoted to Duke for her contributions to his victory against the Demon King. He reminisces about how her patronage was essential to his success back in the day. A flashback shows him receiving expensive magical winter clothing from Madrun, a critical piece of equipment for his journey. Another memory, however, shows him taking advantage of her generosity, ordering the most expensive alcohol at a tavern and telling the staff to put it all on Madrun's tab. Amber explains the disastrous consequence. Madrun's promotion after funding the hero created a precedent, showing that nobility could advance their station through the power of money and patronage. This led other nobles to believe that they too could gain rank and influence by finding and sponsoring a second hero of their own. Dandelion is visibly shocked as the unintended consequences of his actions are laid bare. The receptionist leans in and confidentially explains that this is the real reason for high-reward, high-difficulty quests. They are mostly just nobles hiring powerful adventurers for show. Amber concludes that while some adventurers have grown stronger under noble patronage, the system has left the common people with no one to turn to when they are truly in need of help. Dandelion sits in stunned silence, processing the heavy truth that his past actions have corrupted the very nature of adventuring. Amber suddenly grabs him by the collar, his face intense, declaring that this is exactly why Dandelion must become a true hero once again. Now thoroughly drunk, Amber passionately slurs that as long as Hero Dan exists, no one will need a second hero, and together they can reclaim what it means to be an adventurer. He then collapses face first onto the table, his final words trailing off as he speaks of helping people truly in need. As Dandelion watches his passed-out companion, the receptionist quietly serves them their meal. A memory surfaces in Dandelion's mind of a war-torn city, its buildings reduced to rubble under a gray sky. In the midst of the devastation, a young, blonde-haired boy approaches him and asks if he, too, can become a hero like him. Dandelion looks down at the child with a gentle expression and assures him that he can. He encourages the boy to get strong so that he can help people in need in his place. The boy's eyes, identical to Amber's, light up with a fierce determination. Back in the present, Amber remains asleep on the table as Dandelion sips his drink by the window, lost in thought. Amber begins to wake up, groggily apologizing and admitting that he got drunk. Dandelion tells him it's fine, accepting the blame and stating that he was the one at fault. He reflects grimly that it seems he has changed the country for the worse far more than he ever realized. Amber, still dazed, mumbles that it's not entirely Dandelion's fault and says he'll stick around with him. With renewed purpose, Dandelion decides that if becoming a hero again is what's needed to fix things, then he will get back to work. He confidently states that the monster from the village was a weakling he should have been able to defeat easily, and vows to train harder. Amber, now more alert, corrects him, pointing out that the Cyclopes orc was a creature he had never seen before in his life. Dandelion casually waves off the concern, remarking that those types of monsters used to be common in the Demon King's territory. Amber's eyes fly wide open in absolute shock. He nervously posits that this could mean remnants of the Demon King's army still exist, a suggestion Dandelion finds amusingly trivial. Amber panics, shouting that this is a huge deal because the Demon King's army was believed to have been completely wiped out 20 years ago. He adds that the noble families are desperately searching for any sign of them to gain glory, leaving Dandelion looking uneasy. The scene shifts to a dark, ominous mansion built against a massive waterfall in a shadowy forest. Inside, a woman with demonic horns sits at a large desk, observing a magical image of Dandelion. Her gaze is fixed on the projection, her expression cold and calculating. She wipes a tear from her eye, her voice filled with venom as she identifies the man in the image as Danville, the one who killed her father, and notes with contempt that he has chosen to reappear now, at the Adventurers Guild. A new quest notice catches the eye of a passing adventurer. The ornate posting announces a mission to find and eliminate remnants of the Demon Lord's army, offering a staggering reward of 100 large gold coins. A wave of stunned silence falls over the guild hall as adventurers murmur in disbelief at the mention of the long-forgotten foe. The silence shatters in an instant, and the hall erupts into a chaotic mob as every adventurer present surges towards the quest board, fighting to be the one to claim the quest and become the next legendary hero. Dandelion watches the frenzy from a nearby couch with an air of detached amusement, remarking on how worked up everyone is getting. Amber, sitting beside him, calmly notes that since the words Demon Lord's army have not appeared on a quest in 20 years, the excitement is understandable. He then sighs and looks at Dandelion with disappointment, stating he never imagined his partner would be hiding such a significant secret. Dandelion defensively retorts that he had no idea the small fry, one-eyed monster they fought would turn out to be so valuable or important. He begins to second-guess their decision to report the monster, though he concedes that the nobles would have posted a similar quest eventually anyway. Amber agrees that this is not an ideal situation, but insists that staying silent would have been worse, as it would be too late to act if casualties started to mount. Dandelion scoffs at the brawling adventurers, expressing his doubt that their modern, analysis-based fighting styles would be of any use against the one-eyed monster. Amber reassures him that the high-ranking adventurers employed by nobles should be able to handle it, but Dandelion worries there will be no room for him to get involved. A calm voice cuts through the noise as a young woman in a dark, hooded cloak states that she is the one who posted the quest. She turns to Dandelion and Amber, saying that she will be in their care for the day. Amber recognizes her as their client, confirming she is the one who requested a guard escort. The hooded girl's face breaks into a wide, excited smile as she greets Dandelion, saying it is good to see him again. Dandelion is taken aback, asking if he knows her, to which she replies that they met 20 years ago. He strokes his chin, trying to recall their meeting, but ultimately concludes that he must have saved hundreds of children like her during his travels. The girl looks crestfallen that he doesn't remember her, and Amber dryly observes that yet another person was saved by Dan in the past. A blush of indignation spreads across her face as the reality sinks in, while Amber internally notes that she must be over 20 years old to have met Dan that long ago, despite her youthful appearance. Just then, a sudden hush falls over the guild as all eyes turn towards the entrance. A wave of shock and awe ripples through the crowd of adventurers as they stare at the newcomer. A tall, imposing figure dressed in an immaculate dark uniform and a wide-brimmed hat that conceals their face stands silently in the doorway. One of the adventurers points out the intricate crest emblazoned on the figure's attire. The crowd realizes with a collective gasp that this is a messenger from the immensely powerful Duke Madrun. Confusion spreads among the adventurers, who had all heard that Duke Madrun never hires from the guild. The frenzy for the Demon Lord quest is instantly forgotten as the crowd surges toward the messenger, each adventurer desperately pleading to be hired into the Duke's prestigious employ. Dandelion remarks how much of a big shot Madrun has become, and Amber adds that the political power and wealth gained from serving her would be incomparable to any other noble. Amber speculates that Madrun must have heard the news about the one-eyed monster's reappearance and decided to make a move personally. He glances suspiciously at Dandelion, asking if he was the one who called her, but Dandelion vehemently denies it, insisting he wouldn't contact her just because he was short on cash. The messenger ignores the clamoring crowd and walks with purpose through the parted sea of adventurers, stopping directly in front of Dandelion. The messenger leans in close and asks him to confirm his identity as Danville. Before he can react, the messenger announces that Duke Madrun has officially summoned him. The surrounding adventurers erupt in outrage, questioning why the old fart was chosen over them and demanding a chance to prove their superior skills. The messenger leans in again and whispers something only Dandelion can hear. With a single sharp command to shut up, the messenger instantly silences the entire protesting crowd. Amber tells Dandelion he has to go, as a summons from Duke Madrun cannot be refused, and assures him that he can handle their current escort quest alone. Dandelion apologizes to their client, the hooded girl, promising he will be back right away before the messenger leads him out of the guild. The girl and Amber watch in silence as the guild doors swing shut behind them. Amber turns to her and asks if they should proceed with the quest. She asks if it is all right not to wait for Dan, but Amber dismisses her concern, saying they should hurry on ahead since he promised to return soon, and confirms their quest is to guard her while she gathers fruit. With a strangely blank smile, the girl agrees, placing herself in his care. Elsewhere, Dandelion sits uncomfortably in a luxurious carriage as it travels through the city streets. The messenger removes their hat, revealing the beautiful and imposing face of Duke Madrun herself, who complains about the intolerable noise of the Adventurers Guild. She looks at Dandelion with an intense gaze, stating with unnerving precision that it has been 20 years and 68 days since they last saw each other. Dandelion addresses her by name, correctly deducing her identity and noting that disguising herself is not her usual style, as she has always hated wasting time. Madrun replies that, on the contrary, she came in person specifically to avoid wasting any time. She gestures towards a large, locked case resting on the seat beside her. Dandelion asks her if the job she has for him is truly that important. In response, she opens the case, revealing it to be overflowing with a mountain of glittering gold coins. She watches his reaction with a cool, unreadable expression. Dandelion stares at the fortune, utterly speechless at the immense wealth before him. Madrun explains that she has been using her authority to suppress all information regarding his return and his divorce from the princess, meaning the king is still unaware of his current situation. The shocking revelation leaves Dandelion reeling as he asks what she wants from him. She leans in very close, her voice a low command as she tells him to become hers. Her lips almost touching his ear, she adds, "Just like the old days." Meanwhile, deep in a rocky forest, Amber and the hooded girl arrive at their destination. As Amber kneels to help her gather some fallen fruit, the girl deliberately stomps on one, dirtying her shoe with a crunch. Amber's senses immediately flare with suspicion, and he stands up to ask who she really is. The girl ignores his question, complaining under her breath about her dirted shoes. She then smiles, saying it's fine as dark, shadowy tendrils begin to emanate from her body. Tossing her hood back, her face twists into a demonic sneer as she declares that the charade is over anyway. An enormous, armored ogre materializes from the shadows directly behind the unsuspecting Amber. His eyes widen in shock as he senses the immense presence. He throws himself to the side just in time to avoid the ogre's massive club as it smashes the ground where he just stood. The girl mockingly calls him an insect groveling in the dirt and warns him that she will not let him get between her and Dan. She gives a simple, brutal order to her monster: crush him. The ogre lets out a deafening roar as it swings its club in a deadly arc. Amber dodges the blow and immediately prepares a counterattack, his magic circles glowing as he targets the creature's weakness. He fires his spell, confident in his analysis, and strikes the ogre dead-on. His blast, however, has no effect, and the monster stares back at him, completely unharmed. The girl scoffs at his failure, explaining that when demons create underlings, they alter their weaknesses, a basic fact he should have known. Amber is horrified to learn the analysis is wrong. He questions her use of the word demons, as he believed Dandelion had wiped them all out 20 years prior. In response, an entire legion of identical one-eyed ogres emerges from the surrounding woods, trapping him. Amber stares in disbelief at the impossible number of powerful monsters that now surround him. The girl declares that they will begin the bloodbath by killing him, as she enjoys making her events flashy. She finally reveals her true name and title, Zenobia, daughter of the Demon Lord, and proclaims that she will celebrate the hero's return with a sacrifice of blood. Madrun lays out her proposition: defeat the Demon Lord and in doing so, become hers. Dandelion calmly assesses the situation and asks his former patron a simple question: how long has she been in love with him? Madrun's composure shatters as she erupts in a flustered rage, yelling that his suggestion is disgusting. She hastily clarifies that her offer is merely to help him in his duties, just as she did in the old days. Leaning in close, she reminds him that her patronage is not a bad deal, especially since he still needs to repay his debts to the princess he divorced. Dandelion's eyes drift to the chest filled with gold, a flicker of hope in his expression as he realizes that with so much money he could finally regain his freedom. He lunges for the case, but Madrun slams the lid shut on his hands before he can touch a single coin. As Dandelion nurses his crushed fingers, she coolly pours the coins back into their container. He regains his composure and remarks that her new tactic of offering a large sum up front is not like her at all, but rather something the other nobles would do. Madrun falls silent, her gaze distant as she considers his words. She deflects the comment by changing the subject, asking if he has bothered to check on his own hometown in the 20 years since he left. Dandelion looks out the carriage window at the bustling, peaceful streets, observing that with no major incidents, adventurers can now make money safely. Madrun tells him that the current peace is completely different from the chaotic, war-torn era of the past. She explains that the world changed after his battle 20 years ago, as humanity finally acquired the magical technology that the demons had been monopolizing. The entire era of warfare shifted from a focus on weapons and swordsmanship to one dominated by magic. Dandelion sighs, admitting that since his only skill is with a sword, he has been called a burden by the new generation of adventurers. He tells Madrun that he is no longer worth the investment she is offering, but she insists that his perceived obsolescence is exactly why she needs him. She closes her eyes and states that she knows his current situation very well. Dandelion asks why it has to be him when she could hire anyone, but she promises him the best equipment and high-ranking allies to make up for any lacking strength. She declares that her plan is for the greater good and the very sake of the kingdom. Madrun explains that their country's economy was built on the military industry from the long war against the Demon King, exporting high-quality weapons and powerful adventurers. While their adventurers are still formidable, she notes that the weapon market is slowly collapsing due to the rapid, global spread of magic. She continues, stating that magic is new territory for all of humanity, and other countries have been racing to catch up to their military might for the past 2 decades. Because new adventurers lack experience fighting truly strong enemies, the veterans from the old war, who possess the most expertise, are now invaluable, which is why it has to be him. With a confident smile, she extends a hand to him, vowing that she will make him a hero once again. His thoughts drift to his new partner, Amber. He recalls Amber's passionate, if drunken, vow to retrain him to be the ideal hero he once was. With a newfound resolve, Dandelion smiles and apologizes to Madrun, politely informing her that he must decline her offer as he has a prior agreement. A look of pure shock crosses Madrun's face as Dandelion explains that he has already teamed up with a noisy youngster who is also trying to turn him back into a hero. He promises that once he is a hero again, they can work together like old times, and offers to escort her on her way as he and his partner are about to start a quest. Madrun looks out the window, noting with disdain that another fool wants to make him a hero. Dandelion smiles warmly, agreeing that Amber is a fool, but an honest one that he can't bring himself to abandon. Back in the forest, a massive explosion of light and sound erupts over the canopy. Amber is locked in a desperate battle with Zenovia's monstrous ogres. The brutal assault leaves him battered and bruised. His eyes are wide with shock and exertion as he struggles to keep up with the overwhelming force. He unleashes a powerful volley of magic from both of his guns, trying to thin the horde. Zenovia watches from a distance, correctly deducing that he has used a powerful medicine to amplify his magic, allowing him to brute force his attacks without regard for elemental types. She muses that while the tactic can work, it is incredibly dangerous to consume so much of such a potent drug. Amber cries out in agony as the magical feedback from the drug racks his body with pain. Zenovia smirks, remarking that he is surprisingly hot-headed for a modern adventurer who she thought would fight more cautiously. He ignores the pain and begins to charge an even greater amount of power into his weapons. He fires a single, massive beam of concentrated energy at his foes. The blast carves a wide trench of destruction straight through the forest. As the smoke clears, Amber looks up to see the result of his desperate attack. The forest is devastated, but his target is nowhere to be seen. Zenovia stands perfectly unharmed amidst the smoldering trees, condescendingly giving him points for creative thinking. A tiny, beast-like familiar, a side effect of the magical drug, looks up at her as she remarks that simple doping will not be enough to defeat her. The small creature, a miniature version of Amber, looks down in shock and yells about his missing clothes. Amber stares in horror, unable to believe that his full-power attack left her completely unscathed. As dark tendrils of energy envelop her, Zenovia tells him to witness the overwhelming difference in magical power between humans and demons. Her form begins to change as she prepares to attack, and Amber looks on in alarm. Her familiar declares it will attack from the side, trying to create an opening. Zenovia appears in a flash directly in front of Amber, pressing the barrel of her own gun-like weapon against his head. She asks the stunned adventurer if he wants to know a secret about demons. With a wicked grin, she explains that while weak humans rely on the easy way out with magic, true strength is the only way to kill a demon. She effortlessly shatters his durable orichalcum gun with a single, powerful blow. She adds that even orichalcum was originally a demonic resource and is wasted on a weakling like him. She follows up with a lightning-fast punch that sends him staggering back. Amber barely manages to stay on his feet, realizing he is completely outmatched in a close-quarters fight. He knows he needs a physical weapon to stand a chance, as his magic is useless against her. His thoughts turn to Dandelion's holy sword, but he knows Dan in his current state is too weak to wield it effectively, a fact Zenovia seems to know as she taunts him by offering a free hit. Utterly defeated and disarmed, Amber can only watch as Zenovia stands over him with her arms outstretched, declaring that this isn't even a fight. He realizes with a jolt of panic that Dandelion is on his way back, and that this situation is dire. With grim determination, he resolves that he must do something about this demon before Dan arrives, no matter the cost. He prepares a handful of small, black spheres, ready to risk his life on a final, desperate gambit. At that exact moment, a cheerful voice calls out his name, and he looks up to see Dandelion jogging towards them through the trees. Amber is horrified, wondering how he could have gotten back so quickly. He immediately shouts at his partner to stay back and run away. Dandelion, however, seems completely oblivious to the danger, looking at Zenovia's revealing combat attire and asking Amber if their client changed her clothes. Amber desperately screams at him to run for his life. Zenovia casually tosses the elf aside like a rag doll, shouting for him to get out of the way. She then leaps gleefully into Dandelion's arms, nuzzling against his chest while he stands frozen in shock. She playfully asks if he remembers her, and Dandelion can only comment on the heavy, pounding magical power radiating from her body. His eyes then widen in recognition, and he shouts out her name, Zenovia. He excitedly tells her that he remembers now, and that he would have recognized her immediately if she had released her powerful magic from the start. Lying injured in the bushes, Amber is utterly baffled by the revelation that the two of them know each other. Dandelion casually introduces Zenovia to him as the Demon King's daughter, explaining that because he fought her father for so long, they naturally got acquainted. He fondly pats Zenovia on the head, remarking on how much she has grown, leaving Amber to wonder how one, naturally, ends up in a relative-like relationship with the enemy. Dandelion explains that when you spend your days fighting for your life and your nights drinking with your foe, these things just happen. A flashback shows a younger Dandelion drinking with the fully armored Demon King, who drunkenly jokes that if Dan defeats him, he'll give him his daughter's hand in marriage. Zenovia explains that she heard Dandelion had returned and came to see him, only to find the new generation of adventurers looking down on him, which spurred her to action. She proudly reveals her grand plan, to create powerful monsters that only Dandelion's holy sword can defeat, thereby forcing everyone to recognize him as a hero again. Amber realizes the one-eyed monster was her creation, and Zenovia promises to make the next one even stronger. She hugs Dandelion tightly, urging him to hurry up and become the strongest hero once more. With a blissful expression, she declares that once he does, they can finally get married, just as her father promised. Amber can only look on in a state of utter, catatonic shock, his mind unable to process the absurdity of the situation. A lone voice cuts through the quiet of the forest. Zenovia squeezes Dandelion in a bone-crushing hug, excitedly telling him about the bridal training she undertook and promising to cook for him. Amber's hand clamps over her face, prying her away from the struggling hero. He shouts that the idea of a demon marrying Dan-san is utterly ridiculous. Still holding her back, he angrily questions her motives and admonishes her for involving Dandelion in her strange matchmaking scheme. Zenovia retorts that Amber is one to talk, treating Dandelion like a lackey and forcing him to do menial jobs, but Amber insists it is special training to help him regain his prime strength. With fierce conviction, Amber declares that Dan-san is the perfect hero and that humanity has no need for a cheap, manufactured imitation. As their argument escalates, Dandelion steps between them, pleading for them to calm down. To Amber's complete bewilderment, Zenovia suddenly grasps his hands, her eyes shining with delight as she exclaims that he finally understands her intentions. The scene abruptly shifts to a tavern, the animosity between the two forgotten. Zenovia and Amber enthusiastically clink their mugs together, nearly crushing Dandelion's head in the process as they loudly toast to him being the one and only true hero. The other patrons join in the toast, and Zenovia proudly states that only they truly understand Dandelion's greatness. Dandelion watches with tears in his eyes, completely baffled at how the two went from bitter rivals to best friends in mere moments. He leans back with a sigh, deciding that some things just can't be helped. Zenovia throws an arm around his shoulders, announcing her decision to join their party and help him become a hero again. Amber immediately objects on the grounds that she's a demon, but Zenovia waves off his concerns, asking Dandelion for his approval. Dandelion hesitantly agrees that he supposes it's fine, which sends Zenovia into a cheer and leaves Amber looking betrayed. Amber concedes but sets a condition. She must first apologize to the village she attacked and offer them an anti-demon charm from her father's treasury as a gift. The party travels along a riverside path leading to a quaint town. Dandelion happily narrates that with Zenovia's power, the party's strength increased, allowing them to take on harder quests for bigger rewards, while Amber sighs that he won't be held responsible for the consequences. A massive, brutish ogre brandishes its club, ready for a fight. While observing an ogre in a small village, Amber warns that the quest is unusually difficult, but Dandelion tells him not to underestimate him. Zenovia steps forward and begins a summoning ritual, dark energy swirling around her. Amber looks on in shock as she conjures a massive, terrifying dragon from thin air. The dragon unleashes a devastating breath attack upon the unsuspecting ogres. In an instant, the monsters are completely vaporized, leaving nothing but scorched earth behind. Only a wisp of smoke remains where the ogre once stood. Dandelion casually remarks that it turned out to be an easy quest after all. He cheerfully raises his fist, suggesting they head back to the guild and split their reward. Amber can only stare in silence at the colossal dragon now occupying the village square. He asks Zenovia if she intends to just leave the dragon there, but she explains that she made a contract promising it this land, so it will not be returning. Dandelion shouts in disbelief at the revelation that a dragon will now be their neighbor. The village chief runs up to them, thanking Amber for defeating the ogre. His gratitude quickly turns to panic as he spots the dragon, screaming that this is a far worse situation than before. Back at the Adventurers Guild, a shocking rumor begins to circulate: Amber has failed a quest. The other adventurers are in disbelief, realizing his perfect 100% completion rate has been broken over what was supposed to be a simple side quest. They gossip amongst themselves, pointing at the strange woman who has suddenly joined his party. Dandelion tries to console a deeply depressed Amber, reassuring him that the dragon isn't attacking anyone, while Zenovia smugly comments on how popular she is everywhere she goes. He tells Amber that failing a quest or two is nothing to worry about and that they should just forget it and move on to the next one. Amber remains catatonic with despair, muttering that his life is ruined, so Dandelion decides to pick their next mission. He stands before the quest board, examining the various postings with rewards ranging from a few copper coins to a lucrative 80 gold coins. His eyes lock onto the quest with the highest reward, and he resolves to take it. Just as he reaches for the high-paying job, Zenovia snatches a different quest from the board, declaring it to be the most suitable one for him. Dandelion groans when he sees she has chosen a quest with a reward of only 50 copper coins. The quest title, Investigation of the Dragon Bone Tomb, immediately draws the worried attention of the entire guild. Two nearby adventurers rush over, pleading with Zenovia to skip that particular quest. She glares at them with contempt, sticking her tongue out and telling them to shut up. As she continues to argue with them, the guild receptionist arrives to explain why everyone is so concerned. She reveals that the Dragon Bone Tomb is the oldest and most difficult uncompleted quest in the guild's history, one that only rookies seeking fame are foolish enough to attempt anymore. Zenovia's eyes light up with excitement, proclaiming that an impossible quest is the perfect stage for Dan to prove himself. Amber snatches the quest notice from her hands, sternly telling her that she can't take it and asking if she paid any attention to the receptionist's explanation. Dandelion approaches his partner, asking if he's feeling any better, but Amber just glares at him, saying there's been no improvement. Zenovia grabs Amber by the collar, demanding to know what's so wrong with the quest she chose. He explains that the tomb is filled with so much residual magical energy that exploration magic, a skill humanity learned from demons after the war, is completely useless inside, and adventuring without it is suicide. Dandelion looks on, realizing just how convenient and reliant on magic the world has become. Amber finishes by stating that exploration magic is an adventurer's lifeline, and ignoring areas where it can't be used is the first rule of survival. A smug voice greets Amber from behind, and he turns to see another adventurer who taunts him for failing a quest and calls him a hypocrite. Amber recognizes the man and dismisses him with a cold glance. The receptionist whispers to Dandelion that the newcomer is Bearable Milo, the guild's other S-rank adventurer, and that he and Amber have a long and bitter history. Amber ignores the taunt, stating that he doesn't care about rankings. Adventurers exist to help people in need. Milo just smirks, calling Amber's failure of a simple quest pitiful. He condescendingly tells Amber to stick to easy, safe quests, as he could never handle a real challenge like the Dragon Bone Tomb. Zenovia interjects, telling Milo that the quest is too dangerous for Dan in his current state and that she's going regardless. She then turns her attention to Amber, asking if he has no trust in Dan and reminding him that her father always said heroes are meant to challenge the unknown. Amber is left speechless by her impassioned words. He tries to argue that Dan doesn't even want to go on such a low-reward quest, but Dandelion surprises everyone by calmly saying, "Let's do it." Dandelion places a reassuring hand on his partner's shoulder, telling Amber that as long as an S-rank adventurer like him is with them, they can manage somehow. Touched by Dandelion's unexpected vote of confidence, Amber's eyes well up with tears. With the decision made, Zenobia cheers that they are going, and Amber warns her not to do anything silly. Milo confronts Amber one last time, questioning his sanity for seriously taking on an impossible quest where he could die. The other adventurers try to stop them, with Milo even offering not to mock Amber if he quits now, but their pleas fall on deaf ears. Amber simply says, "We're going," and the three of them head for the door. Milo can only watch as Zenobia excitedly drags his rival away to a likely doom. The party travels to a desolate, frozen wasteland surrounded by jagged mountains. They approach a large, icy mound that serves as the entrance to the Dragon Bone Tomb. As they get closer, Dandelion feels an immense pressure, remarking that the magical power leaking from the dungeon alone is insane. Zenobia, however, is unfazed and cheerfully asks if they are ready to go in. The moment they step inside, Zenobia is overcome with nausea, doubling over and declaring that the magical energy in the tomb feels rotten and weird. As Dandelion rushes to her side, Amber tells them to wait while he casts a light spell. A bright magical light emanates from Amber's outstretched hands, but it flickers weakly. Amber stares at his hands in disbelief as the light spell sputters and dies completely. He realizes with dawning horror that not only is exploration magic useless here, but all other forms of magic are being nullified as well. Suddenly, a massive stone gate slams down behind them, trapping them inside the dungeon. Dandelion immediately gives the order to retreat. The gate crashes shut with a deafening boom, sealing them in total darkness. Dandelion smiles grimly into the pitch-black void, observing that it seems there is no way back now. The Dragon Bone Tomb waits silently within the desolate, frozen mountains. Trapped in the pitch-black entrance, Amber struggles against the sealed stone gate, but his efforts are useless. Dandelion's calm voice cuts through the darkness, calling out to his panicked companion. Unfazed by their predicament, he suggests they simply hurry and proceed deeper into the dungeon. Amber turns, his face a mask of disbelief at Dandelion's nonchalant attitude in the face of mortal danger. After a moment of thought, however, he agrees with the logic, realizing that fighting any monsters near the sealed entrance with no room to maneuver would be a fatal mistake. Dandelion then calls out to the third member of their party, Zenobia. She is huddled on the ground, weakened by the dungeon's foul magic, and demands that someone give her a piggyback ride. Dandelion immediately passes the task to Amber, claiming his own heavy backpack makes him unable to carry her. Amber sighs and offers his hand to the demonic princess, but she flatly refuses his help. She throws a tantrum, insisting that she only wants Dan to carry her and no one else. As she struggles against Amber, Dandelion suddenly shouts for them to watch out. He lunges forward, shoving them both to the ground just as a deadly spike trap descends from the ceiling. Thrown to the floor, Amber and Zenobia look up with wide, terrified eyes. They see the dense thicket of razor-sharp spikes that had been poised directly above their heads. Dandelion holds the entire mechanism back with his own strength, calmly remarking that it was a close one. His companions scramble to their feet and thank him for the save, after which Amber asks how he could have possibly known about the trap. He then notices an old, rolled-up piece of parchment in Dandelion's hand and asks if it is a map. Amber is stunned, asking where on earth he could have acquired a map for a dungeon like this, to which Dandelion confidently replies that of course he has one. He proudly explains that he drew it himself by compiling information from the reports of previous adventurers, which he charmed the guild receptionist into showing him. Zenobia is impressed that the receptionist would bend the rules like that, and Dandelion boasts about his essential adventuring techniques. He fondly recalls that back in his day, befriending the guild staff to extract as much information as possible was a crucial survival skill. Amber acknowledges the truth in this, noting that while modern adventurers get all their information through magic, here they are forced to do things the old-fashioned way. Dandelion agrees, his expression turning serious as he states that they cannot afford to die in a place like this. The party is sent tumbling through the dark corridors as Dandelion suddenly trips over an unseen obstacle. Zenobia groans, feeling sick and dizzy after the fall. Using his hand-drawn map, Dandelion warns of an upcoming pitfall and instructs the others to jump on his signal. He gives a swift countdown as they approach the edge of the chasm. On his command, they leap into the air just as giant, armored insects swarm out from the pit below. While airborne, the nauseous Zenovia unfortunately gets sick all over Amber's back. They land safely on the other side, the pit-dwelling creatures unable to pursue them. Dandelion looks back at the insects, noting with satisfaction that it was a close call but they are now safe. He then turns to his companions, only to see Zenovia being sick once more. Dandelion can only stare, his face completely blank at the unfolding chaos. A short while later, Amber and Zenovia are ensnared in yet another trap, hanging upside down from the ceiling by thick vines. Dandelion looks up from the cavern floor, casually asking his dangling companions if they are okay. Amber laments how difficult dungeon clearing is without knowing the trap locations, while Dandelion tries and fails to cut the impossibly tough vines. Zenovia spots movement in the darkness below and urgently shouts a warning to Dandelion. From the shadows, a swarm of massive, chittering spiders emerges, surrounding the lone hero. Dandelion immediately identifies the creatures as sneer spiders. He stands his ground, weapon at the ready, preparing to defend his trapped companions. From above, Amber worriedly asks if he can handle the swarm by himself. Dandelion reassures him, explaining that while the spider's threads are incredibly strong, their bodies are weak enough for even a rookie to defeat. After a brief but intense battle, he stands victorious over the defeated spiders, a fresh cut on his cheek. Having freed his companions, he proudly asks if he didn't handle the situation just fine. Amber admits that Dandelion saved them, though he can't help but add that he struggled as much as a rookie would have. Zenovia, however, suddenly breaks down into tears, declaring that she is done with the quest and wants to go home. Dandelion sternly reminds her that her own father's dungeons were far worse than this one, calling her selfish. At the mention of the Demon King's dungeons, both Zenovia and Amber fall silent. Dandelion recounts the horrors he faced, describing traps that warped one's sense of direction and corridors that ended in clouds of deadly poison. Zenovia tearfully acknowledges that her father was indeed the worst, but that Dan still managed to defeat him, and with newfound resolve, she realizes this dungeon is nothing in comparison. Her spirits lifted, she happily skips ahead into the darkness, prompting a worried Dandelion to warn her not to wander off. Amber reflects on the strange feeling of security he gets from having Dandelion around, even in a place where his own magic is useless. The hero's presence seems to dispel all fear, and with a renewed sense of purpose, Dandelion tells his partner that it is time to move on. The three adventurers venture deeper, arriving in a vast cavern filled with towering rock formations. After hours of walking, Dandelion calls for a break, and Amber notes that they have long since gone past the areas detailed on the map. Dandelion reassures him that it's fine, as his instincts tell him this particular area is safe from enemies. He then pulls out some candy from his pack, offering it to his companions for a much-needed energy boost. As they rest, Amber admits that without Dandelion's old-fashioned experience and intuition, they would have already failed the quest or died in one of the many traps. Dandelion boasts that he was a master of dungeon conquering in his day, and his experience allows him to read the quirks of man-made labyrinths designed to mislead intruders. Amber looks at him, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He points out that while the dungeon certainly has man-made traps, the cave system itself appears to be entirely natural. As if on cue, a section of the cave wall rumbles and slides away, revealing a hidden passage. Amber stares into the new opening, wondering aloud if that is the correct path forward. Dandelion confirms that it's their only lead and that they must proceed. Zenovia complains about a terrible smell emanating from the passage, but Dandelion promises they will retreat at the first sign of trouble. Following the tunnel, they emerge into a massive chamber and find the source of the smell, a colossal, coiled skeleton. The ancient bones are unmistakably those of a dragon's wing. Its massive, horned skull rests silently on the cavern floor. The three adventurers stand in stunned silence, gazing upon the sheer scale of the dragon's remains. They slowly approach the gargantuan skeleton, taking in the awe-inspiring sight. Zenovia wrinkles her nose in disgust, crying that the stench is especially awful here and that she wants to leave immediately. As she speaks, the skeletal dragon begins to stir, its empty eye sockets glowing with an eerie, malevolent light. Zenovia and Amber both agree that fighting the undead behemoth would be suicide and that they should retreat at once. Dandelion, however, takes a step forward and calmly declares that they are going to fight. He explains his veteran logic. In a man-made dungeon, traps and monsters are placed with intent, and something this suspicious must be guarding something important. The undead dragon lets out a piercing, spectral roar as it rises to its full height. Dandelion immediately regrets his bravado, realizing that in his current weakened state, he stands no chance against such a foe. He nervously begins to suggest that perhaps they should run after all. Inspired by his initial bravery, however, Zenobia passionately rallies Amber, shouting that Dan gave the order to fight and they must obey. Dandelion is left speechless and terrified as his companions ready themselves for a battle he knows he cannot win. Amber, moved by Zenovia's conviction and Dandelion's apparent trust in him, agrees that they are a party and must fight together as one. They both turn to Dandelion, their eyes filled with determination, and ask him for his instructions. Overwhelmed by their misplaced faith in him, Dandelion can only laugh weakly, remarking on how admirable they are. The trio stands united, ready to face the impossible challenge of the dragon bone tomb together. Dandelion stands alone against the skeletal dragon, its immense form lunging forward to attack. The hero cries out as he braces for the crushing impact. With his sword held high, he manages to block the creature's initial assault, the ground cracking beneath his feet. Zenobia watches in horror as Dandelion strains under the immense pressure, gritting his teeth and admitting he cannot hold on for much longer. The dragon presses its attack, the force of its blows sending shockwaves through the cavern. Dandelion's vision blurs from the pain, but his resolve does not waver as he thinks only of protecting his two companions. Unseen by the party, a group of other adventurers stumbles upon the battle, their faces etched with terror at the sight of the impossible foe. Zenobia feels another wave of nausea from the dungeon's corrupt mana, while Amber declares he can create an opening with what little magic he can still use. He tells Dandelion that while he can only manage a single spell, it will be up to the hero to land the final blow once the opportunity arises. Dandelion explodes with frustration, shouting at Amber for treating him like a weakling yet still expecting him to be the one to finish the fight. To explain the dungeon's unique properties, Amber uses an analogy, comparing a mage's own magic to a spark and the ambient mana in the air to oil. He elaborates that casting magic is about drawing the correct amount of oil from the air to match the spark, with stronger spells requiring more oil. Zenobia chimes in, describing the foul mana in the dungeon as the air itself being made of thick, rotten, stinking oil, which makes it nearly impossible to control how much is drawn in. Dandelion asks if having more oil wouldn't simply make the magic stronger, but Amber explains that if a spell spirals out of control, it would also severely damage the caster. He grimly concludes that a spell powerful enough to defeat the dragon would, if it backfired, not only obliterate the dungeon but the entire nearby city as well. Dandelion desperately suggests using a safe, weak spell to simply drain away all the corrupt mana, but Amber quickly shoots down the idea. He explains that a normal person could never handle absorbing such an enormous amount of magic all at once, then asks Zenobia if a demon might be able to. Zenobia shakes her head, admitting even she could not perform such a feat, prompting Amber to decide they must stick with Dandelion's original plan of fighting it head-on. She suddenly offers a new plan, stating that they will drain the magic from the area, and Amber asks if her power is capable of such a thing. Zenobia clarifies that she is not the one who will be doing it, Amber is. She admits she would rather not resort to such a dangerous method, but she will support him through it, warning him that if he fails to handle the power he will likely die. Dandelion, confused by their exchange, asks what she means by support. Amber's eyes widen in understanding, and he agrees to follow Zenovia's plan. Dandelion shouts in protest, but Zenobia cuts him off, announcing that it's time to begin. The dragon begins to move away, and Amber yells at Dandelion to stop it, saying they need more time to prepare. The three adventurers stand together, a silent agreement passing between them as they ready themselves for the risky gambit. With a sigh of resignation, Dandelion accepts his role as the decoy, acknowledging that there is no other choice. He grits his teeth, raises his holy sword, and prepares to face the undead dragon alone. He single-handedly engages the colossal beast, his sword clashing against its bony frame as his companions begin their preparations behind him. Amber, watching the hero struggle, turns to Zenobia and asks what she was doing all this time if not preparing for this moment. A torrent of dark, corrupt magical energy erupts from Amber's body, causing him to scream in agony. Zenobia explains that she has forcefully adjusted his body to become a vessel capable of absorbing all the surrounding magical energy, a process that is excruciatingly painful for a human. Amber writhes on the ground, blood pouring from his eyes and mouth as he endures the unimaginable pain. Even in his tormented state, his first coherent thought is to save Dan, a display of loyalty that Zenovia finds unbelievable. She reassures the suffering elf that it's okay, confidently stating that Dan will not be defeated by some rotting dragon. Her mind flashes back to a conversation she once had with a much younger Dandelion. She had bluntly asked him why he didn't die when he fought her father, calling him weak and pathetic. Dandelion had simply replied that it was precisely because he was weak. He had explained that humans, being weaker than demons, developed a specialized martial art to even the odds. This martial art was a system of techniques born from generations of fighting demons. In the present, Zenovia explains to the pain-racked Amber that this art is called Ka, and that Dandelion applied its principles to his swordsmanship. She declares that Dan is the one who practiced that art harder and more diligently than anyone else in history. A spark of understanding ignites in Amber's mind. Zenovia states with absolute conviction that even if Dan is weaker now, no mere monster could ever defeat the man that even her father, the Demon King, could not beat. Back in the present, Amber rises to his feet, his body now adjusted to the immense magical power flowing through him, and Zenovia tells him it is time. He stands bloodied and exhausted, but ready for the final move. He raises his guns, now glowing with the unstable energy he has absorbed. He runs past Zenovia, his focus entirely on the battle ahead. He grits his teeth, pushing through the immense strain on his body. He shouts to Dandelion to hang on for just 30 more seconds, as their preparations are almost complete. Dandelion, battered and at his absolute limit, thinks to himself that he should have just run away. He knows, however, that it is much harder to retreat when his companions are watching his back and counting on him. The dragon's massive wing slams down, sending shards of rock and ice flying. The hero grits his teeth against the pain, thankful for the brutal training of his youth that allows his body to remember how to fight even when his strength fails. Bloodied but unbowed, he pushes himself to his feet, declaring that he can still move. He focuses all his senses on his opponent, watching its movements, listening to its breathing, and anticipating its next attack. He narrowly dodges another devastating strike, his movements fluid and precise. He knows that his body will react on its own, just as it did during the war against the Demon King. Just as his strength is about to give out, Amber and Zenovia call his name, their preparations finally complete. A massive beam of purified light erupts from above, striking the undead dragon with immense force. Dandelion is shocked to see the dragon still standing after the attack and worries about the dangerous magical backfire. Zenovia smiles and takes a deep breath of the now clean air, explaining that Amber cast an explosive light spell that consumed all the corrupt magic in the area. Dandelion asks what they are supposed to do now that all the magic is gone, just as Amber collapses into Zenovia's arms, his task complete. Zenovia smirks, reminding them that as a demon, she is perfectly fine even without any ambient magic in the atmosphere. She unleashes her own innate demonic power, her body glowing with a dark energy. With a cry of, "Ready, go," she fires a powerful blast of her own at the weakened dragon. The beam of pure demonic energy slams into the beast, tearing it apart. She turns to a blood-soaked Dandelion and flashes a triumphant smile, and he can only remark that she is truly her father's daughter. With the dragon finally defeated, Zenovia rushes to Dandelion to celebrate their victory. The sudden movement and relief cause Amber to vomit, his body finally succumbing to the strain of the battle. Dandelion supports his unconscious partner, asking Zenovia if he will be alright, and she reassures him that she cast a healing spell on him. Zenovia stretches happily, relieved that the foul smell of the corrupt mana is finally gone. She realizes the undead dragon must have been the source of the dungeon's magic dampening effect, and with it gone, she can now use her detection magic. Amber wonders about the purpose of the dungeon, speculating that it was designed to test how adventurers would fare without their magical abilities. Zenovia uses her magic to locate the exit and points them down a previously unseen corridor. She happily leads the way out of the main cavern. The tunnel opens into a massive, glittering vault filled with unimaginable treasures. Dandelion's eyes sparkle like the gold before him, excitedly wondering if this is a bonus for completing the impossible quest. As he prepares to loot the room, Zenovia stops him, saying she senses people nearby and that they should investigate. They follow another passage and emerge into a beautiful, sunlit grotto with a large, pristine pool. Zenovia points towards the other side of the pool, confirming that someone is there. They see a luxurious, modern mansion built into the side of the grotto, a place completely out of sync with the ancient dungeon. A woman is seen sunbathing on a lounge chair by the pool. The party cautiously approaches the sleeping figure. The woman begins to stir, awakened by their presence. She sits up, revealing a familiar helmet, and Dandelion stares in utter shock, whispering the name of his former patron, Madrun. Dandelion stares in confusion at the luxurious mansion that stands inexplicably at the heart of the ancient tomb. He turns to his companions, asking why Duke Madrun is here, just as she awakens and recognizes him as Danville. She rises from her lounge chair, her poise unwavering despite the unexpected intrusion. Two maids instantly appear at her side with a robe, one of them remarking that she is lucky it was only Lord Danville who saw her relaxing. They gently chide her for lounging around when she has guests, leaving a bewildered Dandelion to wonder what is happening as the party is escorted away from the pool. The maids lead them into the mansion, thanking Dandelion for his hard work and guiding him toward a lavish suite. Once inside, they are treated to the highest level of hospitality, with maids providing Dandelion with delicious food and a relaxing massage. Dandelion finally storms into Madrun's parlor, where she is calmly sipping wine, and demands to know what is going on. Madrun simply tells him to stop yelling and calmly reveals that she was the client who commissioned the quest for the Dragon Bone Tomb. Zenobia immediately accuses her of creating the dungeon, calling her cruel for designing such a foul and dangerous place. Madrun dismisses the complaint with a bored expression, stating that she personally considered the dungeon to be a masterpiece. When Zenobia complains that the rotten magical energy made her throw up, Madrun explains that this was a necessary feature for filtering the adventurers. She laments that it took a full 10 years for anyone to finally complete her quest, as all the previous adventurers proved useless once their magic was sealed. She recounts how she has waited at the hidden villa for a decade, feeling like a fool every time another hopeful accepted the quest only to inevitably fail. She then offers a disingenuous apology for her poor hosting and tells them to enjoy her hospitality as a reward for their success. Dandelion sees that Amber has finally awoken, and Madrun comments on how amazing Dan is for clearing a quest she thought was impossible for him in his current state. Amber looks up, his expression a mixture of exhaustion and confusion. His eyes fall upon the Duchess, and he recognizes her as Duke Madrun. Madrun turns her attention to him, asking if he, the other one, has also decided to join them before suggesting they discuss the matter further. The scene shifts to the party relaxing in the luxurious accommodations Madrun has provided. Dandelion enjoys a massage while Zenobia is pampered by the maids. The maids playfully dress Zenobia in a variety of outfits, much to her delight. Later, Dandelion and Amber relax in lounge chairs by the pool while Zenobia swims. The party then moves to a large, ornate bath to soak and recover from their ordeal. Dandelion sinks into the hot water with a sigh of pure bliss. After a moment of thoughtful silence, he turns to his companion. He bluntly asks Amber if he has fallen in love with Madrun. Amber furiously sputters a denial, insisting that he has only been acting strangely because of the complexities of the situation with the nobles. He reminds Dandelion of their previous conversation about the state of the Adventurers Guild. He recounts how nobles now offer high-reward quests simply to gather powerful adventurers for their own prestige. He laments that because of this, it is the common people who can only offer low-reward quests who suffer the most. Amber admits that while he didn't say it at the time, he believes one noble in particular is responsible for letting this situation run rampant. He asserts that Duke Madrun has more than enough power to restrain the other nobles' influence over the guild, but she chooses to do nothing, speculating that she simply doesn't understand the plight of those with nothing. Dandelion listens, a memory of Madrun in her opulent mansion flashing in his mind. He tells Amber that he understands his feelings, but that Madrun has her own reasons, revealing that she was originally a poor noble herself. Amber is visibly shocked by this unexpected revelation. Dandelion recounts that when he first met her, she had just inherited a ducal title that was buried in debt, and despite her fancy dress, her house was falling apart. Amber questions why, if she understands poverty, she would choose to do nothing, and Dandelion explains that her pride was as insufferably high then as it is now. He insists, however, that she is not the kind of person to neglect others out of malice or laziness, and that he can say that much for certain. Amber looks at him intently, asking if he truly trusts her, and Dandelion affirms that he does. Having finished their conversation, Amber begins to get out of the bath. He is suddenly accosted by Madrun's maids, who playfully shout that he can't leave yet. The maids proceed to drag him back into the water with a great splash. At the other end of the bath, the maids are forcibly scrubbing a protesting Zenobia, telling her to stay still so they can wash her properly. Madrun appears, apologizing to Amber and explaining that she couldn't leave him alone with the Demon King's daughter. Zenobia panics, asking how she knew her true identity, but Madrun points out that unleashing such immense demonic power in the dungeon was a dead giveaway. Madrun reassures the young demon that she has no intention of spreading rumors about her, then changes the subject, asking if it's true she intends to marry the hopeless old man. Zenobia simply smiles, saying that Dandelion's current state doesn't matter, as he was the only person her father ever truly acknowledged. She gushes about how cool Dandelion was when he fought the Demon King, prompting Madrun to muse on the Danville of the past. A flashback shows a younger, more stressed Madrun poring over documents at her desk. The documents are a mountain of enormous invoices from high-class taverns and casinos, all run up by Dandelion and charged to her estate. She slams her fist on the desk in fury, exclaiming, "These idiots," and wondering if they are writing everything off as a business expense. In the present, she admits that thinking about the past gives her a stomachache, recalling how she thought Dandelion's reckless spending was going to bankrupt her. Zenobia, having escaped the maids, runs from the bathhouse, ignoring Madrun's protests. Madrun sits alone by the water, reflecting on the strange turn of events. The hero has returned, and he has brought the Demon King's daughter with him. She looks up at the starry night sky and remarks on the intriguing nature of fate. Later, the party is treated to a lavish feast, which Dandelion and Zenobia devour with gusto while Amber eats with quiet reservation. Madrun sips her wine, observing the scene with a detached amusement. After the meal, Dandelion and Zenobia lean back in their chairs, stuffed and happy. Dandelion decides it's time for answers and asks Madrun to explain what the quest was really all about and why she kept the magic dampening effect a secret. She explains that she only gave the guild 2 pieces of information, her identity as the client and the fact that magic couldn't be used, ensuring all other details remained confidential. Dandelion calls her methods harsh, pointing out that someone could have died, but Madrun insists she arranged it so no one would die, while also ensuring no incompetent, magic-reliant adventurer could ever clear it. Zenobia asks what she means by a filter, a part of her earlier explanation that had made her curious. Madrun reveals the truth. The dungeon was a test, her personal method for selecting adventurers worthy of her employment. She was testing them to see if they possessed the courage, intellect, and combat ability to succeed in an environment where they could not rely on their magic. She looks at Dandelion with a sly smile and tells him that this time, she will not let him say no to her offer. Dandelion sighs in resignation, saying it can't be helped. Madrun then turns to Amber and asks if he accepts as well, and he reluctantly agrees. Madrun smiles, declaring that as her new personal adventurers, she will entrust them with important quests of international significance. The weight of this new responsibility dawns on Dandelion, who admits he is not exactly thrilled by the pressure. Madrun tells him not to be like that and instructs him to go forth and make the name, Danville, famous across the land once more. As the party leaves, Zenobia notices that Amber is quiet and asks him what's wrong. One of Madrun's maids enters the room and reports that it seems someone else has also managed to clear the dungeon. A battered and heavily bruised Bearable Milo is being carried by his party members. One of them recognizes him as the other S-rank adventurer, Bearable. Milo stumbles towards Amber, grabbing his shoulders and asking if he is okay, explaining that he came all this way to help him. Amber stares at his rival with cold, empty eyes and tells him his help is not needed, instructing him to please go home. A flashback begins, showing the desolate, icy mountains where the Dragon Bone Tomb is located. Inside the treacherous dungeon, Bearable Milo curses his inability to control his magic in the chaotic environment. He finds his path blocked by a trio of giant, monstrous centipedes with vicious mandibles. Dismissing them as mere trash mobs, he pushes forward, worried that the body enhancement magic coursing through him will soon tear his own body apart. He grits his teeth, fighting through the excruciating pain as the unstable magic threatens to overwhelm him. Despite his suffering, he stands resolute, his back to the darkness from which he came. A memory surfaces of one of his party members, a young elf girl, weakly pleading for his help. Her desperate voice echoes in his mind, fueling his determination to push onward. He screams in defiance, vowing that he will not be stopped by something as trivial as this. With a surge of renewed strength, he cuts a path through the monsters, continuing his desperate advance. Back in the present, at Madrun's villa, Milo concludes his dramatic tale, proudly declaring that this is how he rescued Amber. The adventurers who followed him from the guild swoon at his story, calling him cool and amazing. Amber, however, looks on with a completely unimpressed expression and tells him to please stop making things up. A flustered Milo asks if Amber overheard him, then quickly backtracks, insisting he wasn't worried and was only doing his rival a favor out of pity. His own party members giggle at his transparent lie, and he snaps at them to be quiet. Amber coldly informs Milo that he has not fallen so low as to require saving from the likes of him. Milo retorts that he won't save him next time, to which Amber replies that he would actually prefer that. Dandelion steps between the two bickering S-rank adventurers and attempts to mediate, announcing that they will all be forming one big party from now on. Amber immediately objects, turning to Milo and suggesting he forget the whole thing, reminding him that he already has precious companions of his own. Milo's party members agree that it would be a huge problem for them if he left, even though they admit his personality sucks. With bright, supportive smiles, they give him a thumbs up. They cheer him on, overjoyed that he is finally getting his wish to team up with Amber, and encourage him to do his best. Milo is left speechless by his party's enthusiastic betrayal, while Amber simply stares at the ridiculous act unfolding before him. Deciding it's best to ignore the idiot, Amber suggests to Dandelion that they just pick a new quest. The two of them turn their attention back to the current situation in the guild hall. They see the adventurers who had previously been fighting over high-reward quests now lying collapsed on the floor, groaning in utter despair. Dandelion and Amber look on, confused by the sudden change in the atmosphere. Dandelion approaches the guild receptionist and asks what happened while they were gone, and she confirms that Lord Madrun has begun issuing quests. A wide grin spreads across Dandelion's face as he assumes this means the quest rewards will be exceptionally good. The receptionist smiles knowingly and suggests that it would be quicker for him to just take a look for himself. He examines the new quest posting from Madrun, a lycanthrope subjugation mission with a reward of only 10 silver coins. Dandelion's jaw drops in shock at the unexpectedly low pay. Zenobia glances at the quest board and exclaims that all the new quests are cheap. Dandelion looks around, confused by this turn of events. He sees the once arrogant and boisterous adventurers looking completely dejected and lifeless. The receptionist explains that there is an unspoken rule among the other nobles to never offer rewards higher than Lord Madrun's, so they have all been forced to lower their prices. Amber realizes Madrun's strategy. The moment she selected her personal adventurer, she began to restore balance to the guild's economy by setting fair, reasonable prices for quests. He processes this new information, his expression thoughtful and serious. Dandelion connects the dots, understanding that Madrun had allowed the other nobles' reckless spending to continue unchecked as a way to find a true adventurer who wasn't obsessed with money. Amber stares into the distance, pondering why she would feel the need to do this now, in what is supposed to be a peaceful era. The downtrodden adventurers now flock to Dandelion, begging him to put in a good word for them with Madrun, complaining that this guild was once the easiest place to make money. They wail in despair, crying that with such low rewards, it will be impossible for them to pay off the loans they took out for expensive equipment. Dandelion suggests that if they don't like the new system, they should just go to a different guild. He turns to the receptionist and asks if there are other guilds besides this one in the kingdom. She confirms that there are, though as an employee, she can't officially advise them to leave. She explains that there are 4 major guilds in total, one in each of the 4 cardinal directions, each managed by one of the 4 great dukes of the kingdom. Dandelion states that he came to the Southern Guild because he was most familiar with it, and asks if the others are managed differently. The nearby adventurers nod grimly at his question. Bearable Milo explains that while the guilds were all similar back in the old days, the Northern Guild has always been notoriously rough. He describes the brutal philosophy of the North. Failing quests and running from monsters are not forgiven, and in that harsh land, adventurers must get stronger or die. Dandelion shudders, remarking that it sounds just as unforgiving as it was 20 years ago. The other adventurers agree that the North's way of thinking is outdated. While the harsh training and strong enemies can make you stronger, it's meaningless if you end up dead. The memories are so painful for Dandelion that he declares his old trauma is coming back, and he would absolutely refuse to ever return to the North. He quickly changes the subject, asking about the guilds in the East and West instead. The receptionist explains that those 2 guilds have changed dramatically since their overseeing dukes were replaced. The East is now like a magic research institute, while the West has become known as a gambling hall. Dandelion argues that bigger rewards should be better for adventurers, and the receptionist agrees that is why so many people flock to the Western Guild, where the rewards are the highest. She adds a grim warning, however. The penalty for failure there is insane, and it is often said that for adventurers in the West, success means luxury, while failure means poverty. Dandelion is shocked to learn that failing a quest in the West actually puts an adventurer into debt, a fact confirmed by another adventurer who knew someone that moved there. That person, he explains, failed quests repeatedly, fell into massive debt, and then suddenly disappeared, with rumors circulating that they were sold into slavery to pay it off. The adventurers worry for a friend of theirs who recently left for the West, while Dandelion remarks that the entire system is completely messed up. Another adventurer chimes in, warning that while you can make decent money in the East, you will be forced to become a test subject. He clarifies that a mandatory condition for every quest completion in the East is to participate in an experiment for some new form of magic. The guild takes no responsibility for any accidents that occur during these tests, and to the mages in charge, adventurers are nothing more than convenient, disposable subjects. Dandelion looks on, his expression a mixture of pity and disgust. Zenobia calls humans stupid for creating such pointless systems, while Dandelion despairs at what has become of the guilds, a sentiment the receptionist confirms is due to the policies of the dukes who manage them. He realizes with a start that Madrun, who he had previously thought was problematic, is actually far better than her peers. He now understands that the other dukes are truly eccentric and dangerous characters. A flashback shows Madrun making an official announcement to the other dukes, declaring that she has chosen her exclusive adventurer. The other three dukes, the jovial Duke Rush, the stern Duke Fog, and the silent Duke Noctis, listen to her declaration. Duke Fog scoffs, noting that she has chosen the same man as before, but one who has proven his strength by clearing a quest no one could conquer for a decade. He expresses his disapproval, stating that he had heard Dandelion had grown much weaker and could not be entrusted with their important mission. Madrun calmly replies that his information is outdated, and that Dan has already regained the strength of his prime, privately calling him a nosy old geezer. Duke Fog remains unconvinced, pointing out that even at his prime, the old hero cannot use magic. His aide shares his concern, admitting she feels terribly uneasy about entrusting such an important quest to an old-fashioned warrior. Madrun coolly dismisses their worries, stating that it won't be a problem as his party members are well-versed in magic. The aide expresses a desire to see this for herself, and Duke Fog suggests Madrun prove her claims by showing off the hero's so-called regained strength. Madrun falls silent, her confident facade momentarily cracking. Duke Rush intervenes, telling the others not to be unreasonable. He proposes that if they are going to have a showing, it's only fair that all the dukes present their own exclusive adventurers as well. Madrun questions the meaning of such a display, but Rush insists it would make things more interesting. He smiles and makes a grand proposal, a joint quest involving all four guilds. Duke Fog grins, intrigued by the idea of holding such an event for the first time in 20 years. Duke Rush boasts that his own adventurer will not be beaten so easily and asks Madrun if she is fine with the friendly competition. With the other dukes in agreement, Madrun has no choice but to accept the terms. She curses inwardly at how complicated the situation has become, realizing that the adventurer who proves the most strength in the joint quest will be the one dispatched on the crucial mission. With her bluff called, she knows she has no choice but to bet everything on Danville. Back in the present, the adventurers at the Southern Guild are in a state of panic, begging Madrun to do something about the joint quest, which they consider a death sentence. At the lavish Madrun estate, the Duke gathers Dandelion's party to deliver a formal announcement. She reveals that the four major guilds, each under the patronage of a great duke, will be undertaking a joint quest. Dandelion remarks that the idea of a joint quest is nostalgic, while Amber notes that it is the first time he has ever participated in one. Madrun clarifies that this is the first such event in 20 years and should be considered a proxy war between the dukes, with the right to accept a certain crucial quest as the prize for the victor. Dandelion protests, arguing that a joint quest is supposed to be a cooperative effort, not a competition. He asks why the dukes don't simply work together on the important quest, but Madrun dismisses the idea as impossible, stating that relations between them have been at their worst ever since she rose to her station. Dandelion dryly comments that her souring of diplomatic relations is hardly something to brag about. Madrun continues, explaining that Duke Fog, the head of the Northern Guild, is suspicious of Dandelion's current capabilities and wants to see his true strength. Amber recalls the intimidating old Duke, and Madrun's maid confirms that it is well known Fog despises Madrun for having been the one to discover and sponsor the hero who defeated the Demon King. Dandelion winces, remembering how Duke Fogg relentlessly grilled him about the final battle at the Demon King's castle 20 years ago. He points an accusatory finger at Madrun, realizing that her rivalry with Fogg is the reason he is now being targeted. Bearable Milo scoffs, stating that the true target is only Dandelion, so he and the others are not even on the other Duke's radar, but Zenovia insists they just need to show off Dan's strength. One of Milo's party members formally addresses Lady Madrun. On behalf of the other adventurers, he requests a demonstration of Dandelion's supposed regained strength. Dandelion looks on in confusion as Zenovia clings to his arm, a strange tension filling the room. The scene shifts back to the Adventurers Guild, now buzzing with a new energy. The entire guild hall is in an uproar over a new announcement. A notice has been posted for a selection match to determine the guild's representatives for the joint quest, with a crucial addendum. If Madrun's chosen adventurers are defeated, the guild's quest rewards will return to their former high-paying standard. The adventurers erupt in a massive cheer, seeing this as a golden opportunity to restore their easy livelihood. They rally together, vowing to team up and take down Madrun's party, their desperation fueled by outstanding loans and the fear of financial ruin. One of the adventurers begins to strategize, pointing out that since Bearable just joined the party, their coordination should be weak, and Amber has not undertaken many high-difficulty quests. Another adds that on top of those points, their party also has an obvious weak link. With malicious grins, they all agree they can finally defeat the old hero, Dandelion. From a quiet corner, Dandelion and the Receptionist observe the tense and hostile atmosphere of the guild. Dandelion turns to her and asks about Bearable's history with Amber. He asks what the point of all the ruckus is, as he had heard something about needing to put on a demonstration. Bearable appears and explains that the ruckus itself is the entire point. By winning, their names will become known to all the other dukes. He adds with a smirk that he fully intends to sell his newfound fame for a very high price. He explains that the other guilds are currently looking down on their southern guild. Therefore, he predicts that the other 3 guilds will form an alliance to hunt them down from the very start of the joint quest. He grins fiercely, declaring that they must make the other guilds understand that they are strong, and that anyone who comes at them had better be prepared to get seriously hurt. Dandelion quietly processes this aggressive and confrontational strategy. He realizes the brilliance of the plan. By demonstrating overwhelming strength early on, they would force the other 3 guilds to become wary and turn on each other, giving their team a decisive advantage. Amber agrees with the assessment, stating that if they can successfully dominate the competition, the rest will be a breeze. He turns to Zenovia and tells her that he is counting on her to watch over Dan-san. He gives her a strict order. She is only to use her true demonic strength if the situation becomes truly dangerous. With the plan set, he tells Bearable it is time to go and dominate, and Zenovia playfully reminds him that he is their trump card. Bearable enthusiastically accepts his role, telling them to leave everything to him. At a set of ancient ruins, an official explains the rules of the selection match. It is an escort quest where each party must divide into 2 carriers and 2 escorts, with the goal of delivering a cargo package to the destination first. The assembled adventurers immediately understand the implications of the rules. They realize that the fastest way to win is not to race to the finish line, but to attack and eliminate the other team's carriers. Amber and Bearable exchange a silent, knowing glance, their strategy already aligned. The teams make their way into the crumbling stone ruins to begin the quest. Zenovia cheerfully tells Dandelion that they should do their best as the designated carriers, while loudly instructing Amber and Milo to protect him properly. As they proceed, Bearable smirks, noting that they already have a welcoming committee ahead. They are immediately ambushed by a massive crowd of the other adventurers, who have all teamed up against them. One of them sarcastically apologizes to the hero, while Dandelion mutters that they are behaving more like assassins than escorts. The rival teams completely surround them, their intentions clear. With a unified battle cry to fight for their livelihood, the mob of adventurers launches an all-out attack. Amber immediately erects a hexagonal magic barrier, effortlessly blocking the barrage of spells. He stands calmly within the shield, his gun-like weapon at the ready. He coolly tells Dandelion to go ahead as they had planned. An enemy adventurer attempts to bypass the barrier and attack the carriers directly, shouting for the others not to bother with Amber and to target the old man. His attack is intercepted by a flash of steel as Bearable appears before him. Bearable grins, telling the attacker that he will not let him get in the way. The other adventurers are impressed by the power of the 2 S-rank adventurers but note that they seem to have no coordination. Believing they can win through sheer numbers, they prepare to charge forward. To everyone's shock, Amber and Bearable are suddenly attacked from behind by their own party members. Amber's barrier easily deflects the surprise attack, the spells fizzling out harmlessly against its surface. The enemy adventurers are stunned, wondering how the two rivals who supposedly hate each other can coordinate so perfectly. A brief flashback shows Amber's internal thoughts, realizing that he will have to cover for the creepy Bearable to make their plan work. Their feigned lack of coordination having successfully baited their opponents, the escorts quickly catch up to the lead group of enemy carriers. They immediately opened fire, launching a surprise attack on the now defenseless carriers. The carriers cry out in shock as they are targeted by the powerful S-rank adventurers. While the escorts cause chaos, Dandelion leads Zenovia down a narrow, hidden alleyway, escaping from the main group of pursuers. An enemy adventurer uses a tracking spell to follow their movements on a magical map. He realizes they have entered a narrow choke point and orders his team to split up, with half going after Dan and the other half heading straight for the goal. Dandelion and Zenovia are shown skillfully navigating a treacherous shortcut, passing over a sleeping wyvern's nest. The pursuing team finds their tracking spell ineffective, as their targets are moving through narrow paths the spell cannot reach. Dandelion and Zenovia are eventually cornered on a high cliff by the other group of pursuers, who demand they hand over the cargo. Their leader offers to spare them if they surrender the package quietly. One of his companions notes that judging by the terrain, they must already be very close to the goal. A sudden sound from below startles the group on the cliff edge. In a flash, Zenovia grabs Dandelion and leaps from the cliff, much to the astonishment of their pursuers. They land safely at the bottom, right in front of the goal, and Zenovia cheerfully calls up to their stunned opponents. The guild receptionist, who is acting as the judge, congratulates them on securing first place, while Dandelion remarks that his past explorations of the country's ruins have finally paid off. At the finish line, Bearable stands triumphantly over the defeated adventurers, gloating to a battered Amber about his strength. The leader of the defeated team is in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend how they managed to wipe out the escorts and reach the goals so quickly. The sun sets over the ruins, the selection match concluded. Dandelion consoles the defeated adventurers, telling them not to be so down as their strategy and teamwork were solid. He explains that the only difference between their teams was that the enemy's hesitation in their decision-making gave his team the opening they needed to win. Mad Run appears at the goal, having observed the entire match. She addresses the defeated team, agreeing that their strategy was not wrong. She states that the only difference was that Danville's team acted without a moment of hesitation, securing their victory. She praises their teamwork, however, and tells them she has high expectations for their future growth, even offering to reconsider their rewards. The dejected adventurers are overjoyed by her words, and they crowd around Dandelion's party, their animosity replaced with admiration and respect. Mad Run looks on with a pleased smile, remarking to herself that it seems she has a better team than she initially thought. At his estate, Duke Fogg muses about the goals of a person named Rush and grants entry to his personal adventurers who have just arrived. A close-up reveals the fierce, intimidating face of a large tiger. The man accompanying the tiger is identified as Linus Maxwell, an S-rank adventurer from the Northern Guild. His companion, another S-rank adventurer named Eureka, timidly asks him to stop bringing live monsters back from quests just as the beast snorts, startling her. Duke Fogg erupts in laughter, praising the magnificent tiger, which Eureka notes has pleased Linus. Ignoring a nearby servant's exasperation, Duke Fogg announces that their next mission will be the 4-guild joint quest. He explains that the exclusive adventurers of all 4 dukes are assembling and warns his own adventurers not to underestimate the competition. Eureka mentions that the hero Dan has returned, which seems to be a source of irritation for Duke Fogg, who complains about that vixen, Mad Run employing Danville again. He clarifies that his main annoyance is with Rush for taking advantage of his ongoing conflict with Mad Run. Duke Fogg reveals the joint quest's objective: to explore the Demon King's treasury, a location Eureka recognizes as a forbidden area. The scene shifts to another location where someone is in disbelief over what they've just been told. Lady Mad Run sternly confirms her order for her adventurers to retrieve the most valuable item from the Demon King's treasury. Her adventurers, Bearable, Amber, and Dan, stand in stunned and confused silence. Dan immediately makes a break for the door, loudly refusing the mission while his female companions cheerfully try to restrain him. He struggles desperately, yelling for them to release him and vowing that he will not go on the quest. The others are confused, asking about the nature of the Demon King's treasury and whether it's the dungeon located beneath the Demon King's castle. Amber recalls her father showing her a heavily barred door and making her promise never to enter it. Lady Madrun explains that the location was sealed by royal decree right after the Demon King's defeat and its existence was kept secret from most adventurers. Bearable becomes visibly excited by the idea of being the first to explore a completely new dungeon. He enthusiastically tries to rally a stunned Amber, while another companion wonders if the dungeon was sealed because even Dan couldn't conquer it. Pinned to the floor, Dan clarifies that he never actually tried to explore it because he was stopped before he had the chance. When asked who stopped him, Dan reveals it was the Demon King, shocking his companions that he would heed his enemy's warning. Dan insists the Demon King was truthful when he warned him away, stating the treasury contained monsters and items so powerful that even the Demon King himself couldn't control them. As Bearable questions the existence of beings stronger than the Demon King, Dan tries to crawl away, still refusing to go. Amber expresses surprise, asking her companions if they were truly unaware of this. Bearable and another adventurer are left speechless by the revelation. Dan argues that since the treasury requires keys from all 4 dukes, his refusal should keep it sealed, and he demands Madrun relay his opposition. Lady Madrun begins to explain a complication regarding his refusal. A flashback reveals another duke, Rush, proposing the exploration of the Demon King's treasury for the joint quest. In the flashback, Duke Fog furiously calls Rush an idiot for the suggestion. Lady Madrun is also shown in the flashback, stating her firm opposition to anyone entering the dungeon. However, Duke Noctis expresses delight at the idea, excited by the potential relics within, and votes in favor. With a vote tied 2 against 2, Rush notes that they cannot proceed without a majority. Rush then changes tactics, slyly bringing up the rumor that the Demon King had a daughter, which causes Lady Madrun to react with alarm. The mention of the Demon King's daughter sends Duke Fog and Duke Noctis into a frenzy, with Fog eager to defeat her and Noctis obsessed with experimenting on her. Lady Madrun realizes with dismay that their enthusiasm means they have both switched their votes, putting her in the minority. Rush gloats, saying she can no longer argue against the quest and speculates about the drama of a showdown between Hero Dan and the Demon King's daughter. Lady Madrun breaks into a cold sweat, wondering just how much Rush knows about the situation. The flashback ends with a shot of Rush smiling to himself. Back in the present, Lady Madrun somberly admits that she is unable to refuse the quest. Dan desperately pleads with her to find a way out of it. As he begins to mention the Demon King again, the floor beneath him starts to shatter. A heavily armored figure bursts through the floorboards from below. Dan stares in utter shock at the sudden intrusion. The party looks on in alarm as the armored intruder lands in the room. Everyone is on alert as the mysterious figure stands before them. Bearable recognizes the intruder, calling out the name Linus. He explains to the others that Linus is Duke Fog's personal adventurer, formerly of the Northern Guild. The armored Linus stays silent, slowly surveying the room. He walks directly towards Dan, who is still on the ground. Concluding that Linus will not speak, Lady Madrun orders her guards to restrain him. Before the guards can react, Linus disappears in a flash of speed. He reappears instantly, holding Dan in his arms. Dan panics and tells Linus to stop and put him down. Amber shouts Dan's name and takes aim with her weapon. She fires a concentrated blast directly at Linus. The blast hits Linus squarely in the chest, but his armor absorbs the impact completely. The party is shocked that the attack had no effect, and Zenobia calls Amber useless. Zenobia lunges forward, vowing to crush the intruder herself. She lands a powerful flying kick against Linus. To everyone's amazement, even Zenovia's magic-enhanced attack is completely ineffective against the armor. Linus remains standing, completely unharmed by the attacks. He then leaps upwards, smashing through the ceiling and disappearing. From the floor above, Linus's companion Eureka calls down, informing them they are taking their captive. The scene shifts to the exterior of a large, Gothic-style building. Dan is dropped unceremoniously onto the floor of a large chamber. He finds himself inside a grand, unfamiliar hall. Dan looks around in confusion before recognizing his surroundings as the Northern Adventurers Guild. Eureka greets him, acknowledging that it has been a long time since they last met. When Dan fails to recognize her, she dismisses it as understandable after 20 years and states the reason for his abduction. Linus steps menacingly toward Dan, causing him to cry out in alarm. Eureka translates for the silent Linus, stating that in his current condition, Dan is unfit for the joint quest, a point Dan readily agrees with. Eureka then directly accuses Dan of having been inside the Demon King's treasury before. A sweating Dan tries to deny it, asking what she is talking about. She reveals she overheard him discussing it long ago and states that Linus will now force him to talk. Linus reaches a hand out towards Dan to begin the interrogation. Dan glares back defiantly, asking if they intend to torture the information out of him. Eureka coolly advises him to prepare himself. In a dark room filled with interrogation tools, cries of pain are heard. A battered and sweating Dan finally breaks, agreeing to talk. He collapses to the ground, promising to tell them everything he knows. Eureka relays Linus's verdict. With such low stamina, Dan would be a liability on the quest. Dan tries to bargain, offering information in exchange for being left out of the mission, but Eureka tells him he will be their guide and will undergo rigorous training. As Dan starts to speak about the treasury's interior, Eureka stops him. She covers his mouth, explaining that a principle of the Northern Guild forbids obtaining information about a challenge beforehand. Dan explodes in frustration at the seemingly contradictory and absurd rule. Eureka elaborates that the strong must face challenges head-on without resorting to such cunning. She clarifies that while prior knowledge is forbidden, gathering information on-site is permitted, making Dan's role as a guide acceptable. Eureka then conveys Linus's decision. They will explore the treasury together as a team, leaving Dan baffled. Dan questions the idea of them working together when the event is supposed to be a proxy war. Eureka smiles, calling Linus pure and cute, and explains that cooperation is natural on a joint quest and that Linus looks forward to adventuring with him. Linus leans over Dan, who can only stare back in bewildered silence. As Dan's cries echo into the night, Eureka announces the start of his energetic stamina training. The scene opens at Duke Fogg's grand estate, a place of stern, Gothic architecture. An enraged Zenobia appears at the gates, flanked by a nervous Amber and Bearable, shouting that she knows Dan is inside and demanding his return. Eureka emerges to meet them, calmly assuring the trio that while Dan is indeed here, he has not been harmed in any way. Zenobia immediately calls her a liar, insisting that she can hear Dan's screams from within the estate, but Eureka calmly replies that he is just training. She points to a high window from which agonizing screams are clearly audible, shouting that he is obviously suffering. Bearable tries to calm the furious demon princess, but she turns on him, reminding him that Eureka is the one who tricked them in the first place. He attempts to reason with her, explaining that the Northern Guild absolutely forbids sneaky tricks like lies and deceit, and that this place truly is just a training ground. As another pained groan echoes from the building, Zenovia's trust wavers, and she asks Bearable if they can really trust him. Eureka, unfazed by the commotion, holds up 3 fingers and makes a simple promise. She will have Dan ready in 3 days. 3 days later, Amber, Zenovia, and Bearable wait anxiously for Dan's return. The doors to the training hall open, and a transformed Dandelion emerges, his body now rippling with muscle and his presence far more imposing. His eyes are cold and empty, his mind seemingly focused on a single, unwavering purpose: to defeat his target. Bearable stares in horror, concluding that the infamous, torturous training of the Northern Guild has completely broken the old hero's mind. Amber, his face grim, apologizes to Zenovia, admitting that this outcome was far worse than he imagined. Zenovia, however, is ecstatic, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she declares that the training method is amazing and Dan has become incredibly cool. A completely baffled Amber can only stare, unable to comprehend why she is so happy about this disturbing transformation. Eureka explains that it is not just his appearance that has changed and tells Bearable to lend a hand for a demonstration of his new power. The group assembles at a large, empty coliseum, the stage for Dandelion's evaluation. Bearable questions if a sparring match against him is too harsh a test immediately after such grueling training, even as he compliments Dan's new physique. He smirks, however, stating that for someone who ran from the harshness of the North, Dan is the perfect opponent to test his skills against. He declares that he will not believe in the results of the training until he has seen them with his own 2 eyes. The 2 S-rank adventurers engage in a fierce sparring match, their movements a blur of speed and power. Dandelion effortlessly blocks Bearable's attack and lands a heavy blow of his own, sending his rival staggering back. Bearable is stunned, realizing with disbelief that Dan is easily keeping up with his movements without the aid of any body enhancement magic. Dandelion's eyes remain locked on his opponent, his mind a blank slate focused only on the command to defeat target. Amber watches in awe, remarking that Dan is moving just like he used to in his prime, while the armored Linus observes, pleased with the results of his training program. Amber turns to Eureka, asking why she and the Northern Guild would go to such lengths to help them, especially when Madrun called the upcoming quest a proxy war. She replies with a cryptic smile that it is a secret, but the reason is precisely because they are enemies. A flashback shows Duke Fogg instructing Eureka to leave all decisions regarding the joint quest to Linus. Eureka is surprised by this, having expected to be ordered to crush Madrun's forces, but Fogg simply states that as long as they demonstrate their strength, it is enough for him. She understands his true intentions and bows, vowing to live up to his expectations. Duke Fogg muses to himself that while the scheming Duke Rush may think he has him figured out, he cannot possibly predict the actions of a straightforward warrior like Linus. Back in the present, Eureka steps in and calls an end to the spar, declaring it's enough. The armored Linus clenches his fist, a silent gesture of approval for Dandelion's newfound power. Eureka announces that the joint quest will begin in 2 days and that, per Linus's wishes, their two parties will work together to achieve their goals. Amber is completely bewildered by Linus's attempt at a "let's do our best" pose. Bearable slings an arm around the still confused Amber, telling him not to hold them back. The newly united and incredibly powerful team stands together, an unlikely alliance forged in the harsh training grounds of the North. Eureka declares that with their combined strength, they will conquer the Demon King's treasury. On the day of the joint quest, a bustling market has been set up outside the Demon King's castle, the atmosphere festive and tense. At the castle entrance, the representatives of the 4 guilds assemble on a grand stage before a massive crowd. The Southern Guild's receptionist enthusiastically announces the start of the 4-guild joint quest, the first to be held in 20 years. The receptionists from the East, North, and West guilds take turns explaining the rules. The location is the Demon King's castle. The goal is to obtain the most valuable item from the mysterious treasury within, and the order of entry has been predetermined by the dukes. The 4 great dukes, Madrun, Fogg, Rush, and Noctis, gather around a stone pedestal to perform the dungeon opening ceremony. They each place a ceremonial key into the lock, and the massive, circular stone door to the treasury begins to grind open. The receptionist declares that the forbidden door has opened and the joint quest officially starts now. The dark, cavernous entrance to the legendary dungeon is finally revealed to the world. As per the predetermined order, Dandelion's party from the Southern Guild enters last, putting them at a significant disadvantage. Bearable suggests their first move should be to find and join up with Eureka and the others from the north. Dandelion, however, once again enters his focused combat state, his eyes glazing over as he mutters, "Target. Defeat." Before anyone can react, he strikes Bearable from behind, knocking his new ally unconscious with a single, decisive blow. Amber shouts in shock and confusion at Dandelion's sudden and inexplicable betrayal. A new adventurer, a young woman with a lollipop, appears from the shadows and casually declares Bearable disqualified from the quest. She licks her lollipop with a smug, self-satisfied expression. Zenobia rushes to Dandelion's side, while Amber is stunned that he couldn't even react to the speed of the unknown attacker who took down an S-rank adventurer. The girl introduces herself as Barbara Aiken, Lord Noctis's exclusive adventurer from the Eastern Guild. Bearable, now conscious, asks what she did, and she explains that she was waiting for this chance to test them, as the winning guild will become the country's official representative. She adds that it would be far too embarrassing if a barbarian, who can't even use magic, were to win the honor. She shouts, "Shoot!" and unleashes a powerful magical attack from a wand-like device. The blast sends Zenobia flying, and Barbara declares her disqualified as well. Amber manages to erect a defensive barrier just in time, blocking a follow-up attack aimed at him. Barbara is impressed that he could block her attack but comments that his magic seems dangerously unstable, while calling the man he is protecting impressive. She prepares another spell, a glowing circle forming around her as she takes aim. Amber is shocked, realizing she hasn't even begun to cast her magic yet, the power flowing from her effortlessly. A massive beam of light erupts from her lollipop, which is revealed to be a powerful magical artifact. Amber recognizes the item she is using and asks if she has one too. She reveals a dark, magical cloak, identical to the one Zenobia possesses. She teases him, asking if he also has one but can't quite use it properly, confirming that it's not an item one can obtain by mere chance. Zenobia, now wearing her own identical cloak, demands to know where Barbara got such a rare and powerful item. Barbara is surprised to see that the young lady from the Southern Guild has won as well. Bearable, watching from the sidelines, yells out Zenovia's name in concern. A brilliant light envelopes Zenovia as she taps into the full power of the cloak. Her eyes glow with a fierce, demonic energy as she glares at Barbara and tells her not to get cocky. She declares that such childish tricks will not work on her. Barbara is stunned by the immense amount of magic power Zenovia is now wielding, a level far higher than her own. She decides to abandon the treasure hunt, declaring that the ultimate gift for Lord Noctis, Zenovia herself, is right here for the taking. She unleashes another attack with a different magical artifact, shouting that she has found her prize. The attack engulfs Zenovia's silhouette in a blinding flash of light. The powerful blast hits its mark with a massive explosion. Zenovia is thrown backward by the force of the attack, landing hard on the dungeon floor. Barbara mockingly calls her a lively guinea pig, saying she is nothing more than a bug, not a gift fit for her lord. Amber realizes the situation is dire, as a full-on confrontation has broken out far sooner than he anticipated. He quickly considers his options, wondering if they should try to join up with the Northern team and what the Western Guild will do in the ensuing chaos. Dandelion suddenly snaps out of his battle trance, looking around in confusion and exclaiming that this is the Demon King's treasure hall. He clutches his head in panic, realizing with horror that he has broken his promise to the Demon King by entering this forbidden place. A man with short, spiky hair named Dan stares ahead with a troubled expression, sweating as he wonders what he should do while two of his companions look on from behind. One of his party members calls out to Dan-san, asking if he has returned to normal and expressing immense relief that he seems to be okay. Dan turns to them and gravely explains that he will not be able to clear the dungeon, citing a promise he made with the Demon King as the reason. He then declares to his stunned companions that he is dropping out of the quest, prompting one to yell at him that this is no time for jokes. Dan continues, stating that the Demon King has never once broken a promise to him, and therefore he must keep his own promise in return. His two companions, a man with two-toned hair and a blonde elf, stare in shocked silence at his declaration. He announces that he is leaving the party for now because he cannot act together with them, which leads his companions to ask what he plans to do on his own. Dan offers a reassuring smile and tells them he will do what he can, promising not to cause them any trouble. The blonde elf grabs him by the armor, angrily retorting that he has already caused them trouble many times before. Deciding he is too worried to leave Dan on his own, the elf declares he will go with him, and the other companion quickly agrees, leaving their fourth member, Bearable, behind. Dan protests their decision, but his companions are insistent, with one telling him they're fine and the other demanding to be let go so he can follow. A woman with long, pale hair appears, warning the elf that his decision means betraying Duke Madrun, but the elf stands firm, stating he is simply following his own convictions. The focus shifts to another group, where a woman in a uniform questions a potential alliance with Linus, and another reasons that since only one guild can win in the end, a clash would be inevitable anyway. In the distance, a massive explosion of energy erupts between two battling figures, and a voice says that they have to be stopped. A girl with cat-like features cheers with delight at the battle, calling it amazing and demanding that the fighters stop defending and deliver even stronger hits. The onlookers realize the situation is getting completely out of hand and that the two combatants are too caught up in their fight to listen to anyone. Dan steps forward and declares that he will go stop them, revealing that the Demon King had asked him to intervene if a woman named Zenovia ever tried to kill humans. He walks off confidently, saying it will be fine, even as his companions express doubt that stopping the powerful combatants is even possible. A blast of energy streaks toward Dan, and his companion yells for him to watch out, but he calmly tells them to leave some things to him. He casually sidesteps the attack with minimal effort. His party members can only stare in disbelief at his effortless dodge. A young, hooded girl appears beside him and says hello. Dan tells the hooded girl that they should switch places, and that he will take care of disciplining the brat they are facing. A girl wielding a modern-looking pistol aims it forward, yelling that she doesn't want an incompetent old man getting in her way. Her eyes widen in shock at the sudden development. The hooded girl, Zenovia, reminds the other that the Demon King ordered her not to kill anyone, expressing concern that her companion can't hold back when she gets emotional. Dan looks on with a stern expression and says Zenovia's name with authority. Zenovia sighs and reluctantly agrees to stand down. She tells the gun-wielding girl that she'll fight her again if she can defeat Dan, though she adds that it's impossible, frustrating the girl who intended the fight to be a gift for Lord Noctis. A companion asks Zenobia if she is truly okay with this arrangement. Zenobia complains about having to deal with an old, barbarian type, who can't use magic but ultimately tells everyone to just watch quietly. The countdown to the fight begins with the number 1. The girl fires her weapon, and the magical bullet strikes Dan directly in the chest armor with a brilliant flash of light. The onlookers are stunned that he withstood the magic and wonder what on earth is happening. A companion explains that Dan's armor is special, capable of withstanding even demon magic. Dan found the incredibly tough armor by exploring dungeons all over the world, and he now tells his opponent that her magic won't work on him as he demands her surrender. The girl finds this new development interesting and smirks, telling him he should have mentioned having such a toy from the start. A party member observes that the quality of her magic has changed, noting that transplanting demon markings onto a human causes their magical capacity to explode. She demonstrates this power, explaining that with practice, she can move the demon markings across her body as she pleases. Concentrating the markings onto her weapon, she calls the technique the magic gun form. The pistol transforms in her hands, becoming a massive, cannon-like firearm. She grins, boasting that by enhancing her weapon, she can now use magic that surpasses even that of demons. As the girl vows to break his armor and prove her magic is superior to the demons, Dan's companion cries out in terror at the sight of the compressed magic, believing no one could survive such an attack. She fires the weapon, unleashing a massive beam of destructive energy. The resulting explosion engulfs the area in a blinding light. The girl is shocked that the armor still didn't break, acknowledging how tough it is, while Dan's companion yells his name in concern, but Dan waves him off, saying there's no need. His companion tells the others to look closely, insisting he is not just sulking after taking the hit. On the ground, Dan trembles on one knee from the force of the blast. He rises to his feet, admitting that her power is indeed at a demon-class level, but asserts that it has not yet surpassed the demons. He tells her the fight is a waste of time and that she should give up, but she screams back, "No way." A powerful aura surrounds Dan as he absorbs the energy, gritting his teeth as he notes how insane the power is. The girl looks on, confused and unsettled, muttering that the old man is seriously crazy. Declaring his toughness to be insane, she decides she will experiment to see just how much punishment his armor can take. As the barrage continues, Zenobia and the others watch with growing dread, believing that Dan will definitely die at this rate. Zenobia turns to the others and asks them if they knew that Dan is actually bad at monster hunting. She confirms that it is true, explaining that he particularly struggles against very large monsters, which makes his companions wonder why he was ever chosen to defeat the Demon King. Zenobia gives them the simple reason, because he is good at killing demons. She elaborates that Dan is exceptionally skilled at fighting humanoid monsters, having found armor that resists demon magic and a sword that breaks demon defenses, which is how he was able to defeat her father. She concludes that someone who merely imitates demons stands no chance of defeating the real deal, as Dan is shown effortlessly dodging another powerful blast. Dan narrowly avoids a shot, remarking that it was a close one. He stares down his opponent as she prepares to fire a point-blank shot. A flurry of explosions erupts around Dan, but he weaves through the attacks without being hit. His opponent grows frustrated, yelling in confusion as to why none of her shots are hitting him. She then recalls that it looked as though he had dodged her first attack even before she had fired it. A shocking realization dawns on her. The old man is able to see the faint trajectory of her magic before it is even launched. In an instant, Dan closes the distance and strikes her weapon with his sword, sending the magic gun flying out of her hands. Zenobia is shown falling to the ground. The disarmed girl realizes that Dan was intentionally taking her hits earlier to lure her into a false sense of security, a feint he admits he's always been good at. The scene cuts to a dark panel suggesting the conclusion of his attack. Dan is seen tying up his defeated opponent while his companions marvel that he actually won. His party praises him as the former strongest hero, but Dan cuts the celebration short, urging them to regroup before the girl's allies arrive. They turn around only to find that the captured girl has vanished without a trace. Nearby, a long-haired girl named Barbara is untying the captive, apologizing to her. Dan curses, realizing her ally was already there. Barbara reports to her leader that they were unable to shake off the northern adventurers. A new group of adventurers appears, led by a woman who announces that Linus found the chase to be fun. Seeing an opportunity, one of Dan's companions suggests they cooperate with the northern group to corner the eastern guild. Before they can act, another party arrives, led by a girl perched on a bandaged man's shoulders who tells them not to forget about her. Barbara recognizes the newcomer as Jill, another adventurer from the east. Jill announces her arrival with the Western adventurers, whom she brazenly calls their servants, here to help Barbara and Lauren. A masked adventurer from the Western Guild protests, reminding her that their arrangement is supposed to be one of cooperation, not servitude. Jill dismisses his complaint as stupid, stating that life is a constant battle against enemies and orders him to get ready. The situation becomes tense as Dan's party and Linus's party stand across from one another, trying to process what is happening. The battlefield is now occupied by the Western Party, the Northern Party, and two distinct parties from the East. With 4 different guilds now gathered in the same clearing, a massive confrontation seems imminent. Dan looks on, sweating nervously as he comments on how everyone has suddenly gathered in one place. Hey, Chic, Amber, and Bearable. A group of exhausted adventurers questions their next move, wondering if they should fight everyone to stop the quest. One of them notes the impossibility, acknowledging that while Linus and the others are strong, the girl they faced possessed incredible skill. Several imposing figures stand together, a woman with long hair, a man with a horned mask and cape, another in a gas mask and hood, and one completely wrapped in bandages. The adventurers continue their discussion, with one pointing out that the masked man is exceptionally suspicious. They reason that while he might have a reason to hide his face, he is the leader of the West and therefore must be highly skilled, so they resolve to target Linus's group instead. The plan is laid out using small figures on the ground. First, they will initiate a battle. By making the first move, they will force Linus and the others to respond, at which point they will quietly escape. Their leader smirks, confident that this will result in everyone else turning on and defeating each other. He presents the plan as a good one, but his hooded companion questions if it will truly go so smoothly, though he insists it will. The hooded one protests, reminding him that just moments before, they were told not to fight. Despite the previous instruction, 2 of the women in the group are eager for a fight, deciding to take down their targets quickly. The leader rallies his companions, Amber and Bearable, declaring it's time to move against Linus and the others. As one of them steps forward, a small, bottle-like object rolls across the ground in front of them. A sudden, powerful blast erupts from the object, knocking the adventurers back with a pained cry. The man with the horned mask stands between the 2 opposing groups, arms outstretched, telling everyone to wait. He holds up several of the bottle-like objects, proposing that they talk things out first. An astonished adventurer identifies the objects as magical tools, which allow the user to create magical effects without using magic. The group learns that these tools are incredibly expensive. A single one is worth enough to live on for a month without working. An angry woman confronts the masked man, demanding to know why he is getting in their way after he promised to help Lord Jill. The masked man calmly refutes this, reminding her that when he initially refused to fight, she forced him to accompany them, calling him a pathetic fool and making him her subordinate. He explains that he argued but she wouldn't listen, so he decided to make use of the situation even without knowing what was truly going on. Enraged that he would make use of Lord Jill, the woman screams that she will kill him while another tries to calm her down. The masked man addresses the groups, stating there is no need to fight because everyone has their own goals. His is to investigate the dungeon, while theirs was to test his group. He proposes their goal should change to capturing a specific woman, suggesting that if they work together, they can ambush her conveniently. He adds that cooperation is wise, as there are rumors of very strong monsters in the area, and he's noticed that even rivals like Lady Madrun and Lord Fog are cooperating. He turns to the bearded warrior, whom he calls Hero Dan, and asks directly if he knows what is in this place, suggesting they should all tackle the dungeon together. Dan turns away, asking for some time to think about the proposal. He sweats, clearly in a state of deep and troubled contemplation. Dan weighs his terrible options. Accepting the offer means he cannot keep his promise to the Demon King, but refusing means picking a fight with everyone present. The masked man presses the issue, asking the members from the north if they are fine with the plan, while Dan panics about what to do. One of the masked man's companions confidently states that this will be easy, as Linus will definitely agree because he loves the idea of everyone working together. Dan is in despair, realizing his own perfect plan from earlier is collapsing. A man with glasses pushes them up his nose and, speaking on behalf of Linus, simply states, "I refuse." The pronouncement is met with a collective, shocked cry of disbelief. The masked man's companion is stunned that Linus, who is known for his idealistic nature, would actually refuse. The masked man himself seems confused by the refusal, stating that a joint quest is supposed to be done together and this isn't what he was told would happen. The man with glasses explains Linus's reasoning. You cannot trust the words of humans who are not physically present to confirm their intentions. A hooded figure with face paint reacts with wide-eyed shock, exclaiming, "No way?" The realization dawns on them that something is very wrong, and the situation has suddenly become bad. In a blur of motion, the masked man is struck down by his own allies. His severed, masked head tumbles across the dusty ground. The two allies who attacked him, the man in the gas mask and the bandaged man, stand over his fallen body after delivering the decisive blows. Dan yells at the blonde woman, Zenobia, not to kill people, but she coolly tells the old man that he's slow and needs to watch closely. The severed head of the masked man emerges from the ground, fully intact and smiling, praising them for seeing through his trick. Two figures emerge from the ground as the head explains that his father long ago made a tool that acted as a clone. His companions remark on the destroyed clone, noting it was the one Lord Noctis failed to win at an auction where the final price reached nearly a national budget. The man with the glasses watches intently, concluding that they have been tricked and this was the goal from the start. A woman with him agrees, deducing that the masked man's true objective was to buy time by holding them back. She elaborates that he has likely already gone deeper into the dungeon with the intent to monopolize its treasure. Dan panics, screaming that this is the worst possible outcome, because if the masked man does that, that will awaken. The other adventurers look on in horror, realizing this could mean everyone is going to die. One of the masked man's companions holds the destroyed remains of the treasured artifact that served as the clone. Having successfully bought some time, his companions confirm that their mission was a success. The real masked man stands before a large, newly opened doorway, his companions telling him he did well. Now that his path is clear, he prepares to enter. He looks back with a smirk, stating that beyond the door lies what the Demon King left behind. Inside, a naked, elf-like woman is seen floating, perfectly preserved within a giant, glowing crystal. Her face is serene, her eyes closed in a deep slumber. A gray, textured image appears with the number 8. A group of adventurers stands together. The central armored man, Dan-san, looking stressed as his companions realize he knew what was in the dungeon all along. An elf-like companion remarks that Dan-san never shares important information, which Dan-san weakly tries to deny. Dan-san gravely announces that a terrible thing is about to awaken and that everyone will die. His companions react in shock, the elf demanding to know what he means by everyone dying. Flustered, Dan-san deflects, insisting that they first need to stop a masked individual. Turning towards the dungeon's dark entrance, he reveals that there was never any treasure inside to begin with. His party members are stunned into silence by this revelation. He clarifies that while there is something of value, it's meaningless to them, yet it is protected by a guardian. The real purpose of the dungeon, he explains, was to serve as a cover story to keep a powerful demon bound within. A party member questions this, recalling the story that hero Dan had already defeated the famed demon. Dan recounts that on his journey, he only managed to defeat the demon lord himself, not all of the high-ranking demons. A companion with glasses realizes the implication and asks for the name of the demons sealed inside. Dan grimly announces that the demon's name is Vaya. The bespectacled party member reacts with physical shock, cracking the nearby wall with her hand. She repeats the name in horror as the elf asks Dan if Vaya is a famous demon. Dan asks if they have ever heard of the 8 Abyss, a name unfamiliar to them. He begins to tell a story from about 20 years ago. The 8 Abyss, he explains, were 8 of the most dangerously powerful demons under the Demon Lord's command, and Vaya is one of them. These demons were so feared they were called the 8 Despairs you must never encounter, known for brutally killing even S-rank and A-rank adventurers, and the guild was covered in warnings about them. The elf wonders why the Demon Lord would seal away one of his own powerful demons and what this implies about Dan-san's relationship with him. An armored figure appears as the elf looks on with a start. Despite Dan's warning that they cannot beat Vaya even together, his other party members are excited for the challenge, eagerly planning to capture the strongest demon alive. The elf realizes that the masked man must have known Vaya was here, connecting it to rumors of a terrifyingly strong monster. A chaotic background sets the scene for a potential confrontation. In another part of the dungeon, a masked man addresses his followers before a large crystal encasing a figure. He orders his subordinates to search thoroughly for traps or mechanisms, though one expresses doubt that any exist. The masked man is certain a trap is present, stating this is the only place she could be. A subordinate gestures towards the crystal, asking if that is their target. The figure in the crystal is a naked, sleeping elf. The masked man dismisses it, noting it's an elf and their target must be elsewhere, prompting a question as to why an elf would be sealed here. A subordinate brings up the 8 abyss, and the masked man eagerly proclaims he wants to make the super-rare, strongest demon his own. Suddenly, a subordinate announces a reaction from their detection device. The subordinate calls the masked man Lord Rush, who quickly corrects him, insisting he is to be called the masked warrior, Schwartz. The group stands before a newly revealed dark passageway. Schwartz declares that they've found it. They enter a lavishly decorated room with a large fireplace and chandelier. The room is filled with ornate furniture, a vase of flowers, and a vintage telephone. One of Schwartz's followers notes that the room is empty. Another subordinate again calls him Lord Rush, and Schwartz once more insists on being called Schwartz while they consider searching for another room. Schwartz stands with his back to 2 mummy-like followers, observing the empty room. He quietly says, "Nun nun," as one of the mummies draws its blades and declares that there is an enemy imposter present. Schwartz addresses the imposter directly, asking, "Right, Vaya?" A horned girl with facial markings appears, laughing and remarking that he chose not to make any clumsy remarks. She states she is there on the demon lord's boring orders and envies those who are free, while Schwartz notes her penchant for mischief. Schwartz invites her to come with him. He tells her the demon lord is already gone, so she should be free as well. She takes his hand, finding his flexible way of thinking enviable for a human. Yet she dismisses his offer, calling him very shallow. Schwartz calmly accepts her rejection. He observes that her current body is merely a rare magical dummy doll, which she admits she envies. She notes that if they follow the thread of magic from the doll, they might find her real body. With this new information, Schwartz announces a change of plan and calls for Plan B, which his subordinate acknowledges. The dummy doll explodes in a flash of light. Vaya, watching her precious dummy doll self-destruct, remarks on Schwartz's quick decision-making and again states her envy. She stands before the crystal containing the sealed elf. She looks at the elf and asks if she doesn't think so too. An unseen voice calls out to Zenobia, asking what she is doing. Back with Dan's group, they see a hooded figure, Zenobia, approaching Dan-san and tell her to move away. Zenobia warns them not to go, stating that even she cannot beat Vaya and they will just be killed. Dan pulls her back, telling her they are just going to observe and haven't decided to fight. Another companion reassures her she is worrying too much, confident that since Dan beat the demon lord, their group can handle this. The other members of the party look on in confusion at this exchange. Zenobia clarifies that Dan was only able to defeat her dad because Dan had weakened him first. Dan confirms that what she says is right. Zenobia glares forward, vowing she will absolutely not let them go. A flash of energy strikes as she stares intently. Zenobia suddenly collapses in pain, crying out that something is inside her head. Motion lines indicate a sudden, swift action. A long-haired woman catches the collapsing Zenobia, apologizing softly. Another woman celebrates the nice capture, admitting she's not sure what happened but that it was lucky. Dan angrily demands that they give Zenobia back. The two groups square off, one side eager to show what Lord Jill is capable of, while another member shouts that it's not the time to fight each other. A stoic woman from the opposing group states that Lord Noctis's orders are absolute, and it seems they have no choice but to fight. Her companion, Barbara, suddenly receives a communication from Lord Noctis himself, interrupting the standoff. Barbara faces Dan's group to relay the new orders. She gestures to her companions tending to the unconscious Zenobia and tells Dan's party to take care of Zenochan. Confused, Dan's party questions why they are just handing her over, but Barbara explains that Lord Noctis has ordered her to help the girl awaken. The elf and the bespectacled woman wonder at the sudden change, speculating that someone might be watching. Barbara relays a direct message from her leader. I, Duke Noctis de Brainmorse, pledge my name to guarantee Lord Zenovia's safety. She adds a second part of the message for Dan. My goal is the safety of that person in the back. A companion asks Hero Dan what he will do, and he decides that if a duke stakes her name on it, they must trust her, though they will take precautions, ordering Amber to stay with Zenovia. The elf, Amber, questions why, asking if Dan thinks she isn't needed in a fight against demons, but he replies that isn't it. Dan explains that he wants to leave Zenovia in the hands of the person he trusts the most. Amber understands and accepts the responsibility. As Dan's group departs, another companion tells Amber he is counting on her and will take care of Dan. The scene returns to the sealed elf, who whispers that she is so envious that she feels like she wants to destroy Vaya. Vaya smirks, realizing she might be able to use the humans who have intruded to deal with her problem. A fist shatters a stone wall, radiating lines of force. A man named Hero Dan confirms to his companions that they have found the shortcut. One companion marvels at Eureka's craziness, while another speculates she might be able to defeat the demon alone. Dan expresses his doubt, explaining that demons become stronger by mirroring negative emotions like fear and anger in their opponents. His companion reacts with disbelief at this unfair mechanic, and Dan elaborates that demons absorb these human emotions to fuel their magic power. Dan concludes that the golden rule when fighting demons is to always maintain a clear and calm mind. The group looks onward into a dark, ominous space as unsettling sounds echo from within. One of the men begins to understand Dan's reasoning, asking if this means Eureka will be safe. The other companion, adjusting his glasses, says he can only hope that Dan's assessment is correct. A powerful, unseen presence makes itself known with a dramatic sound effect. A woman with long dark hair stands calmly before a massive, shadowy creature with multiple appendages. Her face is obscured by shadow, but she wears a slight, confident smile. Seen from afar, her small frame stands in stark contrast to the immense, looming darkness ahead of her. The companions are overwhelmed by the immense magic power they sense, with one identifying the source as Vaya and admitting it gives him chills. A cheerful voice welcomes the adventurers, announcing that the item they are looking for is just ahead. A woman in a dark, horned cloak gestures excitedly for them to follow, prompting a companion to note how different this is from what Dan had described. She throws her arms out wide, theatrically presenting their goal. She reveals an elf girl floating within a large crystal, announcing it as the Demon Lord's treasure, which leads a companion to ask Dan for confirmation. Dan notes that his companion's shocked reactions confirm the truth of the situation, while they wonder what the woman is thinking by revealing it so casually. The cloaked woman continues her cheerful explanation, clarifying that the elf is the Demon Lord's beloved. Dan and his companions erupt in protest, demanding to know why she is so willingly handing over the Demon Lord's treasure. She looks at them earnestly and states that she wants them to break the seal on the crystal. When they question if her job is to protect it, she agrees but says her love for the Demon Lord makes her want to free his girlfriend, and she is entrusting this task to them as capable adventurers. Dan observes that she has not changed, her mind still completely devoted to the Demon Lord, while she clasps her hands and says this is what he would have wanted. One of the companions voices his concern that if they free the elf, she will resume killing humans. The cloaked woman pauses for a moment, listening to his worry. She reveals that the opposite is true, and that she desires to die in the same manner as the Demon Lord. Her death wish leaves the adventurers speechless. Dan clarifies for his companions that she isn't being serious and lacks any grand ambition, she simply wants to imitate the Demon Lord she adores. In a brief flashback, the woman scoffs at the idea of losing to humans, whom she compares to insects. She declares that she wants to know and experience for herself the feelings the Demon Lord had when he died. A knight in full plate armor steps forward, having heard enough of this talk. The knight prepares for battle. The armored warrior, Eureka, draws her massive sword and vows to silence the demon woman permanently. Dan recognizes the weapon instantly as the holy sword. Another adventurer compliments Dan on his sharp eye, confirming the blade is a masterpiece Eureka obtained specifically for fighting high-ranking demons. With a powerful shout, Eureka leaps forward and swings her sword. The demon woman casually raises a single hand and stops the holy sword's powerful slash dead in its tracks. An onlooker cries out in disbelief at the feat of stopping Eureka's attack with one hand. Dan explains that demons constantly reinforce their bodies with magic power on a scale far beyond that of humans. The demon woman calmly asks Eureka to pause their fight so she can break the seal first. Eureka ignores the request and attacks again with another furious swing. The demon woman easily evades and asks why Eureka is so angry and unwilling to listen. She muses aloud, wondering if her anger stems from the possibility that she killed someone Eureka knew. She taunts Eureka, belittling the value of weak adventurers and expressing envy that humans can care so much for trivial things. Eureka furiously replies that a demon like her could never understand. She gathers her strength, channeling immense power for a final, decisive blow. Her companions recognize the buildup of magic power in her sword as the prelude to her special move. The air crackles with concentrated energy. With the single command to perish, Eureka unleashes her full power. The devastating attack surges across the chamber. It erupts in a massive, blinding explosion of force. Amidst the rubble, one of her companions anxiously wonders if she managed to land the hit. Eureka breathes heavily, exhausted from the immense exertion. As the smoke clears, the shattered remains of the holy sword are revealed. The demon woman stands unharmed, holding the broken blade, remarking that she is envious that low-tier demons can be killed by such a dull weapon. The other adventurers look on in shock and despair, lamenting the loss of the holy sword they had worked so hard to acquire. Eureka lets out a frustrated grunt from within her helmet. Declaring that it isn't over, Eureka prepares to fight on, but the demon mocks her as a one-trick fool. Eureka draws a handgun, but the demon's hand blurs, crushing the weapon and causing her to cry out in pain. The demon taunts the down knight, demanding to see more of the human strength that was able to defeat the demon lord and asking if she has already given up. She effortlessly flings Eureka across the room, prompting Dan to step forward, saying, "Fine." Dan tells the demon not to get too full of herself and that he will show her his power. The demon's expression turns nostalgic as she exclaims that Dan's aura reminds her of how he was before meeting the demon lord. She remarks that it feels strange because the old Dan's attacks were much more powerful, and she wonders if he is burdened by some anxiety. Dan turns to his companion and tells him to step back and stay out of the fight. The companion argues that, on the contrary, they are the ones who are in the way. He explains that this fight is meant to demonstrate that the old tactics used 20 years ago are no longer effective. Dan is startled as another armored figure appears beside him. The figure's armor clatters to the ground, revealing a young woman with short, spiky blonde hair. An adventurer shouts in astonishment, realizing that the warrior named Linus is a girl. The companion encourages Linus to go all out and to unleash her emotions without holding back. The demon woman warns Linus that taking off her armor is a foolish move, as a direct hit from her magic power will be devastating. Linus charges forward, her attack meeting the demon's defense in a clash of power. The demon's eyes widen in surprise at the unexpected force of the blow. The hit connects, and the demon grunts that the attack seriously hurts. She glares at her new opponent, a grimace on her face. Linus presses her advantage, landing another powerful strike. As the demon recoils, Linus laughs with pure, unadulterated joy. Dan watches in confusion, questioning why Linus is smiling during what should be a kill-or-be-killed battle against a demon. His companion calmly informs him that such a way of thinking is now outdated. The demon, enraged by her opponent's glee, shouts at the smiling girl, calling her a creep. The companion explains that while some claim adventurers have grown weaker with fewer demon battles, that isn't the truth. He elaborates that with the end of the war, adventurers are no longer forced into reckless quests and are now free to push their own limits in a safer environment. Dan counters that this only applies to the northern regions, but the companion dismisses this as nonsense, asserting that the new generation does not fear demons and has plenty of high-level monsters to fight for experience. Linus lands another solid blow, smiling as she points out that it hurts, to which the demon can only grunt in acknowledgement. Linus's eyes shine with a frenzied excitement as she continues her relentless assault. Dan is stunned, having never seen the demon girl pushed back like this, while the demon herself questions how Linus can still be having fun while being so battered. The companion explains that the new generation seeks strength not for mere survival, but freely, driven by their own will. A bloodied but ecstatic Linus brings a hammer down onto the demon, representing the fighting spirit of this new generation. Dan reflects on the concept of a new generation, admitting that, as an old man, he cannot comprehend their mindset. An explosive clash sends shockwaves through the battlefield as a horned, black-clad woman trades blows with a blonde warrior. The horned woman grits her teeth in exertion while the blonde warrior meets the onslaught with a bright, unfaltering smile. The attacker realizes she cannot muster her strength, confused by the woman's complete lack of hostility and her strange question about what is wrong. Unconcerned, the blonde warrior dashes forward, launching a swift strike. The horned woman recoils from the blow, an expression of sheer annoyance on her face. Elsewhere, a bat-winged demoness smiles ominously, flanked by two imposing suits of armor. The warrior's thoughts drift to the idea that her power has waned due to a lack of contact with humans. Onlookers note that the warrior's attacks are weakening, questioning what a figure called the Demon Lord had meant. The horned woman wonders if the Demon Lord trapped her in this place for the express purpose of weakening her power. Her thoughts remain on the Demon Lord as the battle continues, the blows of her opponent relentless. She comes to a horrifying realization that the Demon Lord's true intention may have been for her to die here. A massive armored figure suddenly intervenes, blocking an attack and startling the horned woman as a voice yells in defiance. She turns on the blonde human, demanding to know why she stopped her attack and telling her not to act smug. The blonde warrior nimbly dodges a flurry of powerful, sweeping attacks. Suddenly, the warrior closes the distance, her face inches from the horned woman's, who looks on in shock. In a vast, white emptiness, the blonde warrior wraps her arms around the demon in a firm embrace. The demon stands frozen, her eyes wide with utter confusion at the unexpected gesture. The warrior, Linus, continues the hug, exuding a sparkling, pure aura that envelopes them both. The demon, Vaya, struggles against the embrace, demanding to know what game he is playing. Linus's companions watch from a distance, completely bewildered by his words and actions. The three companions can only stare, dumbfounded by the turn of events. One of them, a woman in armor, states the obvious fact that they could win if they just continued fighting. Another companion explains Linus's baffling plan. He told Vaya to absorb his emotions so they could fight again once her strength returned. The others react with disbelief, though one admits it might not be a bad idea. Vaya bares her sharp teeth, a low growl forming in her throat. Linus tells her that he is envious and questions how she could lower her guard against an enemy. The armored companion shouts that Linus is doing this for Via's own sake, causing Vaya to burst into manic laughter. Vaya furiously rejects the notion, screaming that she could never turn such disgusting emotions into power and that they should just kill her, as is the proper way for humans and demons. The companion clarifies Linus's simple desire. He doesn't understand complicated things, he just enjoys fighting Vaya and wants to be friends. Vaya is aghast at the suggestion of friendship, accusing them of making a mockery of demons. A calm voice interjects, stating that the era of simply killing and being killed is over. An armored man named Dan adds that even the demon lord did not wish for her death, questioning her understanding of the times. Vaya declares that she still holds plenty of their emotions within her from past battles. She unleashes a torrent of dark energy, explaining that the pain, sadness, and frustration of those she fought are still swirling inside her. To prove her point, she speaks the name of a loved one lost to one of the companions, Orser. She then wonders aloud if the emotions of someone named Yuriaika are also inside her, which visibly shocks the striped-haired companion. The companion clenches his jaw as a single tear escapes his eye, the memory clearly painful. Vaya observes his reaction, noting that while he is trying to control his emotions, his anger is leaking through. She absorbs this anger, feeling her own strength welling up again, enough power for self-destruction. With this newfound power, she decides she can fulfill the demon lord's orders while also granting the humans' wish to defeat her. A sinister smile spreads across her face as she proposes they all die together as friends. The magic power erupting from her begins to warp space itself, and the companions realize they must stop her but cannot get close. Seeing no other option, Dan declares that he will go in himself. His companion screams for him to stop, warning that the storm of magic will tear his body to pieces. Dan remains confident, believing that his holy armor will provide enough protection for him to manage. He states that he does not plan to die but asks his companions to handle the rest if he fails. His friends can only scream his name as Dan charges headlong into the swirling vortex of magical energy. He pushes forward with all his might against the immense force. The pressure is immense, and Dan strains with every step, his armor groaning under the stress. He wryly thinks that his training of dragging Linus around is proving useful, though this situation is far crazier than anything he'd imagined. A mysterious voice praises Hero Dan for his selfless courage, risking his body for the sake of others. Dan turns to find a masked man has appeared behind him, using him as a shield to weather the magical storm. The masked man smirks, stating that at this close range, he can finally do something. He suddenly grabs Dan from behind, much to Dan's shock and confusion. The masked man says an instant is all he needs, only for another voice to mock his efforts, saying his puppet will be destroyed. Vaya looks up in surprise as a voice announces that coordinates are set for someone named Duke Noctis. Above them, a massive five-pointed star of light materializes, with a magic user at each point. The four figures cry out as they channel their energy into the coordinated spell. The masked man thanks Hero Dan and Duke Rush for saving him. Beams of light erupt from the star, binding Vaya as she screams that it's impossible, while the masked man declares that they can now handle her. Vaya stares at her bonds in pure disbelief, stunned that a human could bind her with magic. A group of female mages celebrates their success, admitting it was a close call and that they only succeeded thanks to the power of Lord Jill. Dan, now safe, looks on in bewilderment, asking what just happened and if they truly defeated the demon with magic. The masked man compliments hero Dan, explaining that stopping the magic of the Eight Abyss proves that human magic has progressed to a point where it cannot be dismissed. A calm, blonde woman in armor appears on the battlefield, and the masked man addresses her as Duke Noctis. The striped-haired companion recognizes the name but is shocked, stating that her appearance is completely different. Duke Noctis assesses the weakened Vaya, noting that while the demon is not at full strength, she must still erase her dangerous magic power. Dan calls out to the blonde warrior, addressing her as Amber. Dan asks why Noctis, a duke, is in a place like this, and Amber explains that she is merely a vessel. The group learns that Duke Noctis is remotely controlling the fourth dedicated adventurer, Amber, who had not appeared until now. Upon hearing this, Dan becomes frantic, demanding to know if someone named Zenobia is safe. Duke Noctis turns to the bound Vaya and informs her that someone is here who wishes to see her. A small, young girl with mouse-like ears and distinct facial markings walks forward. Vaya recognizes the child as Princess Zenobia, remarking on how much she has grown. Zenobia calmly greets both Vaya and Dan, leaving them stunned into silence. A sharp-toothed grin spreads across her face as she asks them if they are the Demon Lord. A figure emerges from the rubble, cloaked in dark energy, prompting two onlookers to question with shock whether this could truly be the Demon Lord. It is explained that this is not the Demon Lord himself, but rather a possession mechanism, a mere copy of consciousness that takes over anyone who ventures there. The possessed girl, now speaking as the Demon Lord, addresses another woman as Vaya, commending her for having protected the place according to instructions. A man in armor named Dan steps forward, casually greeting the Demon Lord and noting that it's been a long time. The Demon Lord returns the greeting, telling Dan that he looks well. The onlookers are stunned by the casual reunion, realizing this must be the very same Demon Lord who once fought a deadly battle against Dan. The rest of the adventurer party erupts in excitement and disbelief, finally understanding that the incredible magical power they sensed from Zeno-chan was the Demon Lord himself, with one girl eagerly calling her the ultimate guinea pig. Zeno-chan, whose body is being possessed, approaches the party, asking if they too are interested in the Demon Lord. Vaya angrily scolds the group for their frivolous excitement, insisting that they should properly fear the Demon Lord instead of directing their disgusting feelings at him. The Demon Lord, however, seems perplexed by Via's protectiveness, asking what she is talking about and declaring that he feels absolutely amazing. He adds that he practically died to achieve this feeling. Vaya, now thoroughly confused, questions what he could possibly mean by that. He then turns his attention to Dan, stating that Dan was the one who taught him this way of thinking. When asked if Dan had always shown goodwill towards demons, the armored man clarifies that was not the case at all, and that they used to just kill each other like normal. He elaborates that it was simply common sense back then for demons and humans to kill each other on sight, as if it were a decided rule. This prompts a question from an observer about how, despite that history, he and Dan managed to become such good friends. The Demon Lord explains that his friendship with Dan wasn't because Dan was different from other humans. When another person asks if Dan was as strong as the Demon Lord, he scoffs at the notion, bluntly stating that he beat Dan to a pulp. A flashback image shows the Demon Lord standing victorious over a broken and defeated Dan on shattered ground. The Demon Lord recounts Dan weakly calling out to him from the ground. Dan had cheekily asked for a truce, promising to treat the Demon Lord to good booze if he'd forgive him and grant a rematch another time. The Demon Lord recalls his bewildered reaction to such a bizarre request in the middle of a fight to the death. Back in the present, Dan wears an irritated expression as his companions stare at him with judgmental looks. One of them calls out his lie, remembering that at the tavern, Dan had claimed it was the Demon Lord who begged for a rematch. The Demon Lord continues his story, revealing that Dan was the first human he'd ever met who showed no anger, hatred, or fear, even on the verge of death. Despite his weakness, Dan was relentlessly persistent, constantly finding the holy sword and armor just to challenge the Demon Lord again and again. Dan retorts with a grimace that, at the time, beating the Demon Lord was about the only thing he had to do. The Demon Lord concludes that after so long, they ended up in their rotten bond, and Zenobia eventually grew attached to Dan as well. Vaya confirms this, adding that the Demon Lord forbade any of them from harming Dan, even when it would have been easy to kill him. The others begin to theorize that Dan must have weakened the demon lord by introducing feelings opposite to the negative emotions that fuel demons, while another playfully suggests Vaya was just upset that the demon lord wasn't paying attention to her. One of the adventurers gets swept up in the moment, declaring she can't hold back any longer and needs to have just one fight. Her companions try to restrain her, insisting she can't go ahead without them. The demon lord reminisces about facing human knights in the past. He laughs at the memory. He calls out to Vaya, telling her to observe the eyes of the humans before them now and note how completely different they are from the past. He then poses a question to Vaya, asking if she still envies a demon lord who isn't even feared by humans, which leaves her momentarily speechless. With tears in her eyes, Vaya passionately declares that no matter what kind of demon lord he is, he will always be her enviable demon lord. He suggests that Vaya could try being like him, assuring her that she would get used to this new feeling in no time. The demon lord then explains to the adventurers that he was merely keeping a promise to Dan by preventing them from getting close to this place. He gives Dan's daughter an affectionate head pat, admitting he peeked into her memories and saying that he appreciates Dan's efforts, despite his own playful bluffing. Now aware that the group is having a contest to find the most valuable item, the demon lord grants them permission to take whatever they want, adding that there isn't much of value left anyway. The adventuring party immediately explodes into action, scattering to find treasure while Barbara makes a beeline for a hidden room. Dan and his two male companions are left standing still, as Dan remarks that he had forgotten the contest was the whole point of their visit. The dark aura around the host body dissipates with a soft hiss. An adventurer grins triumphantly, now holding the dazed and dispossessed Vaya in her arms. She announces her intention to take Vaya as her prize, which draws an immediate and absolute refusal from Vaya herself. The demon lord casually permits it, prompting another character to congratulate Linus on the great news. An armored woman then steps forward and formally requests permission to take custody of the lady. Her request confuses the others, who wonder who the lady is and who Lady Noctis might be. The armored woman gestures to a large crystal encasing a sleeping elf, identifying her as Zenovia's mother. The entire group reacts with utter astonishment at the revelation. One observer connects the dots, realizing Zenovia's elf blood must be why she can use her powers without being swayed by human emotions. Dan erupts in anger, yelling at the Duchess and demanding to know how she knew about this, shouting that it was meant to be a secret. The demon lord calmly tells Dan not to make such a fuss, dismissing the idea that it was a secret worth keeping. An infuriated Dan reminds the demon lord that he was the one who insisted on secrecy, arguing that having a mother who is always asleep would just be boring for Zenovia. The demon lord acknowledges Dan's efforts, but reveals he was always planning to tell Zenovia the truth once her mother woke up, causing Dan to lament his wasted effort. This exchange prompts two of the adventurers to observe that Dan and the demon lord are actually quite alike. When Dan asks for clarification, they point out how they both keep important things to themselves and share a rough, careless vibe. The demon lord formally entrusts the sleeping elf to the Duchess, asking only that she ensures Zenovia gets to meet her mother upon waking. The Duchess and her companions solemnly promise to fulfill his request. Meanwhile, the adventurers who were looting the area worry that they've taken too much, but are reassured they can have as many items as they want. They express amazement at the rare and incredible treasures they've found, including a premium-grade wheel-lock magic gun. A blindfolded man surveys the now empty area and remarks that with nothing left, this has become a problem. While the treasure hunters gloat that it's first come, first served for those who weren't dawdling, the blindfolded man asks the demon lord if he has anything else to offer. The demon lord shifts tactics, offering to give them valuable information instead, such as the location of a great treasure. The blindfolded man agrees to accept information on behalf of his party. The demon lord then offers something far more valuable, the locations of the remaining 8 abyss. One of the party members reacts with unconcealed shock at this incredible offer. When asked why this crucial information wasn't part of their original objectives, the blindfolded man explains that their current alliance didn't require planning for what comes after. The demon lord offers a compromise, stating he will tell them the locations of about half of them. He explains that revealing everything would make things boring, and admits he doesn't even know where some of them are right now. With a smirk, he warns them not to blame him if they seek out the 8 abyss and end up dead, an offer which the blindfolded man accepts with thanks. Having concluded his business with the adventure party, the demon lord turns to face Dan and his companions. He declares that it is finally Dan's turn and asks what it is that he wants. The others look expectantly at Dan, pressing him to make his choice. Dan remains silent, his face a mask of grim determination. Dan stands with his companions, one of whom asks him what he desires now that they've succeeded. He replies with a single word, stating that he wants money. The camera focuses on the eyes of a horned girl in the party, who observes this declaration without expression. His two male companions are left speechless and sweating by his blunt demand. Dan defensively shouts his justification, explaining that he needs to pay alimony or his wife will not even see him, though as his half-elf companion points out, nobody had actually voiced an objection yet. When questioned about the substantial reward he should have received for defeating the half-elf, Dan angrily admits that he already used all of that money a long time ago. He then turns to the former demon lord, insisting that as a powerful being, she must have hidden treasure somewhere that she could share. The demon lord scoffs at the notion, calling his thinking useless and questioning why she would have any reason to be hiding human money. After a moment, she realizes he must be referring to gold, and concedes that she does know the location of a few gold veins. A hungry, greedy look crosses Dan's face as he immediately demands she tell him where, praising her as he knew he could expect from the demon lord. The other members of the party look on with open disgust, calling him an embarrassing old man and finding his shallow desires pitiful to watch. Dan smirks, saying he knows the place she speaks of from his younger days, while a horned girl beside him mutters about how embarrassing the whole situation is. He gives a quick goodbye and departs on his new quest, ignoring the horned girl as she calls out for him to wait. The demon lord watches him go, commenting on how he never listens as her body begins to emit a soft glow. Her companions notice the light with alarm, but she simply confirms that it's about time. As her physical form starts to fade, she gives her last instructions, telling a crying demon to take care of Zenobia and asking the half-elf to deliver a message to Dan, explaining her current body was an unstable, temporary setup. The half-elf soberly agrees to deliver her message. Far away, amidst barren mountains, Dan can be heard breathing heavily from his journey. He arrives at the specified location, surveys the rocky wasteland, and takes a drink from his canteen. With his destination confirmed, he steels himself for the task ahead. He raises a pickaxe and strikes the ground with a determined shout, promising that he will accomplish his goal. His singular motivation is the thought that this gold will finally allow him to finish paying his alimony. He continues to strike the hard ground with his pickaxe. The repetitive sound of his mining echoes across the empty landscape. He lets out a deep sigh, weary from the effort. Lying exhausted inside a deep pit he dug, he realizes that he has found nothing. Suddenly, a voice from the rim of the crater calls him a fool. A woman named Danville looks down at him, remarking that at his current pace, he would need to keep digging for at least another year. Dan, lying on the ground, recognizes her and says the name Madrun. To his astonishment, Madrun snaps her fingers, and two maids appear beside her instantly. He asks why she is there, and she replies that it was only natural for her to find out where he went after he stormed off. Madrun gives the order to begin, and a large contingent of armored workers shouts their affirmation. The professional crew immediately begins a large-scale excavation of the area. Dan looks on, stunned by the sheer volume of people and supplies, as Madrun tells him to take a break and leave the rest to her, noting the limits of what one man can do alone. She adds with a smile that all spoils from a quest belong to the employer, in this case her. He can only stare back at her, speechless. Inside a great cathedral, an announcement is about to be made. The leaders of the Western, Eastern, and Northern guilds are busy boasting about their recent successes, which include capturing a high-value target and securing the demon lord's wife for magical research. The discussion is interrupted by the sound of large doors opening. Duchess Madrun of the Southern Guild arrives, apologizing for being late, but the other leaders are dismissive, calling her discovery of gold veins a boring accomplishment since they all have their own mines. Madrun quiets the room by revealing that the gold deposit is valued at more than 10 years of the entire national budget. She explains the sum is so large it could disrupt the economy, so she consulted with His Majesty and was given the authority to gradually allocate the funds into future national budgets. Duchess Noctis immediately begins dreaming of using the budget to create adventurer training institutes and hold martial arts tournaments. Her ambitions grow to include building magic schools in every city, making magical education mandatory, and ensuring the mass production of magical potions. Duke Rush sees the new budget as the perfect way to fund his under-resourced agency and create a far stronger intelligence network between nations. An official declares that after review, the Southern Guild's achievements in the joint quest were unquestionably the greatest, much to Duchess Noctis's surprise. The other guild leaders agree, acknowledging that their own results were personal while Madrun's success benefits the entire nation. With no objections raised, Madrun coolly asks if it is settled that she is the winner. The official presiding over the meeting confirms that it is. He then informs her that, as planned, a certain exclusive quest is now assigned to her alone. The other guild leaders immediately crowd around Madrun, demanding the budget for their own projects and leaving her bewildered by their sudden change in attitude. She tries to calm them down, insisting they need to decide on priorities first, but they shout over her, each arguing that their own initiative is the nation's most urgent task. Elsewhere, a pair of mugs clink together in a celebratory toast. A tavern is alive with the raucous celebration of dozens of adventurers. The room is filled with boisterous calls for more beer, wine, and food. One adventurer cheers that Duchess Madrun will be covering the bill for this victory party, as his hooded friend Amber chugs her drink. A pair of adventurers approach Dan, congratulating him on his great work and encouraging him to drink up. Without a word, Dan takes a long, deep drink from his mug. Inside a large two-story adventurers guild, the title, The Genius Adventurer, in Distress, is displayed over a bustling scene of patrons on both floors. At the main counter, adventurers discuss taking quests for cash, trying to cheer up a despondent man named Dan, just as someone rushes in shouting for attention. A frantic older man grabs another adventurer, desperately pleading with him to accept a quest right away. A blonde adventurer named Amber calmly tells the man to relax and agrees to take his quest, while her companion asks the old man if he is all right. Before she can proceed, a different party of adventurers interrupts, declaring that Amber doesn't need to take this quest because helping people in trouble is their job. From a distance, another adventurer watches this display, questioning why they are so eager for a quest not posted by a noble, while his companion dismisses them as pests. The reason for their enthusiasm is shown on a notice board, which announces that Lady Madrun has ordered subsidies to be added to quests based on their urgency. Dan now understands the sudden rush for quests, realizing the funding for these subsidies comes from his own gold vein, as others eagerly search for high-paying jobs. An observer explains that these subsidized quests have become popular because they are easier than requests from nobles and the rewards are good, keeping everyone busy. The armored man from before sullenly reflects that this entire shift in attitude is just because of some shiny, precious rocks. The leader of the intervening party puts an arm around a confused Amber, congratulating her. He explains that she used to complain about no one taking urgent quests for people in trouble, so she should be thanking them for making it happen. Amber concedes his point with a smile, agreeing that this new development is a good thing. The scene shifts to an exterior shot of buildings under a lightly clouded sky. A finely dressed man dismisses a group of adventurers as trash, complaining about a smell, while nearby citizens admire Amber. An elderly man thanks Amber, saying everyone's help has been immense, but she deflects the praise and asks about the other adventurers present. The man insists the positive change is her doing, suggesting she pushed Lady Madrun to create the subsidy system since it began right after she helped him. A flustered Amber denies having done anything of the sort. Another man encourages her not to be modest, expressing his happiness that more adventurers like her are emerging, a sentiment she accepts gracefully. Dan watches her interaction from afar with a thoughtful expression. Later, inside a tavern, the atmosphere is lively with patrons drinking and talking. Dan asks Amber why she is brooding and bringing down the mood, to which she quietly agrees that he has a point. He mentions that people have been saying the guild's adventurers have changed ever since the subsidy system was introduced. In a brief cutaway, an adventurer is seen telling a grateful citizen that helping is what matters, not the subsidy, as Dan watches. Dan muses that while adventurers are helping, their true focus is the money, not the client, but concludes it's fine since he does the same. Reflected in her drink, Amber voices her fear that the change is meaningless, as things will just go back to the way they were if the subsidies ever disappear. Dan calls her too serious and, while understanding her point, suggests they just drink for the night. The two sit at a tavern table, ordering more ale and food from a waitress in the bustling establishment. A montage of panels shows their table emptying as time passes. Dan is now passed out on the table, surrounded by empty mugs and plates. The scene moves outside to a quiet street late at night. Amber stands alone against a wall, remarking to herself that she can't seem to get drunk tonight. A woman rushes to her side, frantically grabbing her arm and begging her to issue an immediate search quest for a boy named Ball who hasn't returned home. Amber calmly listens to the mother explain that her son went into the forest and never came back, agreeing to file the quest but warning the subsidy won't be approved until morning. The mother panics, certain no one will take the quest at this hour without a subsidy, and pleads for help, promising to pay whatever it takes as Amber tries to reassure her. Setting aside the official process, Amber accepts the mission herself, promising the worried mother she will bring Ball back safely. Amber is shown running swiftly through the dark woods. She comes to a stop in a clearing, sensing something nearby. She finds the boy Ball, sitting alone and calls out his name. He turns and asks who she is. Introducing herself as an adventurer sent by his mother, she urges him to return with her, warning that the forest is dangerous at night. Despite her telling him how worried his mother is, Ball refuses to go back just yet. He acknowledges her words but asks her to wait a little longer. Amber sees he is making a flower crown, which he explains is for his mother who likes these particular flowers and he hoped it would make her happy. She suggests he wait for daylight to finish, but he insists that doing it then would not mean anything. Ball reveals with distress that he said something terrible to his mother and must make it right with her tonight. Seeing his determination, Amber lowers herself to the ground, understanding his resolve. She tells him she knows what it's like to have something you can't compromise on, and he quietly affirms it. The two sit together in the dark forest clearing, Amber waiting patiently with the boy. Ball breaks the silence to ask Amber if she thinks his mother is pretty young. He then explains that she is his stepmother. His father, a miner, remarried her after a big success, leading everyone to gossip that she only married for money. Amber remarks on how awful people can be, and Ball agrees, calling them nasty and stupid. He says the rumors anger him because his family has always been poor, so he knows for a fact that she isn't with his father for money. With tears in his eyes, he confesses that during a fight, he threw those same cruel words at his stepmother. Amber listens intently, her expression serious. Ball calls himself the real idiot, far worse than the townspeople, because he knew how much those words would hurt her even though he believes they are untrue. He looks at the flower crown, explaining this is why he must apologize properly tonight. Their conversation is cut short as a monster suddenly lunges from the foliage, causing Amber to curse in frustration. She moves to protect Ball, checking if he is unharmed from the initial attack. Before she can engage the monster, she spots other adventurers arriving from the guild to help. Against a starry sky, a voice trails off saying, "Man dash." The newly arrived adventurers express their relief that Ball is safe and unharmed. One of them approaches Amber, questioning why she would take a quest that didn't have an approved subsidy yet. Another adventurer teases her for being the one obsessed with money, but their companion chides them, saying helping a worried mother is the right thing for an adventurer to do, regardless of pay. The party's leader admits he understands her actions, while another explains that taking all the subsidy quests made her realize that helping people feels good. She elaborates that it feels heroic and reminds her of the heroes she admired in stories as a child. A party member scoffs at this, claiming adventure tales are exaggerated and the hero they all know is just a washed-up old man. Amber laughs heartily, adding that this hero nearly got her killed by a wyvern, the complete opposite of saving people. Back at the guild hall, Ball's mother offers her sincere thanks to the entire group. The mother gently urges a reluctant Ball to thank them properly, while the adventurers simply express their gladness that he is safe. Ball shyly presents the flower crown to his stepmother, who embraces him, telling him how worried she was. Dan remains asleep, slumped over the table in the now quiet tavern. Amber walks past the still unconscious Dan. The following morning, she wakes a groggy Dan and tells him she needs to discuss something important. Looking serious, Amber declares that she is thinking of leaving the guild. Dan slowly processes her words, repeating, "leaving the guild," in a daze. His eyes snap wide open in shock as the full weight of her statement finally registers. A voice praises the burning passion in someone's eyes, as the title page announces the genius adventure sets out. In a tavern, Bearable sits with a sullen look on his face while Amber sips from her mug, and an unseen companion asks what's wrong. Bearable turns to Dan, insisting that he listen to his explanation of what happened earlier that day at noon. The story flashes back to that afternoon, where a voice is heard shouting for Amber inside the guild hall. Bearable confronts Amber, demanding to know why she is quitting their party. Amber remains completely unfazed, stating calmly that she has already made her decision. Enraged, Bearable declares he won't accept her departure and challenges her to a fight, saying she must defeat him first if she is truly determined to leave. The confrontation was hyped as the Southern Guild's ultimate showdown, with Bearable proclaiming that as an S-rank adventurer, he was the only one who could possibly stop the S-rank Amber. Back in the present, Dan's companion finishes the story, stating that Amber subsequently beat Bearable, a fact which he miserably confirms. Dan suggests to Amber that she could have been a little less harsh on him. Amber ignores the comment and suddenly informs Dan that he will be coming with her as well, leaving him completely bewildered. A close-up shows Dan's shocked and confused expression. The rest of the party erupts in chaos. Bearable and another member declare they will go if Dan is going, while Dan himself shouts that there is no way he's going anywhere. Amber insists that Dan is coming, telling him that he is hopeless without her watching over him and is still a long way from becoming a true hero. Dan sweats with anxiety, recognizing that Amber is spouting her usual brand of troublesome logic. He tries to reason with her, questioning what will happen to the common people who rely on the guild if they all leave, but Amber coolly replies that the other adventurers can handle things. Amber adds that with Duchess Madrun managing the guild, there is nothing to worry about, a statement which stuns Dan since he remembers her previously disparaging people who only cared for money. Dan presses the issue, pointing out that they need to properly settle things with Madrun, and Amber confirms that she fully intends to. Dan worries internally, believing that Madrun would never allow someone as capable as Amber to leave and will surely find a way to keep her there. An establishing shot shows the grand estate where the guild's leadership resides. The party now sits in an opulent office before Duchess Madrun, who asks Amber to confirm her intention of leaving the guild. Amber gives a simple, direct confirmation. Madrun then inquires about Amber's plans for after she leaves. As the group waits for her answer, the small, horned girl beside Dan continues to happily snack on the provided food. Amber announces that she is thinking of going abroad. At this revelation, Madrun's eyes narrow sharply behind her spectacles. Amber explains that because Dan and the adventurers of the past brought peace to their country, she wants to travel to help people who are suffering beyond their borders, a plan that makes Bearable shout in surprise. Internally, Dan panics, hoping Madrun will stop her because he feels he is too old to return to a life of constant travel. Madrun remains silent for a moment, processing Amber's words. She finally speaks, asking Amber why she seems to be in such a rush. Madrun presses her further, questioning why she would abandon the guild now when it is still far from her ideal and asking what is truly driving this decision. Amber begins her explanation by referencing something the Demon King said during their last joint quest. A flashback shows two of the Demon King's subordinates delivering a message for Dan. The message from the Demon King is vague, stating only that he has a bad feeling about the future. Amber was initially confused by the lack of specific details in the warning. However, Dan and the others confirmed that the Demon King's hunches have always proven to be correct. Returning to the present, Amber explains that because of this premonition, she wants to do whatever she can to prepare before something bad happens. Madrun listens intently, seeming to understand the gravity of the situation. She then declares that, in that case, she cannot permit Amber to leave the guild. Amber begins to object while Dan starts to celebrate, but Madrun interrupts, telling her to hear the full proposal. Madrun explains that there's no need to leave, as the country has a system that encourages adventurers to work abroad while remaining guild members. She reminds Amber how, during the recent joint quest, all the adventurers besides Eureka were young, revealing that the veteran heroes have already shifted their activities overseas. Amber puts the pieces together, realizing that after the Demon King's defeat, the other heroes also went abroad to help people, but Madrun scoffs at this noble interpretation. Madrun bluntly corrects her, stating that those veteran adventurers are nothing but berserkers. In another flashback, these so-called heroes are shown enraged at being given simple quests like gathering herbs. They complained loudly about the lack of demons to fight in their peaceful country, called it boring, and stormed out in search of conflict elsewhere. Madrun explains that the situation with them had become quite difficult to manage. Amber is taken aback, having always believed those heroes were allies to people in need. Dan confirms Madrun's account, adding that most of them were battle-crazed types who only felt alive when drenched in blood. Madrun elaborates that despite their violent tendencies, these seasoned adventurers are irreplaceable national assets, so the system was created to manage their activities without losing them entirely. Bearable points out that since he joined, no adventurers seem to have actually gone abroad, except for a few trainees from Old Man Fogg's place. Madrun clarifies that this is because the other nobles began monopolizing young adventurers, and Danville's generation was too rebellious, preventing them from being sent abroad. Hearing this, Dan mutters that he was actually quite cooperative, finding Madrun's description a bit harsh. Amber's excitement returns as she confirms she can use this system to go abroad, and Madrun grants her approval. Mad Run then reveals that she had been planning to send all of them abroad anyway. She reminds them of the special quest promised to the winners of the joint quest, presenting a request that has come from overseas, which they will undertake as representatives of their country. Mad Run smiles, telling Amber that this is precisely the kind of mission she had been hoping for. Bearable is fired up, exclaiming that with him and Amber together, no enemy will stand a chance, and Amber eagerly agrees. The small, horned girl is also ecstatic, cheering about the chance to go out of the country with Dan. Dan, meanwhile, is the only one not celebrating, already dreading the thought of sleeping on hard beds in cheap inns at his age. The scene transitions to a harsh, blowing blizzard. The party is seen as small figures, trekking through a vast and snowy mountain pass. Shivering intensely from the cold, Dan mutters that he already wants to go home. While Bearable marvels at the crazy amount of snow, Dan grimly explains that this country, Farabi, is always like this. Dan laments that he got lost here once when he was younger and had such a terrible time that he swore he would never come back. The group finally reaches their destination, the formidable castle walls of the Farabi immigration office. The massive wooden and iron gates creak open to admit them. A man at the gate formally welcomes them to Farabi, addressing them as the personal adventurers of Duchess Mad Run. He introduces himself as a member of the local guild, sent to escort the newcomers. Dan, whose body is frozen to the core, immediately asks his escort if they have any hot wine or something similar. The escort looks at Dan with a knowing smile, commenting that he hasn't changed at all. He addresses Dan by name, asking if he remembers what happened all those years ago when he got lost, causing Dan to stare in dawning recognition. Shocked, Dan realizes who the man is, and his old acquaintance laughs, happy to see him doing well. As Bearable asks about the man's connection to Dan, the man remarks that Dan himself hasn't changed much, though he has aged a little. Suddenly, Amber lets out a piercing shriek of recognition. She lunges forward in a blur of motion. Amber grabs onto the man with tears in her eyes as he speaks her name in surprise. Bearable realizes with a jolt that their escort is none other than Grun Gillim, the master archer and famed strategist of the original Heroes Party. Bearable begins excitedly recounting Grun's legendary deeds from the stories he's read, including a moment during the Red Dragon battle, but stops short when he recalls the falling out between Grun and Dan. The horned girl watches the scene unfold, commenting that Bearable's sudden, rapid-fire talking is creepy. A cold wind blows through the desolate landscape. A group of adventurers reflects on the strange turn of events that brought Dan back into their lives for a new quest, though Amber's enthusiasm earns her a sharp rebuke. A woman with Dan lightly chides him, asking if he is attempting to flee from her as another companion watches them depart. The mustached man calls out to Dan, who is sweating and looks deeply uncomfortable. Dan tries to explain that a complicated issue has arisen, but his companions are far more interested in the nature of their quest. The man with the mustache asks for aid to resolve a problem, and a long-haired elf-like man pledges his strength to the cause. One of their party is glad to have accepted the quest to assist Grun, while another asks Zenobia if she has any curiosity about Dan's wife. Zenobia, wrapped in a winter hood, replies that she does not, stating it is obvious that a man like Dan would be popular with women. The other character flatly denies this, insisting that Dan's popularity is not at all obvious. The carriage suddenly lurches, and Dan cries out in alarm at the violent disturbance. The driver reports to Grun that a monster has appeared in town, but Grun seems unfazed by this development, asking if it has happened again. A long-haired member of the party calmly tells everyone not to worry. Amber, however, leaps from the moving carriage, shouting that she will handle the monster herself as the others call out her name in surprise. A white-haired character gazes down from a high vantage point at a fortified city nestled among snowy mountains. The observer notes that a monster has emerged unusually close to the city walls. They realize with a start that while the monsters have been small, their numbers have recently grown far too numerous. A team of 4 adventurers stands poised and ready, armed with a gun, a bow, a spear, and a sword. A female elf recognizes the group, identifying them as adventurers from the town of Farabi. The Farabi adventurers quickly coordinate, identifying a herd of snow bears and white wolves, analyzing the situation, and preparing to open fire. The party of 4 launches a perfectly synchronized attack against the monstrous herd. Cries of pain erupt from the monsters as the adventurers' assault finds its mark. The battle rages with explosive force. A woman accompanying Grun asks him about the status of the town's adventurers as they approach the battle. Grun notes that the local adventurers are quite skilled, explaining that they are used to fighting these specific monsters and are operating with a clear set of rules. He continues his analysis of their strategy, pointing out how the fastest member is distracting the bears while another uses defensive magic to draw the attention of the wolves. This allows the remaining members of the party to attack freely, a strategy he quickly identifies. The woman is impressed by his immediate tactical assessment, and Grun commends the adventurers on their basic analysis and excellent training. She expresses concern that some monsters might breach the defense and asks if the townspeople have been evacuated, while Grun accepts the praise from the S-rank adventurer. Grun begins to reassure her that an evacuation would mean things are fine, but then stops himself and clarifies that no one has been evacuated at all. He calmly states that such an attack is a common, everyday occurrence for the town. The S-rank adventurer is shocked to hear that a full-scale monster herd attack is a daily event in the barren land of Farabi. Grun explains that the local populace has grown accustomed to the constant monster attacks, which happen almost every day as the creatures search for food, so evacuations are no longer deemed necessary for such events. One of the adventurers remarks how things haven't changed, though he recalls a time when the solo hunters were not nearly as coordinated in their efforts. A moment of quiet reflection passes between the adventurers and Grun. Grun reveals to the S-rank adventurer that he was the one who trained them, noting the difficulty of teaching party-based tactics to fighters who were fiercely independent solo purists. With the battle won, Grun approaches his adventurers and congratulates them on a job well done. The S-rank adventurer is left puzzled, wondering why her party was summoned if Farabi's defenders are already so capable. They make their way to the large stone building of the Adventurers Guild. Inside the guild, two of the visiting adventurers are enjoying a hearty and delicious meal. Grun apologizes for the simple welcome as an adventurer praises the stew, admitting he was worried when the monsters first appeared but now finds the place quite agreeable. The S-rank adventurer senses something is amiss and asks Grun if he is troubled. She directly states that she was told the Farabi Adventurers Guild had requested aid from Duchess Madrun, a fact which Grun confirms is true. She presses him further, pointing out the skill of the local adventurers and stating that she feels her party's strength is not actually needed here. Grun can only agree with her assessment while the rest of the party comments on the potent local alcohol. Just as they finish eating, Grun stands and announces he has something important to show them, urging everyone to follow him outside. Back in the snow, a guild member on watch duty greets Grun with a report. He informs them that the monsters have reappeared as expected, and Grun instructs the watchman to leave the situation to him and his guests. One of the visiting adventurers guesses it is merely a straggler left over from the earlier attack, and Grun affirms his assumption. Grun then turns to Amber and formally requests that she defeat the lone monster. The party questions his motives, but Grun cryptically replies that they will understand after they try. He issues a single, crucial condition for the fight. They are forbidden from using any analysis magic. Amber accepts the terms without hesitation. She draws her magic-infused weapon, recalling that fire was the effective element against the white wolves in the previous encounter. Mindful of the onlookers, she decides to reduce the power of her spell before attacking. Amber unleashes a blast of fire magic that explodes upon the lone white wolf. As the smoke clears, she senses that something is wrong. The white wolf emerges from the blast completely unscathed, snarling defiantly. Amber is stunned that a direct hit to its weak point failed, and Grun gives her permission to use her analysis skill now as her companion confirms it is the same type of wolf from before. The party members activate their analysis magic, confirming the creature is indeed a white wolf. Their analysis reveals a shocking truth. The wolf's weakness is not fire, but lightning. One adventurer realizes that white wolves are supposed to be weak to fire, questioning if the local fighters were knowingly using an ineffective element against them earlier. The revelation stuns the party as they grapple with the impossible idea that the monster's elemental weaknesses can vary between individuals of the same species. Grun confirms their suspicions, explaining that this is the problem. Recently, monster herds have been appearing in Farabi with individually varied weaknesses. The adventurers are aghast, declaring it a massive problem since weaknesses are supposed to be a constant for an entire species. Dan compares it to fighting a foe you can suddenly no longer damage, but Grun counters that in his day, exploiting weaknesses was never a primary concern. Grun tells Dan not to worry about such trivialities, and the visiting party finally grasps the true nature of the threat. The S-rank adventurer connects the pieces, realizing that adventurers in Farabi learned fire magic by default for the snowy region, but must now rely on constant analysis to fight this new anomaly. She asks about their proficiency with other elements, and Grun soberly admits that their skill level is barely above that of a novice. He then presents the first part of their official quest, to strengthen the local adventurers by training them in the use of magic other than fire. The S-rank designation makes them perfect for the job, but the leader picks up on Grun's wording, asking if this first task implies there is a second part to their mission. Grun confirms her suspicion and reveals their main objective, to investigate the underlying cause of this entire anomaly. Dan expresses skepticism, wondering aloud if this phenomenon is truly worth such a high-level response. Grun concedes that the best possible outcome would be for his fears to be unfounded worries. However, he cannot escape the profound sense of unease the situation gives him. He feels that this strange anomaly is not a random occurrence, but a harbinger of a greater disaster yet to come. The S-rank adventurer internally connects this to a warning from the Demon Lord but quickly decides that for now, the source of her intuition does not matter. She looks at Grun with renewed resolve and formally accepts the full scope of the quest. The entire party steels themselves, now fully committed to completing their mission in the snowy lands of Farabi. Outside a grand stone building in the snow, a question hangs in the air regarding what is happening. A crowd of assembled adventurers murmurs with uncertainty, none of them knowing what the gathering is for. Their questions are answered when a cloaked figure arrives, who the crowd identifies as Grun-san, accompanied by adventurers from a foreign land. This man, Grun-san, steps forward to address the assembly, announcing he has brought a solution to the abnormal situation they are facing. He reveals that this solution involves S-rank adventurers whom he has invited from the kingdom of Falst. The local adventurers observe these foreign S-rank warriors, noting with surprise how young they appear to be. One of the Falst adventurers boasts about his own prominence while another, Amber, is instructed by Grun-san to retrain the local warriors in all magic from the basics, with the exception of fire magic. The Farabi warriors react with outrage to this command, shouting that their people have always been masters of the bow and that Falst's reliance on guns is annoying, with none of them having been warned of this training. Two of the Falst adventurers watch their comrades outburst, dryly remarking on their hot-headed nature. Another member of the Falst group attempts to de-escalate the situation, telling his furious companion to calm down and remember they have their hero Dan and can leave the magic instruction to Amber. Amber remains silent, eyes closed in thought. A smirking adventurer from Falst comments that the local warriors are unlucky to be subjected to Amber's brutal training, which is depicted as an exhausting physical drill that one of the locals mistakes for a bizarre dance. After the intense session, Amber smiles sweetly and dismisses the warriors for the day, telling them to let her know if they reconsider the training. As the local warriors depart, muttering that they will manage things their own way, one of the Falst adventurers calls out to Amber. Amber pauses, having overheard the departing warriors mock guns as weapons fit only for weaklings. The scene shifts to a quiet interior room, illuminated by ornate chandeliers. The adventurer named Dan apologizes to Grun-san for his group's behavior, while Grun-san expresses concern that Amber was too lenient and that the locals will now disrespect them. Grun-san, though intimidated, states that he will go and discipline his men in the traditional Farabi manner to ensure they show the proper respect. Amber explains to Grun-san that further training at this moment is pointless because magic fundamentally relies on having the correct mental image, reminding him of his own lesson about imagining oil and tinder. She elaborates that this principle is the foundation of all imagery in magic, which is precisely why fire magic is considered the basis for all other forms. When Grun-san questions why they can't start with a different element, Amber clarifies that altering elements is like adding color to the initial tinder image, and that imagining other elements from scratch is far more difficult than visualizing the oil and kindling for a fire. Growing impatient, she calls them a pain and asks how they can expect to use magic without a tool like a gun to help strengthen their mental image. This revelation shocks Grun-san, and another Falst adventurer remarks on how little their companion, Dan, seems to understand about magic. The Falst adventurers begin arguing amongst themselves, dismissing guns as weakling weapons, while Amber cuts them off, telling them to stop talking and get to work. Amber clarifies that the core image they need to cultivate is one of releasing a spark, an image that is compatible with both bows and guns. One of the Falst party members observes that the local Farabi warriors use bows, a traditional weapon from long before magic became common, but Amber's companion counters that while magic can be used with any weapon, guns are the most efficient. Amber concedes that bows are not without their merits, but insists that for her specific teaching method, guns are a more suitable tool. Their discussion is interrupted when one of them points out a young girl watching them from a nearby doorway. The girl appears flustered and stammers as she stands before the group of powerful adventurers. Amber calmly asks the girl to introduce herself, and she nervously states that her name is Saishuushoku, an apprentice adventurer who heard she could learn magic from them. One of the S-rank adventurers confirms he has been waiting for her, and Saishuushoku timidly asks if it is acceptable that she only knows a little fire magic and whether an S-rank would truly teach someone like her. The adventurer gives her a reassuring smile, telling her that with proper practice she will master elemental magic in no time. The scene transitions to the warm crackle of a fireplace. A collection of distinct, modern-looking pistols is displayed. Saishuushoku's eyes widen with awe and excitement as she looks at the guns, thinking they are incredibly cool. The adventurer offers one of the pistols to her as a gift, and she accepts with shocked delight, exclaiming that it's her first time ever using a gun. A companion asks about the strange patterns on the weapon, and the adventurer explains it is a state-of-the-art gun designed to enhance elemental power. This claim incites the other adventurers, who, believing the guns are expensive and powerful, demand their own, accusing their teacher of profiteering while he tells Saishuushoku to begin her practice. Saishuushoku worries about the clamoring adventurers, but her new teacher tells her to simply ignore them and focus. They move to an outdoor training area near a stone bridge. The teacher instructs her that the gun is already infused with elemental power, and she must use the image on the gun's grip to draw it out. As she handles the weapon, it discharges unexpectedly, startling both her and a nearby adventurer. A wild burst of electrical energy erupts from her, and another person rushes to her side to see if she is harmed. Saishuushoku quickly masters the energy, purposefully firing a concentrated blast toward an adventurer who swiftly dodges the projectile. 1 week later, her training has progressed, and she eagerly asks her teacher for an assessment of her skills. He praises her progress, noting her grasp of the basics and her ability to draw out elemental power, just as another adventurer runs up shouting that a monster has appeared. The teacher declares it perfect timing for a real-world test, urging Saishuushoku to demonstrate the power of herself and the gun in actual combat. With determined excitement, Saishuushoku accepts the challenge. The monster is revealed to the warriors. The Farabi fighters are struggling against the creature, frustrated that its weak point keeps changing and that their fire-based attacks are their only option. They resolve to simply try and burn it to a crisp. A volley of flaming arrows streaks through the air as the warriors attack in unison. A determined figure is shown walking toward the battle. The Farabi warriors continue their desperate assault, shouting commands to keep firing and burn the monster down. Saishuushoku arrives on the scene, calmly analyzing the creature and identifying its elemental weaknesses as wind and water. She confidently takes aim, wielding 2 pistols. A powerful blast of elemental energy erupts from her guns. She shouts with effort as she unleashes her attack. The nearby Farabi warriors are stunned by the sheer power of the unfamiliar magic, wondering aloud who could have cast such a spell. Saishuushoku stands victorious, a look of joyful disbelief on her face as she realizes the massive attack was her own doing. The sound of footsteps races toward her position. The Farabi warriors spot her in the distance, initially wondering if she is one of the adventurers from Faust. They then recognize her with shock, identifying her as the apprentice, Saishuushoku. As the warriors approach her, Saishuushoku grows nervous, misinterpreting their expressions and fearing they are angry with her. Instead of anger, the warriors greet her with jubilant cheers, thanking her profusely for saving them because their fire magic was ineffective and they were nearing exhaustion. Saishuushoku is utterly bewildered by their grateful reaction. They crowd around her, asking how she suddenly became capable of using elemental magic when she previously struggled even with basic fire spells. She proudly presents her twin pistols, declaring that her newfound power is all thanks to the guns. The Farabi warriors stare at the weapons with wide-eyed amazement. Their skepticism instantly transforms into desire as they all begin clamoring for the guns, arguing over who should get to use them first and pushing each other to get closer to Saishuushoku. The scene returns to the snowy exterior of the stone fortress. Saishuushoku has now taken on the role of instructor, guiding the Farabi warriors to feel the correct image from the guns, which emit a small shock that startles them. The Faust adventurers observe this, with one worrying that the kid will get all the credit for their progress, but Amber states it's fine, as she is teaching them a better image than he ever could. Seeing the results, the other S-rank adventurers, including a reluctant Dan, decide they should also get guns for future battles. They eagerly hold out their hands for the weapons, and Amber casually tells them to go ahead and take one if they want it so badly. After they take the weapons, Amber smirks and informs them that the guns are merely toys, stunning the group into silence. She explains that a convenient, magic-enhancing gun doesn't exist. The toy simply has minor gimmicks like producing cold air or a slight shock, which makes the men wonder how the apprentice managed to use real magic. Amber reveals her method. Since magic is based on belief, she leveraged their faith in the magic gun to teach them how to add elemental properties, or color, to their own latent abilities. Dan muses that if belief is all it takes, he should be able to do it too, prompting another member of their group to call them simple-minded. Holding the toy gun, Dan concentrates intensely, commanding it to produce fire. He stands with his arm outstretched, pointing the gun with unwavering focus, but absolutely nothing happens. He yells in frustration that his attempt failed, leading Amber to remark that learning magic becomes more difficult with age as one's imagination stiffens. Another adventurer erupts in laughter at Dan's failure, mocking his stiff mind and joking that he needs muscle, not magic, which earns a sharp "shut up" from Dan and a defense from his younger companion. An unseen character counts aloud, reaching 1,995, while the view focuses on an ornate ceiling molding. The count continues, reaching 1,996. As the count hits 1,997, one person worries Dan will collapse, but another claims the real challenge begins after he loses consciousness. A man with dark, spiky hair remarks on how dangerous the North is, while someone off-panel defends Dan, insisting he is tough and not some mushy slime. A young woman with blonde hair, Nashi Serena, formally delivers a portion of something to a man named Grunsan. An exhausted, muscular Dan presents the anomaly report to Grunsan, explaining that adventurers have been investigating monster nests since the anomaly started. Dan questions the point of the investigation, but an elf-like character insists that checking the distribution of monsters with changed attributes is important before Dan is offered some waistachi honey. Grunsan explains that the investigation might allow them to determine the timing of the attribute changes, which impresses the elf. The dark-haired man notices Grunsan's troubled expression and asks him what is wrong. Grunsan declares the results from the report are terrible, as none of the investigated nests contain any monsters with changed attributes. The entire group reacts with stunned disbelief at this revelation. The elf wonders aloud if this means the anomaly has somehow already ended. The elf asks if there are any other monster nests left to check, to which Grunsan replies that the anomaly is not over, as they confirmed monsters with fire and lightning attributes in an attack earlier that day. Grunsan reveals that there is one final place they have yet to investigate, a nest located inside a specific dungeon. Dan demands to know why they haven't investigated this place yet, and Grunsan simply asks Dan for his own thoughts on the matter. A quick, menacing flash of a monster's face appears on screen. The party stands at the entrance to a dungeon named Farabi, the Ice Labyrinth, as adventurers are seen fighting inside. Dan angrily accuses Grunsan of intentionally delaying the investigation of this dungeon just to force them to handle it, while Grunsan calmly states it is too dangerous for their regular adventurers. Onlookers express their excitement at seeing Dan and Grunsan fighting alongside one another. Grunsan turns to Dan and asks him if he properly defeated the enemies they just faced. Without hesitation, Grunsan bluntly informs Dan that he has become ridiculously weak. The elf, identified as Amber-san, tries to defend Dan by saying he's recovered a lot, but Dan mutters that Grunsan's directness is infuriating. Grunsan continues, stating that the Dan he knew at his peak was nothing like this. A hooded figure, Zenobia, chimes in to defend Dan, declaring that he is strong. Dan, however, looks utterly defeated and complains that he just wants to sleep in a warm bed. Grunsan claps his hands together, announcing that the break is over and telling Dan he takes too long when he starts slacking. As Grunsan hauls Dan to his feet, Amber remarks on how skilled Grunsan is at handling him. Amber surveys the icy path ahead, reporting that there is nothing particularly abnormal. Amber unleashes a powerful attack down the corridor, and Dan remarks on how strong he is. While Amber holds a large wolf creature at bay, telling it not to move, Dan impatiently tells him to hurry up. The party walks across the flat, frozen ground of the labyrinth. They proceed onward, arriving at what seems to be the deepest part of the area. The spiky-haired man finds it troubling that they've hit a dead end, noting with confusion that they have only seen ice attribute monsters up to this point. Dan looks over at Zenobia, who remains quiet and still. Zenobia suddenly speaks, saying she is getting a strange feeling from a particular direction. Confirming her suspicion, Zenobia reaches out her hand and touches a shimmering distortion in the air that was previously invisible. The others call out her name in alarm, but she calmly states she's going to check out the path she just discovered. An unseen voice speaks, mockingly telling a weakling to give it orders. Dan suddenly grabs Zenobia from behind, stopping her from proceeding. He urgently warns her that the path ahead is dangerous and that she must stop. Zenobia turns to him with a wide, happy smile and readily agrees. Dan explains that the area ahead has a unique environment that even monsters avoid, emphatically telling the group not to investigate it or go any further. The spiky-haired man observes that, as always, Zenobia only seems to listen to what Dan says. Zenobia turns to the spiky-haired man and asks who he is, causing him to wonder how Dan can still recognize her after she has grown so much. Grun-san explains her powerful magic makes her noticeable and mentions that she has often watched Dan's one-on-one battles against the Demon King. Amber asks Grun-san what he and the others were doing during Dan's fights with the Demon King. Grun-san casually replies that they were fighting the Demon King's minions just to pass the time. Amber is shocked that they would fight such powerful creatures merely to pass the time. Amber turns his attention to Zenobia, questioning how she deliberately created minions with different attributes and weaknesses, a feat that should be impossible for demons. Zenobia asks why it matters, but Amber speculates that it might be connected to the current anomaly. In a good mood, Zenobia agrees to explain, saying she used the same method the group used recently. She reveals that the method is simply to embed the image of the desired attribute. To demonstrate, she holds out her hand. A bright orb of energy forms in her palm, crystallizing the elemental power. The spiky-haired man asks in disbelief if she just crystallized fire, while a minion explains that this crystal is then mixed with other materials to complete the creation process. Grun-san notes that such a feat is something only demons are capable of performing. He then asks Zenobia if this technique can be used on wild, living monsters, but she confirms that it is impossible. The group deduces that this demonic technique is unrelated to the anomaly, leading Amber to hypothesize that a monster's attribute might be determined by the environment it's born in. While the spiky-haired man looks bothered, Grun-san agrees with Amber's hypothesis, as it would explain why snowy regions are filled with ice attribute monsters. Amber elaborates with an example, suggesting that a white wolf born in a scorching desert would naturally possess the fire attribute. Grun-san expands on this, pointing out that such a creature would also have different abilities and behaviors, making one question if it could even be called a white wolf anymore. The party grasps the concept that it would essentially be an entirely new monster adapted to a different environment, but Dan remains silent with a concerned expression. Dan sighs, reluctantly concluding that they have no choice but to venture deeper into the dangerous area. The spiky-haired man is flabbergasted that Dan, of all people, is suggesting they do something so troublesome. Dan explains that the mutated monsters they encountered before had a variety of different attributes, which has been bothering him despite the complexity of the previous explanation. Amber confirms that the monsters had wind, lightning, and fire attributes, which causes Dan to worry about what could be creating such a varied environment ahead. The spiky-haired man nervously asks what exactly lies ahead of them. Grun-san describes it as hell, a place devoid of monsters and treasure that offers nothing but suffering, and then asks Dan if he still intends to go. With firm resolve, Dan states that they will move forward. He addresses Grun-san, reminding him that they are facing an unprecedented anomaly. Dan argues that precisely because the area ahead is so abnormal, they must investigate it to find the cause of the phenomenon. A party of 5 adventurers makes their way through a cavern filled with massive, glowing crystals. One of the younger men dismisses the location as a normal dungeon, but a grizzled veteran beside him senses something approaching. Without warning, a brilliant flash of light and energy erupts from deeper within the cave. The entire cavern rumbles as streaks of power begin to pour down from the ceiling. An elf-like woman cries out as she identifies the attack as a rain of fire, prompting one of her companions to order her to defend the party. An armored man observes that his companions seem to be okay, as a young woman holds up a defensive barrier against the magical onslaught. The mustached man, Dan, reminds his armored companion that maintaining defensive magic is taxing on one's stamina. The armored man agrees, noting that their magic will run out if they delay, and begins directing the party members to new positions. He declares that they cannot remain stationary and must push forward while keeping their defensive magic active. His armored companion acknowledges the order and prepares to move. The magical assault suddenly intensifies with another bright flash. The dark-haired man shouts in alarm as the attack changes from fire to lightning. He is grazed by a bolt and cursed for his slow reaction time, while his companion chides him for not adjusting his timing to the element change. The two younger members look on in astonishment, unable to comprehend how the two older veterans are dodging the relentless barrage. The group continues its desperate advance through the storm of magic. They find a moment of respite in a calmer section of the cave, and the elf expresses her relief that her magic reserves held out. The armored man grumbles about his burnt clothes, prompting the mustached man to tell him to claim it as an expense for their high-profile mission. The elf hesitantly asks the two veterans how they were able to dodge the attacks so easily. The mustached man explains their secret. They watch for the faint magical energy that materializes as a precursor just before a spell activates. Both the elf and the dark-haired man are stunned to learn about the concept of sensing a rise in magical energy. The elf remembers a time when the armored man, Dan, had suddenly shoved her aside, realizing now he was reacting to a spell she couldn't perceive. She concludes that sensing this energy is an essential skill for fighting high-level demons. A brief flashback reveals the two veterans undergoing a brutal training regimen, being relentlessly attacked and told that if they can't dodge this, they can't fight demons. The younger adventurers are horrified by the thought of such harsh training methods. The mustached man continues his story, explaining that back when very few humans could use magic, they discovered this dungeon and used it to train. The elf, now understanding the place has history, asks what exactly the dungeon is. The mustached man struggles to recall the exact details of the dungeon's nature. Dan clarifies, explaining that the dungeon naturally accumulates magical energy circulating through the land and releases it in bursts like this when it becomes saturated. The mustached man's memory is jogged, and just as he agrees, Dan asks about the fifth party member, Zenobia. Elsewhere, the small, hooded girl named Zenobia is blissfully bathing in the storm of raw energy, sighing that it feels wonderful. She joyfully exclaims that raw magic is coursing through her body and she wants more, ignoring the calls of her companions to return from the dangerous area. The party watches as the situation calms, the blonde elf sighing with relief. Having recovered, she tells the others she is ready to proceed. Dan suddenly announces that the two younger members will remain here to train, stating that since they can use magic, learning to observe the energy shouldn't be too difficult for them. He explains that with Zenobia being so reckless, the rest of the party would be helpless if they couldn't handle such threats, leading the dark-haired man to agree that it sounds fun. The two begin their training, moving through the falling spears of light, attempting to dodge. The dark-haired man becomes too focused on observing the energy and fails to react, calling out in alarm as his companion Amber is struck. Dan yells encouragement from the sidelines, telling them they won't die from a small hit and that they need to learn to dodge with sheer spirit and willpower. The dark-haired man is incensed by such useless, abstract advice. The mustached man tells Dan he doesn't understand today's youth, explaining that his outdated mentality of relying on guts and spirit no longer resonates. He suggests a different method, telling Amber and Bearable to use defensive and body-enhancing magic to assist their training. Amber seems surprised, asking if using magic to help is truly okay. Her mentor confirms, stating that because they have magic, they don't need to endure the same hardships he and Dan did, and Amber accepts the instruction. Amber conjures a large, hexagonal shield of energy that effortlessly blocks the magical spears. Bearable notes that with the defense handled, they can focus on observing, and decides to enhance all his senses to better perceive the energy. Amber immediately calls him an idiot, reminding him that the dungeon's magic is incredibly dense just as he cries out in pain, blinded by the sensory overload. The storm of magical energy continues to pour down around them. Now protected by their respective shields, Amber and Bearable stand calmly within the downpour, focusing their attention on the flow of energy. Bearable breathes a sigh of relief, stating he's starting to get the hang of it, while Amber notes that this method is far more efficient. Dan stares at them with a look of utter disbelief etched on his face. He remarks that it took him and his partner an entire month to master what the younger adventurers learned so quickly, and the mustached man agrees that kids these days are amazing. The entire party moves forward once more, their path illuminated by the constant magical rain. Now proficient, Amber and Bearable maintain their own defensive shields alongside the veterans as they proceed. Dan's expression suddenly turns serious as he senses a disturbance, questioning what he is seeing. A large, dark mass looms in the cavern ahead of them. He shouts in alarm and disbelief, wondering how a monster could be in this area. The mustached man urges him to look closer, telling him it is okay. Bearable observes that the creature is already dead, which only deepens Amber's confusion, as monsters shouldn't be here at all. The dead creature's corpse is suddenly wreathed in the dungeon's chaotic magical energy. The party stands on high alert as the energy surges around the dead monster. A deep, guttural sound begins to emanate from the corpse. It rears up, its massive jaw opening in a soundless, terrifying roar as its body is reconstructed by magic. The magical energy violently reshapes the dead flesh and bone. A giant bear, animated by the dungeon's power and its eyes glowing with an eerie white light, now stands before them over the remains of the first creature. The mustached man stares, sweat beading on his forehead, as he tries to comprehend what is happening. The narrative is interrupted by a recruitment page for a translation group, seeking individuals with basic computer skills or knowledge of Japanese. A character with a smug expression declares that it is now time to join the group. The scene shifts again to different characters entirely, one being dragged along a floor while being told to get to work so more releases can be produced. Amidst a landscape shrouded in magical flames, a group observes a large snow bear pinning another, with one observer noting that something about the creature seems different. A realization dawns on one of the fighters. The snow bear on top does not possess the expected ice attribute. He confirms that the one being held down, however, is still an ice attribute creature. A warrior with a goatee looks on with a strained expression, muttering that the situation is bad and feels like torture. A man with a prominent mustache determines that the creatures are forcibly changing their own attributes by subjecting themselves to the magical attribute rain falling around them. He surmises that only a very small number are capable of enduring such a process. A younger man with long, dark hair asks his companion, Mr. Grun, what the purpose of such a painful transformation could be. Mr. Grun ignores the question and instead gives an order to capture the restraining snow bear alive. The goateed warrior reacts with shocked disbelief at the command. Grun clarifies that they need to investigate the creature thoroughly, even if it requires dissection, to understand what is happening. Resigned to the task, the goateed warrior readies his weapon as the target snow bear growls menacingly. The creature lets out a tremendous, sky-shattering roar. In an instant, the group finds themselves surrounded by an entire herd of identical snow bears emerging from the fiery terrain. The long-haired man deduces that their target must be the boss of this herd and that all the others have also had their attributes changed, prompting him to ask a companion named Amber for an analysis, only to be told it's already done. The boss snow bear tenses, readying itself for action. The goateed warrior shouts a frantic warning for everyone to watch out, as the beast is about to make its move. The boss bear hurls the subdued ice attribute bear towards the party. As the projectile lands, the boss begins to back away, a retreat that one fighter notes while another urges the group to give chase. Their pursuit is immediately cut off as two other snow bears move to block their path. A blonde-haired fighter charges forward, shouting for the beast to get out of the way. The entire herd of attribute-changed snow bears now stands before them, a wall of silent, glowing-eyed threats. The goateed man, Dan, panics and asks Mr. Grun how they are supposed to identify their specific target among so many identical foes. While the long-haired man curses their inability to tell the bears apart, a small, hooded girl named Zenobia points confidently, stating that she knows which one it is. Zenobia explains that she can identify the target because its magic feels strange, as if it has two distinct sources, and specifies that it is the second one from the left. Grun expresses his gratitude for Zenovia's crucial help, remarking that he has never encountered such a phenomenon before but acknowledging the potential danger. Dan questions if their target is exceptionally strong, but Zenovia quietly denies it. She then reveals her own distress, explaining that the magic in the area is overwhelmingly delicious, causing her to absorb too much to the point where she feels she might explode. Seeing the situation, Grun tells Dan to prepare for battle and requests orders from Zenobia. Amber declares that they too will join the fight. The party members charge forward, clashing with the herd of snow bears. The long-haired warrior grits his teeth, finding the magical rain a significant annoyance during the heat of combat. He engages one of the roaring bears in a fierce melee. Suddenly, he is struck from his blind side by an unseen attacker. Amber appears, dual-wielding pistols, having just neutralized the threat that was about to overwhelm the swordsman. The man thanks Amber, admitting that they are indeed the strongest. Amber states they are fine but advises him not to get in the way, declaring that this time, they will be the one to protect him. The two fighters stand back-to-back, unleashing a coordinated assault against the surrounding bears. Grun observes the younger party members, commenting to Dan that they adapt quickly to the difficult fighting conditions. Dan, however, is not adapting so well, as he is currently being swarmed by multiple bears and screams for help. In response, Grun draws his bow and fires a powerful, explosive arrow directly into the cluster of bears attacking Dan. Lying amidst the defeated creatures, Dan expresses his relief but also complains about the harshness of being shot at along with the enemies. More of Grun's arrows land, creating a series of massive explosions across the battlefield. Grun retorts that Dan should be able to handle such situations himself, adding that he was carefully trying not to hit him. Elsewhere, the long-haired man and Amber signal their success, standing over the captured and bound boss Snow Bear. Dan celebrates the end of the battle, eager to go home, but his relief is short-lived as he is tasked with carrying the heavy, unconscious beast. He groans under the immense weight while being told that the task will serve as good training. The scene transitions, fading from the battlefield. The setting changes to a lavishly decorated room, silent except for a subtle sense of anticipation. Dan is slumped on a sofa, utterly spent, muttering that he is completely burned out to ash. He wonders aloud why the rest of the party is also exhausted, recalling their journey back filled with complaints of low mana and the strain of maintaining defenses. He notes that even Zenobia is drained, having reached a point where she could not absorb any more magic. Mr. Grun stands before them, observing his exhausted companions in silence. Another person enters the room, surprised that the dissection of the bear is already finished, and explains that he had to leave after finding something that caught his eye. He presents a glass jar containing a strange, writhing organism with tendrils and a single, central eye. The entire party stares, their exhaustion replaced by expressions of shock and disgust. In unison, they identify the horrifying creature in the jar as some kind of insect. An armored man holds a jar containing a specimen, confirming with his companions if this is the insect they were discussing. An elf-like man thoughtfully considers the creature, admitting that while he initially thought it was an insect due to its size, he is no longer certain. A man with a mustache agrees, stating he's never seen such a thing, while another ally confesses he can't even be sure if it is an insect at all. The mustached man correctly assumes that the armored man brought the creature because he is convinced it is the cause of the strange anomaly. The mustached man, Grun, points out that finding an unknown creature inside monsters that were behaving abnormally is definitely suspicious, a sentiment his companions share. The armored man holds the jar aloft, declaring their next step is to test whether the creature is indeed the cause of the problem. A quiet, snowy mountain range is shown. The desolate, snow-covered landscape fills the frame. The armored man is shown crying out in pain. A small, hooded figure shouts encouragement to the armored man, Dan, telling him to hang on as he fights off several large white wolves. Dan desperately yells that he is about to be killed and pleads for his companions to help him. An unseen companion tells him not to worry, explaining that this is merely training and that they will intervene if the situation becomes truly dangerous. The sound of exhausted panting fills the cold air. Dan stands over a defeated wolf, catching his breath after the difficult fight. One of his allies congratulates Dan on a nice fight, which Dan gratefully accepts as he wipes sweat from his brow. Grun takes the jar holding the creature and prepares to release it. Two of his companions stand ready with their guns drawn, anticipating the outcome. The creature erupts from the jar with its tentacles flailing. It moves through the air with surprising speed. The parasite hones in on a target and makes contact. It successfully burrows into its new host. Dan and the hooded child are shocked into silence, questioning if the creature actually just went inside the wolf's body. Dan nervously asks if their experiment is truly okay as the host body begins to twitch. The wolf's body continues to convulse violently on the snow. A sudden, sharp sound signifies a change has occurred. The previously defeated wolf startles the group by jumping back to its feet. The reanimated wolf dashes away, and the companions decide to follow it immediately. They track the wolf to a dark cave filled with crystals. Inside the cave, the possessed wolf stands over another of its kind with a sinister grin. The elf notes that the infected wolf is holding its comrade down, forcing it to absorb an attribute rain, a behavior they previously saw in a snow bear, while Dan adds that the creature seems to nullify its host's will to resist. Grun announces that the creature's purpose is now clear. It is a parasite that invades monsters, controls them, and alters their attributes. Dan signifies his understanding, and the hooded child expresses relief that they now know for sure. Believing the investigation is over, Dan cheerfully declares the quest complete and suggests they go eat hot pot to celebrate. Grun quietly gets Dan's attention, ready to dash his hopes. Dan is confused as Grun explains that while they identified the cause, the quest is not over because they still have no idea how to deal with the creature itself. Grun warns that although the creature currently seems confined to the Farabi region, it will become a massive problem for everyone if it spreads. He grimly states that this creature is destined to become the natural enemy of all adventurers, necessitating a thorough investigation down to the last detail. Dan protests that they shouldn't have to go that far, finding the extension of the quest unacceptable. Grun reasons that there must be more infected monsters still out there, as he doesn't believe a single parasite could have altered the attributes of all the creatures that attacked Farabi. The realization that the difficult quest is far from over leaves Dan in a state of despair. The scene fades out with a series of transition panels. The following day, the group is relaxing indoors, with Dan slumped on a couch, completely exhausted from their efforts. His companions remark that it was a good thing they found more parasite samples, as it will help them devise a countermeasure. Grun enters the room and announces that the results from the investigation have come in. Dan observes Grun's gloomy face and asks him what is wrong. Grun sits down and retorts that his face isn't nearly as gloomy as Dan's, before cryptically stating that something unexpected happened. He delivers the stunning news that the various research facilities they consulted learned nothing at all. Dan yells out in complete and utter disbelief. The rest of the group expresses their shock, finding it hard to believe that no new information was discovered. Grun explains that the creature has no organs and regenerates instantly when dissected, making it impossible for the researchers to even figure out a way to kill it, leading the others to wonder if it is truly a living thing. When asked for her opinion, the hooded girl Zenobia declines to comment on bug-type stuff, while Grun admits that even calling it a bug seems increasingly doubtful. Dan begins to panic, asking what they're supposed to do now that the quest's completion depends on identifying this impossible creature. Grun concludes their only option is to seek help from a research facility more advanced than any in their own country, prompting Dan to ask where such a place could be found. The elf reveals that such a facility does exist in their country, to Dan's surprise, who then suggests they ask someone named Madrun for help. Grun corrects Dan, clarifying that the research facilities are under the jurisdiction of Lady Noctis, not the individual Dan mentioned. The archer adds that because the adventurers in the East Guild also function as researchers, getting their specialists on board would significantly speed up their progress. When asked if he has a way to request their help, Dan confidently states that all they need to do is ask them. He reassures the group that he can handle the negotiations. Dan reminds everyone that they recently fought with the girls from the East Guild, claiming that a fiery bond of friendship was forged between them during the battle. Despite a companion's skepticism, Dan insists that adventurers become comrades after they have exchanged blows. Grun lends credence to Dan's claim, confirming that in his time, it was common for adventurers to become friends after fighting, which is enough to convince the others. Having decided on a course of action, the group prepares to head back to the country and seek help, with Grun telling them he is counting on their success. Dan happily exclaims that he can finally leave the freezing cold region of Farabi, but Grun briefly stops him before they depart. A simple transition panel indicates the passage of time during their journey. The group arrives in the warm false territory, with several members expressing their delight to be back in a pleasant climate after so long. The elf confirms that they have arrived at their destination. They gaze upon the research city, an architecturally impressive area managed by Duchess Noctis. Two of the companions are taken aback by how pristine and orderly the city is, feeling it is nothing like their own town and making them feel restless. Dan points toward the Adventurers Guild of the East and tells the others to wait while he goes to talk to them. He walks off with a confident smile, assuring his friends he will sort everything out quickly. Inside the guild, Dan spots the three female adventurers he was looking for sitting together at a table. He cheerfully approaches their table, greets them, and says he has a small favor to ask. The three girls stare back coldly, asking who this creepy old guy is and why he is suddenly talking to them. Dan's confident demeanor shatters, leaving him speechless and utterly confused by their hostile reception. An ornate and imposing building stands under a clear sky. A woman with long blonde hair, sharp eyes, and glasses stares forward with a stern expression. A bearded man explains that without an entry pass, they won't be allowed into the lab, prompting the woman to confirm he wants her to ask someone named Noctis. The man is suddenly and comically struck in the face by a flat piece of wood. The woman chides him that violence is never the answer, especially when he dislikes bowing his head, before presenting him with the very pass he needed. He holds the document, an official entry pass for the Eastern Research Institute. The man demands to know how she acquired it, and she calmly explains that she anticipated complications with the Eastern Guild and contacted them ahead of time. He shouts in frustration, insisting there was no reason his own approach wouldn't have worked. She refutes his claim, stating that his plan was impossible because he was thinking of battle maniacs from a past era, while their actual contact is a girl from the research field. Another companion tells the man, Dan, that it's time he updated his old-fashioned way of thinking, leading Dan to offer a frustrated apology. The woman with glasses complains about the extra budget they wasted, but a younger girl is delighted to cooperate, mentioning she needs funding for the Magic Academy. The party apologizes for the budget issues, but Dan points out they delivered proper results 20 years prior, a fact that still gives the woman with glasses stomachaches. The group stands before the entrance to the Eastern Guild Research Institute as someone notes their arrival. A young woman with short hair holding a lollipop greets them and nonchalantly tells them to follow her this way. She turns to Dan and asks who the old man is, prompting him to remind her they'd met before, admitting he panicked last time when she pretended not to know him. The girl bluntly says she has no reason to remember some old guy's face, leaving Dan utterly shocked as he recounts a joint quest they fought in together. Her attention, however, is solely on a small, hooded figure she calls Zeno-chan, happily declaring that Zeno is the only one she remembers. One of Dan's companions sighs that they are receiving the same cold treatment, while the girl compliments Zeno-chan, who curtly tells the fawning girl to shut up. As Dan formally announces their entrance, he is cut short by the sudden appearance of a massive, roaring lion. The great beast lunges through the air directly at the terrified Dan. He screams, questioning why a monster is inside the institute, but the young guide casually tells the old man he's freaking out too much. The main hall is revealed to be filled with various powerful monsters, all chained or restrained within the ornate room. Close-up panels highlight the ferocity of a captive eagle, a horned turtle, and a horned goat. With a chilling smile, the guide explains that the creatures are just pets they are taking care of. Dan identifies a magma leo and a shield turtle, both rare monsters, and the guide clarifies they took the turtle in after it was injured. An elf in the party eyes the damaged turtle with suspicion, questioning if it's merely a coincidence that a shield turtle's shell is a highly sought-after rare material. The guide's expression darkens as she declares the poor thing must have been attacked by some adventurer. The hooded Zeno-chan steps forward, emanating a dark energy, and quietly asks if it was their group who harmed the creature. Zeno-chan accuses them of imprisoning monsters simply to harvest rare materials and of stealing sigils from demons they've locked away. The narrative pauses on a stark, black panel marked only with a number. The guide bursts into laughter, dismissing the accusations and telling Zeno-chan her delusions are getting out of hand. Wiping a tear from her eye, she continues laughing and insists it's a completely false accusation. Zeno-chan's rage becomes palpable and her companions grow desperate, knowing that once she is this mad, there is no stopping her. She confronts the guide, asking if she didn't just refer to demons as mere lab rats the other day. The guide calmly confirms it, stating that a lab rat is a lab rat. Zeno-chan is momentarily stunned into silence by the casual cruelty, and Dan senses things are about to go very wrong. With explosive force, Zeno-chan drives her fist into the guide, sending her flying backward. The guide slams into the far wall, which cracks and shatters from the immense impact of the blow. Dan and the elf can only watch in shock as the entire wall violently explodes outward. As the dust settles in the wrecked room, a voice wonders what just happened. A new figure stands in the rubble where the wall once was, catching Zeno-chan's attention and surprising her. A large, horned woman with a cheerful smile emerges, happily greeting Zeno-chan as princess, and remarking that it's been a long time. Dan recognizes the powerful magic as demonic and realizes this new arrival must be the surprise another person, Barbara-chan, had mentioned. A woman in formal attire steps forward with her companion, introduces them as adventurers in service to Lady Madrun, and offers to explain the situation. The rest of the party is stunned to see that Lady Noctis is also present. The scene shifts to a view of the building's high, vaulted ceiling. The small demon from before is introduced by name, Melton. Dan turns to the small, hooded demon, Zeno-chan, and asks if she is the lab rat the girls were talking about. 3 other girls enthusiastically confirm it, calling Zeno-chan their precious lab rat and their magic teacher. The elf companion notes that despite being called a lab rat, she seems to be very close with all of them. The large horned woman explains that the term is a cover story, as Lady Maltim is a very important person to them, like a mother and their magic teacher. The deception is necessary to hide Lady Maltim's true existence from the world, because it would be a huge problem if other nobles found out a duchess was sheltering a demon. By managing the various monsters they protect under the guise of lab rats, no one would suspect their true relationship, even with a demon living among them. Zeno-chan approaches the large-horned woman, asking if she truly is Maltim, one of her father's 3 treasures, whom she had long thought to be dead. Maltim confirms she is very much alive, prompting Zeno-chan to bluntly ask why she, who used to be so slim, is now so fat. Maltim begins to cry, wailing that it is because she shared her sigils. She explains to a shocked Zeno-chan that she gave her magical sigils to the young students. Because the magic that should have gone into the sigils was not used up, it remained in her body, causing her to become magically fat. Zeno-chan panics, exclaiming that she also gave away one of her sigils, while Dan is instructed to carry the distraught princess. Zeno-chan is told not to worry, because she is an active adventurer, she is constantly releasing magic and will be fine, unlike Lady Maltim who lives a more sedentary life. The explanation continues that Lady Maltim has become something of a slob, an accusation that she finds horrifying. The students rush to her defense, claiming she exercises, though it's muttered that she mostly just lounges around all day eating meals and snacks. The attendant of Lady Madrun brings the meeting back to order, addressing Lord Dan about the investigation he requested help with. Dan remembers their purpose and presents a sealed glass jar, telling her to take a look. She smiles, assuring him that they have received a generous budget for this task and she will do her best to assist him. The group stares intently at the contents of the jar. A strange, tangled organism with a single, prominent eye floats within the liquid. Dan eagerly asks if they have already figured out what it is, and the attendant defers to Lady Maltim for an answer. Maltim examines the specimen and calmly identifies it as a magical creature. Dan turns to his companion Zeno-chan, asking if she knows what kind of creature it is, but she admits she has no idea. A man with a beard holds a strange, tentacled creature and asks his companions what exactly a magical creature is. The women in his party react with shock and fear, realizing the gravity of their find. A horned woman named Maltim offers to examine the creature first, but the other women argue over who should handle it, with a blonde named Zenobia noting she's never even heard of such a thing. One of them remembers the princess and asks Maltim if she recalls the pets she used to play with. Maltim clarifies that they mean Su-chan and the others, as a memory shows a young girl playing with a golem and a slime. The party is stunned to learn those were magical creatures, created by the demon lord who studied tirelessly because the princess wanted to make her own pets, prompting Zenobia to ask how they differ from familiars. A golem-like figure explains that familiars only follow direct orders, whereas magical creatures possess the ability to think for themselves in order to carry out a command. The concept of magic that creates autonomous life forms is described as something from the realm of the gods, a field of research that has stumped even the demons for ages. The women in the party, however, become ecstatic, declaring they have finally acquired a lab rat and will now definitely succeed in their research. Dan, the bearded man, observes that there are things even demons don't comprehend, leading Zenobia to explain why humans have such a limited understanding of magic. She states that humanity's protracted war with the demons skewed their perception of magic, focusing it almost entirely on the combat applications used by their enemies. Zenobia continues, lamenting that this focus on combat has left many other kinds of magic, which could be truly beneficial for humankind, completely unresearched. Maltim interrupts, holding the creature and revealing that magical creatures were actually used to manipulate the environment. Dan reacts with a look of pure disgust upon hearing this revelation. Maltim elaborates with a smile, giving examples like creating poisonous swamps or spreading miasma. She reminisces fondly about how satisfying it was to watch humans drop like bugs from the miasma, a memory that clearly disturbs Dan. Zenobia angrily confronts Maltim, reminding her that Maltim herself was the one who drilled into her the idea that humans are just bugs. She demands to know why Maltim is now getting along with these very same bugs she once despised. Zenovia's voice rises in anger, calling Maltim's current behavior of teaching them magic and giving them sigils completely unthinkable compared to her past self. Maltim simply hums thoughtfully, playfully wondering why that might be as she continues to inspect the magical creature. A flashback reveals a younger Zenobia and a companion fleeing through a dark forest, looking terrified. In the flashback, a much more intimidating Maltim looms over the two frightened children in the dead of night. Returning from the memory, Maltim holds up a glowing magical interface and explains that her change of heart came because the demon lord told her to try getting along with humans. Zenobia is shocked to hear her papa would say such a thing, but Mal Tim confirms it with a smile just as she finishes her analysis of the creature, prompting Dan to ask what she found. Mal Tim turns to him with a cheerful grin and announces that she didn't understand anything at all. Dan stares back, his face a mask of disbelief and frustration. When asked who could possibly figure it out, Mal Tim explains that magical creatures are created using a secret magic known only to a specific demon tribe. She reveals the only one who can create them is a member of the 8th Abyss named Pior. The mention of the 8th Abyss sends a shockwave of alarm through the party. Zenobia asks if Mal Tim is also one of the 8th Abyss, but Mal Tim cheerfully denies it, stating she is merely a humble assistant to the Demon Lord. Zenobia and Dan try to recall ever fighting an Abyss member named Pior, but neither can remember such an encounter. Mal Tim clarifies that this is because Pior was exceptionally lazy, always using magical creatures as substitutes instead of appearing himself, even when ordered by the Demon Lord. Zenobia has a flash of realization, remembering her father, the Demon Lord, complaining about a subordinate who never did any work, and concludes it must have been Pior. Dan puts the pieces together, deducing that the lazy Pior must have been the one using the magical creatures to throw the world into chaos. Another one of their companions gravely agrees, stating that this is a most serious matter indeed. Mal Tim and the others, however, just look confused by this conclusion. The companion points out that only that specific demon can create the creatures, but Mal Tim expresses doubt that the lazy Pior would undertake such a troublesome task without a direct order from the Demon Lord. The group debates what to do next, wondering where Pior could be, and Mal Tim suggests that his location probably hasn't changed since then. The companions turn to Dan, asking him what their next move should be. Dan thinks to himself that if her location hasn't changed, then a certain girl might know something useful. Zenobia overhears this and asks with curiosity who that girl is. The scene shifts to a large, Gothic-style building identified as the Northern Guild. A flash of light indicates Dan has arrived, possibly via teleportation. He is greeted by a woman in uniform and a fully armored knight named Linus. Dan states he has business with someone named Vaya and asks to see her. The woman informs him that Master Vaya is in the middle of a sparring session. The view pans over a massive coliseum, suggesting the scale of the sparring grounds. Inside, a woman with long black hair and horns, Vaya, is engaged in fierce combat. A nearby adventurer watches in horror, worried that Vaya's opponent is going to be killed by the intensity of the fight. Linus, speaking through the uniformed woman, reassures the onlooker that there is no problem as long as it is the master. The opponent musters his strength for a final, desperate swing of his sword. Vaya effortlessly catches the blade with her bare hand, stopping the attack completely. With her other hand, she delivers a brutal punch directly to his face. The force of the blow sends the man flying backward, crashing into and shattering the stone wall behind him. Dan arrives on the scene and immediately shouts at Vaya, telling her she is overdoing it. Vaya turns to face him, her expression one of utter exhaustion, and acknowledges that he came. Dan looks at her haggard appearance and asks why she seems so worn out. In the background, two people tend to the injured man, commenting that he will need half a year to recover and that Master Vaya is incredible. The injured man refuses an offer of healing magic, proudly stating that as an adventurer of the north, he will heal on his own. He then thanks Master Vaya for the training, declares he will recover in 2 months, and requests a rematch. As he is carried off to the infirmary, he expresses his gratitude for being lucky enough to receive such training. The other heroes watch, confused as to why no one is worried, realizing that this brutal training is simply the norm at this place. Vaya crouches down, complaining to herself that these guys fight with killing intent but almost never die, and they seem completely unaffected by their horrific injuries. A new group of trainees steps forward, swords drawn, and eagerly asks Master Vaya to train them as well. In response, Vaya unleashes a flurry of devastating attacks against the new challengers. She screams at them, asking if the bugs are satisfied now. The beaten trainees, however, look up with intense eyes and thank her very much for the lesson. Vaya feels physically ill, remarking on the disgusting vibes they keep directing at her and wondering what is wrong with these people. As Dan approaches, the uniformed woman explains that everyone who comes to this guild sought strength and that weaklings who would crumble from a few injuries have no place here. Vaya turns on Dan and screams that she is absolutely not doing well at all. She furiously rants about the exhaustion of dealing with these bugs day after day, who only seem happy when she tries to kill them and show no fear. Still fuming, she declares that this whole situation is partly Dan's fault and angrily asks if he is even listening to her complaints.